Oh, okay, that's amazing. That's great. Your lips look fine. Perfect. I can't hear you. Is your mic on?
what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes change your destiny.
Sorry to keep you waiting, everybody. We've got a lot of fun today, right? When I think of fun, I think of Vivek Ramaswamy first and foremost, right? Anybody with me? One in chat if you agree that this is the funnest man in the universe, Vivek Ramaswamy. Anything? Oh my god, I'm so I'm sticky. You know that summer sticky? Do you get summer sticky? One in chat if you get summer sticky. We're about to get into a sticky debate. The Republican debate. They're gonna go at it. And we've already got a little bit of a preview about what's gonna go on. Thanks to DeSantis's leaky political team. Yeah, well, I don't know. Were they leaking? That's the question. Summer sticky? Yeah. I'm supposed to manage my goals, aren't I? You have to end your goals and start the new goals, and there they are. There's the goals for being able to go a little bit longer, getting a little bit of extra content, making the stream an extended version of itself. Only it's all up to you, Chad. It's all up to you whether we get to 10 sub points today or whether that is one bridge, one sub too far. But yeah, we've got, let's start off like without me edging you like I always do. I need to get my bearings. I probably need to drink coffee and watch my favorite show to watch while I'm, getting my bearings, drinking coffee, waking my ass up. The Hill. Starring Robbie Suave and Brianna Joy Gray. Gotta have the heart rising.
2024 Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy hit out at CNN's Caitlin Collins after a contentious interview, tweeting yesterday, "Hilarious interview with CNN last night. Felt like I was talking to a petulant teenager." Now, if you remember, Caitlin pressed Ramaswamy on comments he made suggesting 9/11 was an inside job. Let's look back at some of that interview.
Excuse me, give another comment that you've made that is getting attention today about 9/11. A report in the Atlantic that you gave an interview to, you said, quote, "I think it is legitimate to say how many federal agents were on the planes that hit the Twin Towers. Maybe the..."
I'm barely on time. Like honestly, right, we've got what is it? We got 40 minutes until the actual, because that was my big goal, is to cover the presidential debate. I never do these. This one's going to be fun though. This one's going to be a lot of fun. We got Chris Christie. We've got Vivek Ramaswamy, we've got Mike Pence, we've got Tim Scott, we've got Nikki Haley, we've got so many people that I can't even remember. But the main action is going to be, will Ramaswamy momentum overcome whatever the hell DeSantis is on?
The answer is zero. It probably is zero for all I know, right? I have no reason to think it was anything other than zero, but if we're doing a comprehensive assessment of what happened on 9/11, we have a 9/11 commission. Absolutely, there should be an answer the public knows the answer to. Explain to me what you meant there.
This is
assessment of what happened on 9/11. We have a 9/11 commission. Absolutely, there should be an answer the public knows the answer to. Explain.
There should be an answer the public knows. I was trying to run that through my head to ask myself, does it, is this word salad? What is he saying here, right? No, this is a whole thing. And I think they go into it. Like, this is the reason that I'm watching this on The Hill. I usually don't watch The Hill. You know what's wrong with The Hill. The Hill pretends to be neutral or even like slightly to the left. It's not. It's, well to the right? The Hill is, some kind of op or something like that, right? The Hill is bad. The Hill is generally bad. But it's like the kind of bad that you get a taste for, especially when it comes to Brianna Joy Gray. And I gotta admit, I've got a taste for Brianna Joy Gray. She is a smart person. Sometimes what she says makes a lot of sense. And sometimes what she says drives me wild, and not in a good way. NCC needs a coffee run. Well, I got my void coffee right here, so hopefully that'll be enough.
Tell me what you meant there.
This is really, it's funny. I mean, the Atlantic is...
He's just having a good old time. I can't believe anybody would take this stuff seriously. What? I just said that the America needs answers to 9/11. We need answers to... Like, he does this too. Like, right? Remember in his rap before? So we'll see you on the trail. Like, he rhymes trail with trail. I don't know. He repeats himself in the weirdest way. But the main gist of what he said, and he's talking to the Atlantic, right? He had an interview with the Atlantic. It got recorded. It was made into a transcript. And when it was reported in the Atlantic, Ramaswamy comes on here, and you're going to see he's going to deny the quote. He's going to deny that he ever said the quote. But really what the quote was talking about like feds, federal law enforcement officials or cops being potentially on the planes that flew into the World Trade Center, right? and that being like a scandal. That like that's how you would know that there's a conspiracy, and that's what they won't tell us, right? That's the information we need. How many cops, how many feds were on those planes? Because if there was a lot of them, and maybe it's zero, because like he doesn't want to take ownership of this, right? He wants the 9/11 truther vote, he wants the conspiracy vote, he wants the QAnon vote, but he doesn't want to be known as the candidate of any of those things, because obviously that kind of limits you as far as, you know, how seriously people are going to take you. He wants the attention from it, but he doesn't want to take ownership over it, right? So he was, you know, he was like, I'm just asking questions here, like how many cops were on those? And it's a weird thing to say, right? It's a weird thing to say, because like, look, a good version of that argument is if you want to say the United States supported Osama bin Laden against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. The United States armed Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, right? A lot of Osama bin Laden's like original, you know, military experience came as an ally, as an asset to the United States and its intelligence services in order to make the invasion and occupation of Afghanistan harder for the Soviet Union back in the 80s, right? The US, you know, famously armed them with the shoulder-mounted what are they called? Stinger missiles? The ones that take down, you know, helicopters, to take down Soviet helicopters, right? So you can make an argument that, like, does the U.S. bear some responsibility, you know, for what happened? Absolutely, absolutely. And there's like a history of the United States making friends, making allies with people that later become the enemies of the United States, and you know, kind of like ending up like having to fight the tools that we were using against other countries later on. So you could make that argument. And like a weaker version of that argument would be to say, okay, so we know that after 9/11, right, that there was a lot of attempted entrapment. For instance, they would go on social media, they would talk to Muslim students, and they would try to, you know, kind of, you know what I mean? They were the FBI. Was it the FBI? Was it the CIA? Was it Homeland Security? Somebody infiltrated a bunch of like college, like Muslim groups and stuff like that. And there was a real question of like, is there like, you know, entrapment going on? Like, you know, what exactly are they doing there? So, you know, if you want to take that and say, well, because this happened after 9/11, then maybe before 9/11, yada, 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 you're already out on a branch there, because there's just no information for that. Like, right. That is a pure hypothesis. Like, we know that this happened at this time, so therefore did it happen at this time? I'm just asking questions, right? Well, you're not just asking questions there, because there's no reason for you to ask that question unless you've got a piece of data or something to show that suggests that was actually happening. That would be kind of a wild conspiracy theory too. But the wildest conspiracy theory of them all, which I got to give this guy credit for because he did it, he came up with it, is the idea that the feds entrapped Mohammed Atta and company, planted them with this idea, and they rode the planes into the towers. What? It doesn't even make sense. And that's the only place where I almost want to cut him a little break in here, because like I'm just like, how could he think that? But I mean, it's literally in the transcript. So anyway, it's done.
Playing the same game as CNN. It's funny. What I said is, on January 6th, I do believe that there were many federal agents in the field, and we deserve to know who they are. On 9/11, what I've said is that the government lied. And this is incontrovertible evidence, Caitlin. The government lied about Saudi Arabia's involvement. There was a Saudi spy named al-Bayoumi who they lied, and the government lied, and the 9/11 Commission lied. We know that because
Okay, so now here's, like, yeah, that's a good question. Was there Saudi involvement? When did the United States, and the answer is yes. When did the United States know that there was Saudi involvement? That's an interesting question, right? But that's not what he said. That's not what he mentioned. That's not what he was talking about. He is retconning his conspiracy theory to something that's a little bit less conspiracy. And this is what I mean when I say he doesn't want to own it. He puts it out there, but when you call him on it and you're like, hey, do you really mean this? Do you think that there was feds on the plane that decided to take the airplane ride with Mohammed Atta and company into the buildings? Do you really think that? Like, he's like, what? Where would you ever get that idea? I never said anything like that. It's like, it's right here on the transcript. We've got you recorded. Like, there's literally a recording of you saying these things that you were claiming not to say. And you're going to see how slippery he and his media team are about this, right? Because they're caught. They are 100% caught, right? There's no real doubt about it. What's the doubt? It's what Hassan would call the ripcord. The ripcord effect is when you are objectively wrong about something and you don't want to admit it, So you rely on audience hatred for a certain individual or media entity, right? And this is CNN, and this is Vivek Ramaswamy. What do Republicans hate? CNN. So we're going to rely on Republican hate for CNN in order to get us through this just like does not make sense obvious lie that you're caught in. But if you're you can say it's the liberal media, it's the Matrix, it's the establishment. Oh my God.
Reports in 2021
Which
revealed that
President Biden
al-Bayoumi
declassified.
was indeed.
Hassan is saying that we can get banned for streaming the debate on Twitch. What? Just on Twitch? Okay, I need more information. Anybody that's got information about whether we can watch the debate, there's got to be some way. Look, I've got plenty of stuff on Vivek Ramaswamy to show you, right? This guy is wild. This guy is brazen. This guy does not give an F at all. 0 Fs given. But yeah, we definitely don't want to get banned.
What's that?
Yeah, the report that President Biden declassified.
Yes.
But your quote here, are you telling me that the quote
20
is
years
wrong
later,
here?
yeah.
But are you telling me that
I'm
your
telling
quote
you
is
the quote's
wrong here
wrong,
because
actually.
it says how many
I am
federal
actually.
agents were on the plane?
I actually
in the
asked.
Twin
Okay.
Towers?
Yeah,
We're denying the quote here. We're denying the quote. And at this point, look, the transcript hasn't been released. The recording hasn't been released, right? So the Atlantic has put out his quote, and he's saying, they misquoted me. Show me that transcript.
I actually, and this is just lifting the curtain on how media works again. I asked
Thank you, Natalie. You're so awesome.
that reporter to send the recording.
Yeah, I
'cause it was
really
on
want to
the
watch
record.
this with
He
y'all, and
refused to
at
do
some
it.
point
But
we'll be
we had
able
a
to.
free-flowing conversation. The truth is there are lies the government has told about 9/11, but it's not the ones that somebody put in my mouth. It's the one that I articulated.
Now, in a televised appearance yesterday, Ramaswamy appeared to walk back
So yeah, he's literally saying that somebody quoted me and I didn't say that.
his comments by suggesting his statements were misinterpreted and taken out of context.
People should read it. There are a lot of September 11th families who feel that there was more Saudi involvement than we have been privy to. I think that the comments about federal agents on planes, really sort of sent people sort of wondering what you were talking about.
As you probably have experienced with the left-wing media as well, the Atlantic's purposefully
The left-wing media, here we go.
really scripted out something that was taken in a
Hunter Biden flew his laptop into the towers. That's
Very
right.
different content.
Federal agent Hunter Biden.
well, we just played your soundbite from there.
Ray
But
Epps was there too.
I want to ask you one more question.
And the smoking man from X-Files and G-Man from Half-Life too.
However, Atlantic writer John Hendrickson, who originally published the story that contained interviews with Vivek
And what's the other dude's name? Grassy Knoll Man? Somebody help me out here? What's Grassy Knoll Man's name?
Ramaswamy, maintains that he was not misquoted in his story, and he's got the transcripts and audio to show that. Let's play some of it.
What is the truth about January 6th?
I don't know.
Referring to?
Okay, now this is fun, right? Because you can hear right here, there's something called, I can't tell if this is a flange or a phaser, but there's basically an audio effect, like something that if you're in a psychedelic band, you might put over your guitar, right? To make it sound all spaced out and stuff. There's an effect on these vocals. And I'm guessing that's because the Atlantic would copyright claim? I don't know. They put it up on SoundCloud. I don't know why they're going to do
handle
that.
it. Whatever it is, we can handle it.
But what
Government
is it?
agents, how many government agents were in the field? Right?
You mean like entrapment?
Yeah. Absolutely. Why can the government not be transparent about something that we're using? Terrorists, or the kind of
Is he the meat puppet of Peter Thiel? Look, yes, and yes. Vivek is ridiculous. Vivek is not what he's pretending to be. And Vivek actually has gotten is accruing a right-wing hate following as well as people on the left that hate him, right? Because he's been on all sides of every issue, it seems like, right? He wants to play this conspiracy game, and yet he's got connections to the organizations that the conspiracy people hate, like the WEF, right? So yeah, he's a strange guy.
tactic used by terrorists. If we find that there are hundreds of our own in the ranks of the day that they were, I mean,
Well, there's a difference between entrapment and a difference between a law enforcement agent
I
identifying
think it is legitimate to say how many federal agents were on the planes that hit the Twin Towers.
There it is. Okay, so anybody got any questions about that? How many federal agents were on the planes that hit the Twin Towers? That is literally what he said. You cannot get away from that. You might be able to say that you misspoke and you were thinking, because they're talking about January 6th, and that's another, conspiracy theory for the right-wingers. That's one that he's been a little bit more forward on. That's one that, frankly, like, I hate to say that, but makes more sense. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. There's not any proof for it. A lot of it is cope over the fact that the right wing really kind of stepped on the rake that day in a lot of ways, but it's more believable than the idea of federal agents riding the planes into the towers along with Mohammed Atta and company.
Like, I think we want it. Maybe the answer is zero. Probably is zero for all I know, right?
See, like, no. So I'm not saying that there's a conspiracy. Maybe the answer is zero. Maybe there were no federal agents, right? But like, it's so weird too, because usually when they try to claim that there's a conspiracy, right? And this is true, like, with the anti-Semitic conspiracies about 9/11 as well, is they'll try to claim that none of a certain group fell victim to those attacks, and therefore the entire group must have had foreknowledge of it, which is pretty racist. But he's doing like the opposite here. He's saying do we know that there were none? We don't know that there were none. And just like Joe Rogan would say, if we don't know that there are none, then we can start assuming that there were some. This is chud logic, and I'm not talking about the streamer. I'm talking about logic of actual chuds.
No reason to think it was anything other than zero. But if we're doing a comprehensive assessment of what happened on 9/11, we have a 9/11 commission. Absolutely, that should be an answer the public knows the answer to.
So in case you weren't following that word for word, that was an accurate representation of how Caitlin Collins quoted him in their interview together. Now, in response to the audio release, Ramaswamy's communications director, Tricia McCullen, said in a statement, quote,
This is where it gets good. Buckle up, okay? This is the fun part. Look, I'm gonna segue over here because we're having fun. We're having fun now. All right, so this is the comms director. We are grateful that the Atlantic released the audio after we repeatedly asked them to do so. The audio clearly demonstrates that Vivek was badly taken out of context. No, it's the exact opposite. The audio confirms the quote. But do you see what they're doing here? Like, imagine that you're following this controversy, but you're a Vivek head. You're a Vivek fan. You're a Ramaswamy maniac, so to speak, right? You really like this guy. You want this guy to win. You think that this guy is just what the Republican Party needs, just what the American people need. Vivek Ramaswamy is the guy, right? And you're only seeing, oh, okay, so it looks like the Atlantic released the tapes, which they did. That part's true. And it was proven that he was taken out of context. Just like I thought. There we go. There we go. Release the tapes, and we have the proof. Oh my God. You have the opposite of the proof. You proved yourself a liar. And not only are you a liar, but your comms team is lying now too. Literally lying.
The Atlantic released the...
Do you know what I'm going to ask you? Do you know what I'm going to ask you for, chat? We are all doing the debate tonight. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. We're going to have to hear back from Natalie Marie to find out if we're allowed to do the debate. There's some question about whether Twitch will let us cover the debate. I guess there's also a question, then will YouTube let us cover the debate? Do I have to go to Rumble to cover the debate? I don't know what's going on. Hassan says you'll get copyright banned for live streaming it. He's doing links to watch for free so people can watch the debate on one monitor and watch the streamer on another. Oh my God, I don't know if we can handle that. That sounds like you can't directly stream it. So what am I gonna have to do? Just like look on Twitter and go for clips? What if I stream it, but it's like on a 5-minute delay? I really want to cover this. I haven't covered a debate in a long time. And this one is going to be good. This one is going to be so good.
Audio after.
So far we know live streaming it. So in other words, simulcasting it, streaming it at the same time as it goes off is bad. We don't want to do that. We don't want to be those people. I've got a lot that we could cover tonight, Chad. Don't worry. It's not like I don't have, content. I just like to be able to cover stuff live if I can, but stream your reaction and leave off the debate. I don't even know how I would do that. I mean, I guess it's possible. There is also a Trump interview with Tucker on Twitter. Oh my God, I guess that's what we'll be doing. I guess that's what we're doing. We're covering Trump and Tucker, even better. And then we can pick up the debate after the fact. Do we have a transcript for it? I mean, it doesn't start for 20 minutes. Everyone can pull up the debate. Yeah, everybody can pull it up, but I'm just like wondering, like, how am I going to watch it without also it going to... Like, I guess I could just turn my desktop audio off and watch it or something like that, but no, because I feel like I want to give you some music if I do that. But yeah, do you see this stuff? And chat, like, look, before we got derailed by the very important, and so I'm really glad that people are checking on this for me, the very important considerations of keeping me from being banned off of Twitch and I guess YouTube too, because, you know, I don't know, if it's a copyright thing, then one would assume that Twitch and YouTube are gonna punish you for this. If it's something else, it's got to be a copyright thing. It's not like they're gonna openly call people slurs, is it? Is it? I don't know.
We repeatedly asked them to do so.
You could listen to it on mobile earbuds.
The audio clearly demonstrates that Vivek was taken badly out of context.
But I mean, the other thing about that too would be that I would have to not pause it, like, ever. Like, I would have to try to say my piece in between, like, when people clap. Like, right, I'd have to do something like that.
Context.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible.
And even this small snippet proves that. What do you make of that particular response? And can you characterize what you think in good faith her perception is, or Vivek's perception is, of the missing context here?
Look,
I love this. Make Robbie Suave explain.
I think in that interview, as demonstrated by the audio we just heard, Vivek went astray and said something about agents being on the planes, which is not an assertion I've heard anyone make before.
And even he said it's probably not likely.
That is, look, if you want to keep all your candidates viable, if you're a Republican like Robbie Suave, that's probably the best thing to say. I think what Robbie's going to go with is the idea that Vivek got mixed up and he thought he was talking about January 6th, where he really does think that feds are involved, and he just got mixed up. He just, like, I don't know, maybe
he's just asking questions, right? So the
1 minute preview of the Tucker Trump thing.
Broader context, by the way, we never get into, is he was talking about 1/6 and the fact that many people.
Wait, can we check? Are we allowed to cover the Tucker Trump thing? I mean, I think we would be, right? It's live on Twitter. I think hitting it after covering the other thing, that's what I'm thinking of doing. Is that okay with you, chat? Let me know.
Believe.
What are you thinking, chat? Is that a good idea?
It was a.
So the current plan is that when the debate goes live, we go with Tucker and Trump. When Tucker and Trump are done, we see if we can pick up with the debate, which I don't know. Sometimes these, like, okay, I'm thinking of this as if it was a UFC fight. If this was a UFC fight, right, we'd be in a situation where we'd have to wait until, like, the next day, and you'd have to watch clips and, like, slow it down and roll it back. I don't know. You'd have to do some funky stuff to be able to watch it. I don't think it's quite as bad as, I don't think that, like, because this is Rumble, right? The people that are enforcing the copyright would have to be Rumble.
An op, that there were federal agents that encouraged people to break into the federal building, and that it was by design, right? That the government did it. It really wasn't these individuals. They were basically set up. And so and
look, if you want to say that they were set up by anybody, say that they were set up by the Proud Boys and the 3%ers. There is probably a non-zero number of people who marched down to the Capitol thinking they were going to vociferously protest and say, we think that our guy won the most votes, right? There were probably some people that thought that's all it's going to be, right? But there were also, like, Proud Boys and Oath Keepers down there that basically wore. They have uniforms. They have ways of identifying each other, and they didn't wear those. They had some kind of a covert, I don't remember what it was, but there was like a piece of tape on them or so, you know what I mean? There was another way of signaling who they were so they would recognize each other. And they sort of camped out at strategic parts of the protest. And they were the ones that were like, hey, there's not that many cops here. Let's push through the gates. They were the ones saying, go in the building, right? So it's not like it was like everybody out there was like, we're going to go in and do, you know, this and this and this. Probably very few people knew that that was the plan, but there were people who made the plans to do that. They, you know, those trials have happened, that those facts have been found, and, you know, indeed had like plans of, unaliving Pence and Pelosi, right? So, I mean, like, you know, if you want to blame like troublemakers, right? You do have troublemakers, but, you know, they're right wingers, so you don't want to do that, right?
Is
you want to say it's feds?
Were there federal agents on the?
You want to say it's Antifa
on 9/11 on the airplane during 9/11?
You want to say it's space lasers?
11 is also, did the government also instigate that tragedy?
Right.
Which is a big claim to just be asking questions about. So I get that he, even in the context of his own quote, says, well, the number is probably 0. But there is some...
The funny thing, too, is that, like, I've heard 9/11 truthers talk, and usually what they'll start with is the Project for the New American Century. Like, the Project for the New American Century is, like, this neoconservative, you know, think tank project, right? It happened, I think, before 2000. I think in the 1990s is when, maybe slightly after, but, like, basically, they wanted to have a war in the Middle East, and they thought that the only thing that could sell the American people on such a war would be another Pearl Harbor, you know, an attack that is as big in the American consciousness as Pearl Harbor was in World War II. Right now, that doesn't prove that it was an inside job or whatever people want to say. Like, you need a little bit more than that. But that's usually where 9/11 truthers start. The funny thing is that Ramaswamy, like, it's like he just wants the conspiracy points, right? He's not even doing the research. Like, he should read Spare Change. He should watch Spare, you know, there's a whole cottage industry of 9/11 truther stuff, right? That is more credible than Ramaswamy's weird concept of like the feds on a plane. Like the plane was all terrorists and feds that were on the plane. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Question as to why you would even raise that implication if you don't believe there's some possibility, some likelihood, in fact, that it doesn't be true.
It doesn't sound like he does think that. He got a little over his skis answering this question, and it's not a good quote, and he's kind of walked it back, and I don't...
He hasn't walked it back! He's pretending he didn't say it. Do you not see that?
I don't think it's that important. I mean, the media has...
Yeah, let's not focus on this. This is just a gotcha. This is just a gotcha.
Covering this, like, wall to wall. This feels very much like a gotcha. It's like a legitimate gotcha, because what he said in the transcript of that was not a good thing to say. It's a little outside the bounds. It's not well supported. It doesn't even sound like he thinks that. He was doing I'm asking questions, but it's right to ask questions and be skeptical, even about January 6th, which as our audience has heard my comments on the subject before, I absolutely lay the blame for it at Trump's feet. It is still the case that most of the people there were engaged in nonviolent First Amendment activity. It is the case that there was that Ray Epps individual, he was even shouted down by the other, patriot group around him.
Yeah, well, he thinks that makes it more credible. So, if you don't know who Ray Epps is a guy that was at January 6th. He was filmed saying that they should go in the Capitol, and everybody there was calling him a Fed, right? And Robbie Suave thinks that makes it more likely that he is a Fed. Like, he's saying what supposedly a Fed would want to be said, and the crowd is calling him a Fed. But listen, if he says that, and the crowd's reaction is, "You're a Fed," it makes it seem less like he's one of the instigators, right? It doesn't look like that.
And people saying, yeah, we need to go in. They're saying, nope, you're a Fed if you say that. And there is also a long history of entrapment style.
It's really weird, though, that they were able to call out Ray Epps saying that, as like, that's not a good idea. We shouldn't follow that, which, that was, but they went along with the sort. I mean, they basically got like sheep herded by the Proud Boys and the 3%ers to do those acts, right? There were people that very much like did want to go into the Capitol and maybe do bad things to. I mean, there was the guy with hog ties, right? Looked like he had enough hog ties to tie up the whole legislature. They obviously were saying hang Mike Pence. They were, pretty seem to have a pretty violent intent towards Nancy Pelosi too, right? AOC. You could think of a lot of people who, if they had run into that crowd, probably would have suffered dramatic health consequences.
Police tactics against all sorts of politically disfavored groups, including white nationalist groups, patriot groups, militia groups. The Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping, the governor of Michigan, is beyond any shadow of a doubt has been shown to be definitively orchestrated by these militia members who are being paid to continue the plan by federal law enforcement so that they would be able to charge the people in the conspiracy.
Black Panthers.
That happens to Black Panthers. It happens to young Islamic teenage men on social media sites.
Yes.
Venting frustration, will be contacted by federal officers.
We understand.
Which is what he was saying. He didn't say it. The way he brought in 9/11 the planes was dumb.
Here's the problem.
Who cares?
I'm of two minds about this. If you really think that America did 9/11, there are plenty of people that agree with you, and go ahead and stand by it and make your case. Mm-hmm. If you have evidence, if you want to be a 9/11. I'm as a human being, my constitution is, I'm open to.
And here's where I kind of agree with Brianna Joy. This is where I kind of agree with Brianna Joy Gray. That the biggest thing that annoys me about Vivek Ramaswamy isn't actually that he's being a conspiracy theorist, right? I expect somebody that's going for the Trump part of the electorate to be a conspiracy theorist. That's not unexpected, right? What bothers me about him is that he wants to have it both ways. He wants to signal conspiracy, but then deny that that's what he's doing. That's what pisses me off about him.
Do a lot of conspiracy theories because that's the nature of conspiracy, and I know that the government does terrible things. Okay, but it's obviously ill-advised in the context of running for president when most people see 9/11 as one of the worst tragedies that have ever befallen America, to start speculating along those lines when, one, you don't have any evidence, and two, you don't apparently even believe it, and you crumble under even a little bit of pressure and pushback. So here's my question. I agree with you that it feels like a bit of a gotcha that is perhaps being milked if he just slipped up his words a little bit and people are trying to make.
I don't think so. I don't agree with here's where I disagree, okay? Look, if he says, oops, I said the wrong thing. I was thinking about January 6th and I was talking about the planes. I know how it sounds, but that's literally not what I was thinking. I made a boo-boo. If he says mistakes were made, oops, I'm sorry. Like, cause he has to, you accused the interviewer of misquoting you. The interviewer quoted you accurately. What you said, what's on the tapes, is exactly what the interviewer said was on those tapes, right? So if you admit to that, then fine. Yeah, maybe like focusing on it after that is, I don't know, like gauche or what. I guess that's what she's trying to say. But at this point, right, he's trying to have it both ways. He is absolutely trying to have it both ways. No, he is in that gotcha zone. Those gotchas are completely fair, and they should pick him apart. They should absolutely pick him apart unless he's just willing to admit that, he misspoke.
A lot out of it because they don't like Vivek Ramaswamy.
I guess what he thinks is that as soon as it's been said, like there's like some non-zero part of the audience, non-zero part of the Republican electorate that's going to be like, yeah, that's right, there were feds on the planes, and that if he backs off from it now and says, no, of course I don't think that wouldn't make any sense, right? That I don't know, that he's giving in to he wants a fight. That's what it is. He wants a fight with CNN. That is the ripcord that he's pulling. He's pulling the ripcord, right, in order to, get into a situation where it doesn't matter if you're wrong, and the more the media goes after you, the better you look. You just got to be a Trumpy and go after CNN, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they literally. I mean, it's a gotcha because they got him. They got him. That's why it's a gotcha.
Liberal media, et cetera, et cetera. That is up to a point. The point at which he gets on Caitlin Collins' show, and instead of just saying, you know what, I don't actually believe that there's anything untoward that happened.
But you know what I do believe in is the top of the hour ad break. I don't even know when it's coming, so I might as well tell you right now that if you don't have a sub, if you don't have a little Persona 2 avatar next to your name on Twitch, that you will get to experience that in all of its glory. And by glory, I'm being sarcastic. It's not glory. It's not a good thing. It's most people dislike it, right? Most people find it boring. Most people say that the minute and a half that you're in that ad seems to last longer than a minute and a half. But I assure you it is just a minute and a half. However, that is a minute and a half you do not have to spend in that ad break. If you but find out that you have an Amazon Prime subscription and you utilize that Bezos money to put some money in my pocket and put a little avatar by your name, that's called a Twitch Prime, and you can use that. And I love getting those because you only have one of those, so it means a lot when people park them here, right? The other way you could do it is you could pay $5 to get out of the ad break and just buy a sub from Twitch and have that taken care of for the next month. The other possibility is that you could get gifted a sub. It's not a sure thing, but it's more likely to happen if you're more active in chat, and that's why you should be active in chat.
Happened with 9/11. There's no evidence.
And you should like and subscribe if you're on YouTube.
For it, I was just making a broader point about why people believe in conspiracy theories. Instead of doing that, I'm sorry, he sneered and patronized Caitlin Collins. He said she was a pet.
Did she say he sneered? I want to. Oh. Yeah, so the petulant child thing is coming up. I couldn't tell whether she said sneered or smeared.
Sneered?
Sneered. He sneered. So he gave a look, right? He definitely does the sneering. So he sneered and he called her
and patronized Caitlin Collins. He said she was a petulant child in the aftermath of that interview.
So that's what confirms it. Here's what it is, okay? My conspiracy theory about Vivek Ramaswamy, my assessment of the situation is this. He wanted to start a fight with CNN. He probably could have done it in a less clunky way, right? Because it's not hard to, I don't know, get somebody on CNN to disagree with you or to be argumentative with you, especially if you have the kind of politics that Ramaswamy has, which are like beyond the pale, right? You're talking about some guy that wants to end Medicare, wants to end Social Security, right? He is a political extremist on so many issues, right? So it's not going to be hard to start a fight on CNN. However, he did it in a way that is it's debunkable. I mean, not that Republicans are going to be looking to debunk somebody that's going up against CNN. It's just clunky. It shows that he's not. He's kind of an amateur at this compared to the other players in this game. Now I will say that he's doing more than DeSantis does, because right, DeSantis, I don't know, scared of his own shadow. What's the deal with DeSantis? DeSantis, you should learn something from this, right? Vivek is having a fight with CNN that makes him look good in the eyes of the Republican electorate. Why aren't you doing that? Why are you afraid to talk to mainstream media? You got to be too pure? No, this stuff helps you. Even if you get debunked in real time, even if you get absolutely exposed to be a charlatan, you still benefit from this. I don't know why DeSantis isn't doing this. So I guess he's one step ahead of DeSantis. And indeed, we might see him slide right into that number 2 position behind Trump.
Interview. He was, I'm sorry, very disrespectful and dismissive in a way that maybe is justified if you were correct. Mm-hmm. If you were correct and you're really getting railroaded and lied about on the liberal media. But in fact, she was simply asking you to justify and contextualize her comments, and you could have really made her look like she had egg on her face if you just said, look, I am running on a lot of things that are really important to the American people. I admit that this isn't one of them and not even something I'm especially committed to. Let's get back to the issues that matter.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to make it a manhood swinging contest with a reporter at a certain point, I'm sorry, to me, the biggest fault I would put on Vivek Ramaswamy in this is...
Why does it look like Brian Tyler Cohen is about to cover this? Do you think that BTC is going to do the same thing that Hassan's doing?
It's not getting out over his skis, as you put it, but choosing to come off as so hostile and domineering. When someone like RFK Jr., we've seen him in these situations, and to his credit, he says things like, you know what, I have to look into that. I'm not as familiar with that issue. I'm happy to reflect on that. I'll come back to you on that.
I mean, he was pretty thunderously upset. I mean, he didn't call anyone a petulant child, but about how his comments were misconstrued in the mainstream media.
I've never seen RFK Jr. behave that way to a member of the media. He's very critical of the media. He called.
Do you see this? Do you see this? This is what pisses me off about her, right? She's actually done a pretty good job of making Robbie defend this, and Robbie can't defend this. Like there's you just can't defend this, right? There's no way to defend this, right? And exposing Ramaswamy for being a weasel. That's what I was trying to get you to post, is some weasels in chat. Can you post some weasels? I would love to see some weasels in chat. If any, who's got weasels, right? Because if you don't have weasels, you're not gonna have a chance against the top of the hour ad break, right? You're absolutely gonna get rolled over by the ad break, just like a skibbity toilet, right? Coming down the line, just like that G-Man toilet, coming down the line.
Calls out where their misrepresentations. I have never been.
But it would make me feel so much better about the general safety of this chat if I saw some weasels.
Seen him. I've been watching many hours of RFK Jr. content. I have never seen him behave so dismissively to another human being in any context, no matter how adversarial these interviews are. I think that's part of why he was able to be so successful and be so much on the rise. And I am a little concerned. Vivek Ramaswamy has seen some success in polls in recent weeks. But
where she loses me?
There's some danger, I think, of him being as politically right in a way that is alienating to some of the Republican base as Donald Trump.
Where she loses me is when she's like, he should be more like RFK. Like, she defends RFK. From what I've seen, even on the anti-Semitism, which is an allegation that he absolutely doesn't beat, Brianna Joy Gray, like, she has such a penchant for like an outsider Democrat to win that she almost doesn't care if it's a Republican. That's what really bugs me about Brianna Joy Gray.
Without Donald Trump's kind of humor and charm, if you will, and also having the worst qualities of Ron DeSantis, where Ron DeSantis comes off as kind of peevish and unlikable in a lot of these media contexts, despite having some of Ron DeSantis' better qualities, like being more informed and articulate than, say, a Donald Trump. And there's a weird way.
I want to say that I agree with her analysis here. I feel like she's trying to throw in so much nuance, though, that she's hardly saying anything. But yeah, I'm tracking with her as far as Vivek having some of the worst and a few of the best qualities of both Trump and DeSantis.
Where he could be pulling the
We've got some weasels in chat. Look at that. Twitch, YouTube's beating you to it. YouTube apparently doesn't even have weasels. I mean, some of you do. If you have a membership, you definitely have weasels. Gazebo, thank you for re-uppering. Yes, re-uppering your membership.
To both of those, as well as some of the best of both of those, and I don't know how those are going to fight out.
YouTube, you're kicking ass tonight. If you really want to kick ass, though, make sure to hit that like button.
Attacking CNN is
that's how YouTube usually shows up Twitch, and it does happen from time to time, right? It's kind of like Amanda Nunes getting knocked out by Juliana Pena, though, like, right? You don't expect it, but it does happen. It can happen, and it will, it would. I wish I could see them fight more. I'm sorry. I'm just sad that Amanda Nunes is retired.
It's obviously something that the
any Lioness fans in chat,
Republican primary base enjoys. Ron DeSantis' big mistake there is not giving them any fodder because he doesn't do enough mainstream interviews.
Even in that Fox interview at the end, the last clip that we...
I think that he's right. I think that he's actually got a point about DeSantis. I don't understand why DeSantis doesn't do that. Like, they don't get it. There's certain people that if you go up against them, it's going to be a win for, like, Keemstar, right? Chat, if I had some kind of a conflict, debate, argument, drama, beef with Keemstar, I would probably, come out ahead, right? Because there's nobody in my chat that's like, oh my God, I can't believe she doesn't like Keemstar? Oh, I'm out of here. I didn't realize this was an anti-Keemstar space, right? Or like Leafy, right? There's certain people that you just like, they're an absolute win anytime you have a conflict with them. For these Republicans, CNN, I guess, is that entity.
Play there. It felt like the Fox News host.
Amanda is the GOAT, yeah.
Even was like...
I mean, I sort of understand why she quit, because it feels like nobody can really take her on. But, like, God damn it, we needed another Juliana Pena match.
Vivek popped in with like, and the liberal media tried to get me.
I don't think she would have lost again, though.
Right? And she was like, well, here's your comments.
Well, but we'll see what I love that host, Martha McCallum. We'll see, you know, what the viewers think and what she thinks could be different things.
That's true. But I mean,
look, we got Tucker and Trump coming up here.
This could be the single biggest night for any of these candidates, hoping to take advantage of Donald Trump's absence. So what are the numbers telling us?
I should check on that.
Andrew, I mean, we've been seeing in all sorts of different polls that Donald Trump has an enormous lead in this Republican race. This is our new NBC News Des Moines Register poll of the all-important first-in-the-nation caucus state of Iowa. And here you see Trump's lead at 42%. DeSantis, the second place, but distant at 19. No one else in double digits. So, you know, obviously you say Trump not there tonight. Who's got the biggest opportunity on paper to move up? Is there room here for one of these candidates to make this a race with Trump? And I think when you dig deeper into these numbers, you do see two candidates who have an obvious opportunity tonight. They are DeSantis and Tim Scott. And why? It's not because they're close to Trump right now. They're not in the horse race, but it's because of this. Let me show you what we did here. We asked folks in this poll not just who their first choice is. On the first choice, Trump's way ahead. We also asked them who their second choice would be. And then also running through all of the candidates running, are these candidates, tell me who you're actively considering. Maybe you're not voting for them yet, but they are under active consideration in your mind.
See what they're doing here?
This is interesting because Trump, if you combine those three categories, does have the highest number at 63%. But look, DeSantis is almost equal with Trump there, 61%, and Tim Scott not far off at 53%. What you see in our poll here in Iowa and what you see in national polls and polls in other states as well.
And I don't know if this is what he's doing here, but this does have a lot of bearing, right? A lot of those second choice people for DeSantis and those actively considering people for DeSantis, a lot of those are Trump voters, right? So DeSantis is still getting, you know, a huge amount of the Trump vote if Donald Trump doesn't end up running. Now, you say, as I say that, like some of you are, you know, well, what's the point of that? He's going to run. Of course he's going to run. Of course he's going to win the nomination. Trump is unstoppable. I don't know if that's true, right? Let's not underestimate the amount of pressure, financial, legal, psychological, Donald Trump is under with all these court proceedings, and also the very real possibility that one or more secretaries of state might decide that Donald Trump cannot appear on the ballot, right? There's also Donald Trump's health, right? So there's not a 100% chance that Trump is even going to run. So, you know, it does make sense to look at these secondary numbers, and we see DeSantis in a close second, and then Tim Scott not too far behind. And the other thing Kornacki's about to tell us is that
Trump is ahead.
They're negatives.
But not DeSantis and Scott are not unpopular with Republicans. They have very high favorable numbers.
Now, that kind of surprises me, given the dirty tricks that DeSantis has been perceived to be running. Because, like, DeSantis has not out and out come out against Trump, right? He's always supportive of Trump. He's always against Trump's enemies. He hasn't really, you know, shown his cards, but it's pretty clear what he's doing, right? And like, based on his ads and stuff like that, people can see that he's going after Trump. I'm kind of amazed that he still got the spillover from so many Trump people, you know, to be named their second choice. And Tim Scott makes more sense because nobody really knows much about him, and you know, he doesn't have any negative press.
And in Scott's case, very low negative numbers. And in DeSantis' case, pretty low negative numbers. There's broad goodwill towards DeSantis and towards Scott. So no Trump on the stage tonight. What these numbers suggest is there's obvious room for DeSantis and Scott to tap into that goodwill. Will one of them do it tonight and move up a little bit in Iowa and elsewhere?
Okay, so that is the question. That is indeed the question. Let me see if I can find here. I'll keep this on. I want to see if I can find the
Steve Kornacki, that's such a great breakdown. Thanks for starting us off here, because now we have NBC's Garrett Haake in Milwaukee for all of the excitement, joining us along with Charlie Sykes, editor-at-large of The Bulwark, and of course also in Wisconsin. Garrett, tell us the latest on Governor Doug Burgum's condition with a leg injury. Is he going to be able to stand and be in the debate tonight?
Well, we don't know, Andrea, and neither does his campaign. A source with the Burgum campaign telling NBC News that the governor's going to do the walkthrough this afternoon, usually the last chance, sometimes the first chance for candidates to get a lay of the land on the stage and then make a call about whether or not he thinks he can go through with this debate, which would obviously require him to stand at a podium for 2 hours or so. And they're going to try to make that decision this afternoon. In the meantime, his campaign is trying to make a little bit of light of this situation. They tweeted out a photo of a younger Doug Burgum playing basketball. The governor's saying this is not the first time he's had a basketball injury, but it's the first time he's ended up in the ER from a pickup game. Obviously, not being able to participate tonight would be a significant blow to this.
Yeah, that would, because like from my understanding of Doug Burgum, like so there's two there's two stipulations, and maybe they dropped the one, maybe they dropped the 1% one. One was that you poll at least 1% of the polls, so like you got some standing, got some chance in terms of the horse race, right? And the second one was that you have not a certain amount of money donated, right, but a certain number of donors. I think it was like 4,000 donors. So 4,000 people believe in your candidacy enough to donate money to it, even if it's like a little bit of money, that gets you in. He didn't have this. And my understanding is he's wealthy enough that he was able to game this. I think most of them are. And to the extent that they don't pass that threshold, they're able to jump over it using their money.
Campaign, which has been trying to get attention.
Anyway, let's take a look and see what is going on with Tucker and Trump.
Why aren't you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Well, a lot of people have been asking me that.
When you say there are people on stage who shouldn't be running for president, who do you mean? Whatever happened to Mike Pence? He's out there attacking you. What is that? Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely? Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
It's good to have you at Bedminster. It's very nice.
I love it. You're saying they stole it from you last time. Why wouldn't they do the same this time?
Oh, well, they'll try. They're going to be trying. Mitch McConnell is trying to get senators to impeach me. Crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but, you never know.
You want to know, what my answer is to why isn't he at the debate? Does everybody know why he's not at the debate? Does everybody know, okay, so let's say that there was a debate going on, and it was all the NCC haters, and they're like these tiny little streamers who nobody watches, but because they're all together in one place, they've got 7 people watching, right? Is that a debate that I'm gonna go to? Is that a good idea for me to take a debate that nobody's watching and make sure that somebody watches it, right? No, it's not, right? There's nothing in that for me, right? I might, if I were to do something like that, it would be purely for fun and purely for content, right? But in general, you don't need to platform your haters. Now, in this case, they're not his haters. A lot of them are kissing his ass, but they are running against him, and some of them in a serious way. That's for more than just vice president, right? And so there's no reason, if he shows up at that thing, the views, they get 50 times as many views, right? Tucker interviewed Trump again. This is what he didn't skip the debate for this. It's not like he just really wanted to talk to Tucker. He is counter programming. In other words, what he's doing is he's saying that there's a certain number of people that want to watch Donald Trump, right? And where's Donald Trump going to show up? Is he going to show up at the debate where all the people that want to run against Trump are? Is he going to give Vivek Ramaswamy that exposure? Is he going to give DeSantis that exposure? Is he going to put eyeballs on them, the people running against him? Or is he going to be on Tucker, where you got a choice now if you're a MAGA chud, right? Do you want to watch DeSantis debate, Ramaswamy debate, Chris Christie, and all that mess, or do you want to watch Daddy Trump talk it out with your favorite white nationalist, Tucker Carlson, right? And a lot of them are going to choose Tucker.
It started with protests against you, then it moved to impeachment twice,
right?
And now indictment. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you?
Damn.
Honestly.
They're savage animals. They are people that are sick.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict?
I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination. We're doing this interview, but we'll get bigger ratings using this crazy forum that you're using than probably the debate.
Yeah, he's doing the puppy bowl. But if the Super Bowl was even grosser than it was. Okay, so here's what I'm confused by, right? Wait, did somebody come in here, checked YouTube, and their channel's claiming they are going to stream the debate? So maybe it's just not okay on Twitch for some reason? Yeah, it looks like, yes, I shouldn't have mentioned the channels that are going to do that.
Monday, Donald Trump announced that he will not participate in tonight's Republican candidates debate, hosted by Fox News in Milwaukee. Whatever you think of Trump, he is, as of tonight, the indisputable far and away frontrunner in the Republican race.
Oh my God, what is going on with this? Wait, no, this is different. The debate and, like, these things don't go on for another hour, right? We've got more time. Can somebody confirm that for me? We've got more time. Yeah, because this is scheduled for 8:55 Eastern Standard Time. My understanding is that right now it's 8 o'clock or 8:15, 8:13 Eastern Standard Time. And I don't know if it's Standard Time, Daylight Time, whatever, you know, Eastern whatever time. I've got more time. So we got a good bit longer.
Trying to get itself off the ground, had to use a sort of a creative way of getting to the donor threshold to make the debate stage. They need the eyeballs tonight. They're going to want their man on that stage.
Well, just to follow up there, I mean, they ended up paying $20, I think, to get people to donate so that they reach that 40,000 donor threshold.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, here you have a candidate who's a multimillionaire many times over who would probably not.
But seriously, NCC haters, if you're still hate watching, why don't you try doing that? Like, right? Create a debate where you all debate over who's the best NCC hater, who hates me the most, who hates me the best, who hates me in the most creative way possible. You know, who can make different, like, mock-ups, photoshops and things of me, right? Stuff like that. And I might actually show up. So, you know, do that debate and I'll drop by.
Not be relying on outside donors at all, were that donations not a requirement of making the campaign stage here. So in the Burgum campaign's case, they ran a public promotion essentially saying for a $1 donation, you'd get a $20 gift card. They tied it to an inflation message and used that to help them get across the threshold in terms of donations.
God.
And we don't know whether he had to have surgery.
We do not. He was released overnight, so I think that's highly unlikely.
Good. Exactly. Okay. Well, that's reassuring. So let's also talk about Vivek Ramaswamy. He's hoping to keep his momentum going tonight, Garrett, but he's making headlines for controversial comments.
His Ramaswamy momentum.
About 9/11, when he seemed to be raising questions in an interview with The Atlantic about whether the attack was actually an inside job. Here's the audio that, once he denied it, that The Atlantic released to prove that he actually said it.
I think it is legitimate to say how many federal agents were on the planes that hit the Twin Towers. Like, I think we want it. Maybe the answer is zero. Probably is zero, for all I know, right? I have no reason to think it was anything other than zero. But if we're doing a comprehensive...
I mean, he is definitely taking a page out of, like, Tim Pool's... Like, one in chat, if you saw me cover the Tim Pool space lasers thing. If you missed it, right, what happened was that Tim Pool looked at the fires in Maui and said, was this space lasers? Chinese communist space lasers right? So he speculated, but he didn't really want to. He left himself some space to weasel out, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing that Vivek's doing here.
Assessment of what happened on 9/11. We have a 9/11 commission. Absolutely, that should be an answer the public knows the answer to.
That should be an answer the public knows the answer to.
Absolutely, those should be questions that we should get to the bottom of.
But the thing is, like, we don't even know that, like was that evidence withheld? It's the kind of evidence that's like, I don't think anybody's ever thought of like something like that, right? If you wanted to prove a conspiracy, would the fact that lots of federal agents died on those planes, would that like make it more likely that there's a conspiracy, or would that maybe make it less likely? Because if there's a conspiracy, then at the very least, the very lowest, the least tinfoil hat version of this is that to say that the federal government knew about this and they didn't do enough to prevent. They could have done more to prevent it, but it was in their interest for it to happen, so they kind of like turned a blind eye, right? That's a very, versus like, it was actually the federal government doing it themselves. But like the whole idea of like those planes being filled up with federal agents and crashing into the towers, that does not make it more likely anyway. There's so much wrong with this statement. The more prominent people that were on those planes, the more likely, it would have made the news, right? I don't know. It's the wildest, weirdest.
You also had a chance to talk to Vivek Ramaswamy. Bring us up to date on that.
Yeah, Andrea, these comments from Ramaswamy getting attention now is indicative of how quick his rise has been in conservative politics. I think you could think of him as kind of the Republican version of Pete Buttigieg from the last cycle, at least in terms.
It's funny. I think of him as the Republican version of Andrew Yang. Kind of.
Of strategy, where he's tried to make himself omnipresent in conservative media. He holds a ton of events.
Maybe because the libertarian connection.
And the more that you talk, the more likely you are to say something that can be used against you at a time in which it becomes useful to do so. So here you've got somebody who's been rising in the polls, who now is getting a ton more scrutiny on everything he says, including those 9/11 comments, which he has been trying for the last several days to clean up in media appearances. But Ramaswamy is also someone who's almost completely unknown outside the kind of narrow conservative electorate that's been paying really close attention to this race. And so I asked him yesterday exactly how he would judge a victory or a good night on the stage here tonight, and here's what he told me.
It's a good night. Good night is people introducing myself to the people of this country, and people who maybe, just maybe.
So our last word is that like some people on YouTube are going forward like they will cover it, but Twitch is saying that you'll get banned for covering it. It's really weird though, because like everything I know about copyright is that Twitch is always, YouTube is always harsher on copyright than Twitch.
People actually able to pronounce my name.
Maybe it's you know what? Maybe it's this. A lot of times when YouTube takes down your stream, all that happens is like all of a sudden you're not streaming. And you're like, what's going on? What's going on? And you come back on stream, and if you're not covering the same thing, if you're not showing the offending piece of audio and video, you're good. Twitch is mad because it's Rumble?
It just gives you an idea of someone who, again, is rising very quickly in this field, but still has a lot of work to do to introduce himself, and who I suspect is going to get a lot of attention tonight from the other candidates trying to knock him back down to size, Andrea.
Now, I know you're only a visitor to Milwaukee, but Charlie is a resident. So, Charlie, talk to us about Wisconsin.
Talk to us about a resub from Jules. Missed the stream. My sister was visiting for a week, so I couldn't watch. Well, thank you for resubscribing anyway, Jules.
And whom do you expect to maybe have a breakout moment with?
It's like advertising a competitor? Well, that's weird, right? Because as far as like, I don't know, I haven't seen them been. It's weird that they'd be worried about Rumble.
Republicans in Wisconsin.
Well, first of all, it's very hot here in Wisconsin. It's going to hit 99 degrees. The problem with 8 candidates on the stage is they'll have about 12 and a half minutes to have that breakout moment. And of course, Donald Trump is not there. So I'm going to be watching to see, how effective Chris Christie is, who is the
good to have you back.
I think the ultimate political performance artist. Obviously, we're going to be watching.
Has anybody figured out when our ads are happening? Like, I think it's the top of the hour and middle of the hour, so I should probably mention that if you don't have a sub, like the one that Jules just re-upped, that you will be witnessing firsthand exactly what Twitch is advertising for no less than a minute and 30 seconds. If you don't want to be part of that bad scene, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub for free. You can get out of it with a sub for $5, or you might be able to get it out of it with a gift sub. If you're lucky enough to be given one, the more likely you are to be given one, it's more likely when you are active in chat.
Ron DeSantis, is he going to be able to be human? Is he going to be able to be funny? Is he going to be able to be effective? Is he going to be able to turn his campaign?
I'm really here for Chris Christie.
Around. I think
like,
that would...
people don't know this, but next to Donald Trump, Chris Christie is probably the best insult comic that the Republican Party has right now. He's gonna butt heads with DeSantis. He'll probably butt heads with Vivek. It could be interesting.
Be the biggest surprise of the night if in fact he was. And as Garrett said,
Rumble has an exclusive deal on the stream, so it's probably more of a serious business. Well, so maybe that, like, I'm guessing that YouTube people are, including somebody that we watch a lot, BTC, might be in danger of getting taken down as well.
I think there's going to be a lot of shots aimed at.
It reminds you of the Yang Gang, yeah.
Because he has been rising, and for someone like Nikki Haley, it's kind of a risk-free way of using her stilettos to go after somebody who is not part of the MAGA cult of personality. So I think that you're going to see a lot of shots thrown at an absent Donald Trump. Obviously, DeSantis is.
Wait, what was that? What we say about Nikki Haley here?
Somebody who is not part of the MAGA cult of personality. So
now, Nikki Haley, correct me if I'm wrong, but she did work in the Trump administration at some point, but I think resigned. So yeah, kind of a persona non grata to Trump Incorporated.
I think that you're going to see a lot of shots thrown at an absent Donald Trump. Obviously, DeSantis is going to be in a very vulnerable position, and I think you're going to see a lot of elbows thrown at Vivek. As far as Tim Scott, I just think I put an asterisk there because I'm not sure that Tim Scott is running for president. I think that it's more likely that he's running for vice president. But
yeah, Tim Scott might try to be the most likable guy on the stage.
This is a chance to be above the fray and perhaps be the most likable or least unlikable candidate on that stage.
Although he has repeatedly denied that in terms of not running for president, of course, as one would. But Charlie, also,
yeah, she's going to use stilettos. That is definitely sexist.
The former president has been saying that sparks will fly. That's what he put out on his social media. To Wisconsin.
But Pence said that sparks will fly. Pence is so boring. What sparks are going to fly from Pence?
Wisconsin Republicans want to hear them attacking each other.
Well, okay, so here is one thing that's kind of a new development, right? Pence has been, and I mean, like, he has reason to be critical of Donald Trump. He has reason to be critical of MAGA. These are the people that essentially, brought gallows to January 6th and chanted "Hang Mike Pence," right? So there's, but up until now, Pence has been treating Trump with kid gloves. That changed, I think, during the latest round of indictments, right? The Georgia indictment. And now Pence is openly saying that this is a criminal president and he doesn't ever need to be president again. He's too dangerous.
Are they concerned about issues? Or...
So I didn't even think about that because we know that Chris Christie is going to attack Trump. They mentioned Nikki Haley might throw some barbs Trump. So I shouldn't say barbs. Now I'm being sexist. Or it sounds that way anyway. Going to throw, be kind of firing at Trump as well, right? And then now we've got the potential of even Pence doing that. We think that DeSantis, in fact, what we've seen from his plans, I was hoping to get a hold of that, right? There's something that leaked from the DeSantis camp, and either they're the leakiest people out there or they leaked it on purpose. And it basically said 3 to 5, attack Joe Biden 3 to 5 times, defend Donald Trump from in absentia against an attack from Chris Christie, and go after Ramaswamy, quote unquote, with a hammer. So, it looks like there might be some fireworks between those two, but maybe Pence is feeling spicy as well.
Is it impossible to generalize?
It's impossible.
Pence should be sold as sleeping pills. Yeah.
Generalize. Look, I think people want to show. I mean, look, Donald Trump showed his contempt for the Wisconsin Republican Party, for the RNC, for Fox News, and for his rivals. But that's been his style since 2015, and so far it has worked at him. He's insulted his way to two Republican nominations, and he thinks he can do it. But again, what a surreal, extraordinary split screen of all of these candidates debating. While tomorrow we'll be talking about Donald Trump's fourth perp walk, where he faces an additional 13 felony charges. We've never seen anything remotely like this.
Okay, so we're going to have to wait a little bit for both of these things to happen. It looks like, what's funny too is that, like, literally, like a streamer trying to get on stream before another streamer, Tucker and Trump are starting at 8:55. The debate is scheduled for 9 o'clock, right? So they have to get on 5 minutes. Like, this is just everything about this is Trump doing everything that he can to say, don't pay attention to the Republican debate. There is no primary. It's going to be me. It's going to be Trump. Instead, watch this debate with Tucker. DeSantis is a puppet, super PAC puppet. They will tell him what to say and do. Well, yeah, apparently they have, and he's released the. I don't think it was a leak, if I'm being real. I think that he leaked that on purpose. Wait, I know, yeah, like, I think Majority Report was gonna... Oh no, it's Pod Save America. Oh wait, we didn't even finish the Hill thing.
At a certain point, if you have egg on your face, you were wrong. Like,
I mean, yeah, it just
he lied, Robbie. At the end of the day, he said that he was misquoted. That was not an accurate quote. Caitlin Collins says on the show, well, is this an inaccurate quote? Like, she was giving him the benefit of the doubt. And he says, yes, it is. I was misquoted. And then there's a tape.
He should have just said, I'm sorry if I gave the impression that I thought, like, there were federal agents in planes. I absolutely don't think that.
Right.
If that's the impression you got, that's wrong.
Right.
That's not what I mean. I was just talking in general about how, we don't know the full story about a lot of subjects, January 6th, other things, maybe 9/11 as well. I don't trust the government in general.
Sure.
But I was not saying anything about that.
I get that.
Let's move on.
I get that.
That's how I would do it.
Well, I hope this is lessons learned, because he is on an upswing, and I do think there's a lot of...
Other question, because there is a lot of news going on tonight. Is anybody up to date on our friend Yevgeny Prigozhin? Yevgeny Prigozhin was on a passenger list of a plane that crashed in Russia, but there's some thought that maybe he wasn't actually on that plane.
Appetite for his brand of...
Tennessee legislator is acting a fool, again, trying to pass a rule banning signs. It's an interesting cover. Well, what's happened recently in Tennessee, or what's been trending at least, has to do with the protest about gun control that happened last year, and the members of the legislative body, the state house and state senate, that got kicked out for essentially agreeing with the crowd that was there.
Politics out there. I'm just not sure.
He is presumed dead.
Or making unnecessary enemies. Like the media.
Yo, for some reason, I just have this feeling. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong, right? I have this feeling that somehow he didn't get on that plane.
The corporate media, both liberal and conservative, makes enough mistakes and is biased enough. He referred to the Atlantic as left-wing. That's LOL, because the left can't stand the Atlantic because it's a neocon, warmongering institution headed by Jeffrey Goldberg.
I'm the only person to the extent I'm on the right, who understands the difference between liberals, progressives, and the left.
But that's the thing, that as
everyone
long
else condenses
I'm
those
very
categories.
skeptical, and kudos to you for that, Robbie. You're head above the rest. But It is a problem when I see people who are riling against these institutions in a way that they should, but in a way that seems to be trying to preserve the integrity of other corporate institutions that just happen to be on their side. If you're a conservative saying, I hate the corporate media, but I love Fox News, if you sound just like a liberal who's like, I hate Fox News, but I love The Atlantic.
Fox
it's
has taken
silly.
a lot of heat from conservatives these days.
Those people have a lot more integrity. But if they're mad at Fox simply because they fired Tucker and not because they have always been, like all of these institutions, corporate media that are beholden to advertisers and have the same kind of biases and built-in problems as all of it, well then are you really upset at corporate media, or are you just upset at the guy you don't like, the politics you don't like?
Well, that is what conservative media doesn't have. Conservative viewers and people don't have the same hostility to corporate media, right? Is an independent and left.
They say they do.
Yes, but not because it's corporate, because it's establishment and toes a mainstream narrative that is hostile to their worldview.
What does establishment mean? What motivates the establishment? That's a very good point, Rob, because this is my fundamental problem with some of these right populists.
Yeah, well, it is a actual disagreement and difference of opinion.
What is your politics? What makes the establishment bad? Is it just an empty word like elite? Or do you have a core idea of there's a group of people whose
pushing
interests...
policies that they think are harmful to them.
A core of people whose interests, whose motivations or political interests are fundamentally misaligned with yours because of their material status in this country.
Right. That is not what this side thinks. That's what your side thinks. It's a general disagreement.
I know the answer is no, Robbie, but I'm trying to make a point here. My point is that is why they are so frequently misled by people who create a fake version of politics that appeals to them.
Not sure if you guys...
leads them exactly astray. That's why Donald Trump can get on the debate stage in 2016 and say a lot of good, true-sounding things about the swamp, and then get into office and appoint all of these Wall Street tycoons and revolving door animals right back into the swamp that he said he was going to drain. And so my point is not, it's a rhetorical question I'm asking and imploring conservative viewers who I think have the right instinct
There's
to say,
the outbreak.
I was right. Politics. But if your problem is that people who work in industries then go and enter the government to regulate their own industries in a way that is self-serving and self-beneficial, if your problem is that the pharmaceutical titans and all of those people are writing our public policy and the government is corrupt, that is correct. But just saying the government is corrupt because it's the government, you're going to be exploited if you don't have an actual more sophisticated analysis of why it is that the people you don't like aren't acting in your interest. And it's not just vibes. And the same thing I would argue is true when you're talking about media critique. People aren't just sitting around saying, oh, I just want to be evil. What is motivating people in having the approach that they have?
But it is genuinely different values because, not that I can speak on behalf of all conservative people or something, but conservatives have a different political ideology. It's not like they don't hate businesses or even very wealthy people just making money for its own sake. They don't
but that's not what I'm
stigmatize
saying.
or demonize that.
I agree. I understand
They don't want the government supporting progressive cultural, social, and economic values that they don't agree with.
I think
it's a fundamental different. I mean, a lot of these people want abortion to be illegal. They want
a lot of them
gay
don't.
marriage to be illegal. They want
most of them do not.
What about conservative primary voters?
The overwhelming majority of Republicans do not want gay marriage to be illegal. Gay marriage has flown the shark. Even Republicans don't try to. No, gay marriage has been enormously popular poll-wise for years now.
Among Republican primary voters?
Yes.
I think it's pretty close. And the vast majority of them are pro-life. I'm just saying there are different values. You can't say, well, why? If they would just understand that the corporate media and corporations and their influence on government is bad. I mean, they agree that, but at the end of the day, they want fundamentally different policies.
I don't know. I feel like I said that explicitly. I explicitly said that I understand that there's a value gap. I'm not asking people to understand my values. But if you are waking up confused as to why, or you expect someone like Donald Trump to do what he said he was going to do. I'm not talking about my agenda. Donald Trump didn't fulfill his own agenda, his own promises to his constituency. You have to ask yourself reasons why. And so you don't get led down that same primrose path of false promises again and again. Vivek Ramaswamy, who is he as a person? How did he make his money? What does his entire life up to this point tell you about what his core values are? And then what do you expect him to do with those values when he gets into office? And are you going to use that as an indicator of how he's going to lead as a potential president? Or are you going to use the fact that he says, I hate the Atlantic, I hate the corporate media, as though someone who's spent his entire life from Harvard to Yale to the biopharmaceutical industry to being named an ESG world leader, he objects to that and asks them to take that down. But that is the world that he has been living in. And so I don't know, maybe people can change. People can change. But
I mean, like, this is funny, right? Because Brianna Joy Gray has been called a grifter more than most people on political media. But she's, you know, calling Ramaswamy a grifter, and I'm inclined to agree. He doesn't really stand for much of anything. Like I said, this whole 9/11 thing is him trying to get the conspiracy vote while still saying, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but we do need answers to those questions. Like, he's just asking questions, right? He's being a weasel.
The voters have to be clear-eyed about
his grift is so obvious that even Bill Maher and Brianna Joy Gray don't like him.
The likelihood of that, given people's priors and the ideological commitments that they have made throughout their entire tenure before they started running for president.
Yeah, well, I'm not a big defender of him or something. If, you know, voters can make up their mind whether they believe his pivot, given some of that background that you elucidated, that is, as far as I can tell, is his actual background, that he was a World Economic Forum. You
could kind of say some of the same stuff about Trump, right? Now, Trump doesn't really have the like educational background of Ramaswamy or the, sort of elite claim to fame. I mean, he pretty clearly just, inherited / was given a lot of money by his family. And that's where where his wealth comes from. But you do see, if you go back just a few years, Trump as a big booster of Hillary Clinton. Like, what's that about? Trump saying that he's pro-choice and still seems to be like more pro-choice than a lot of the Republican candidates, if for no other reason than for the fact that the Dobbs decision on Roe v. Wade was inconvenient for the Republican Party and inconvenient for his chances at election.
Fellow or something like that. I mean, he has been denouncing.
I don't think she's a grifter. She is just naive. Yeah, she's an interest. I was talking about her earlier, right? Kind of wondering where this came from. And my speculation, my theory, and I could be wrong about this, right? Because, there's every chance that she was always this way. But she was running the Bernie campaign when the Bernie campaign got disingenuously attacked from the progressive left by the Clinton campaign, with the implication that Bernie doesn't stand for women, that Bernie doesn't stand, that Bernie's all about white, straight, cis dudes, which is demographically not true. That's not, that's not where his coalition, that's not where the heart of his coalition was, but that's how it was portrayed. And with Hillary Clinton, you do have like the closest thing that you could say to like an empty identity politics strategy that at the end of the day didn't really mean anything. Like, Hillary Clinton has called like black kids super predators, right? She's not good on the issues that she's claiming that Bernie is bad on, but she was able to to portray herself that way and get a lot of older voters to look at it that way and see Bernie as some kind of like that somehow Bernie's coming in from the right. And how a lot of people that supported Bernie reacted to that was by saying, well, you know what? Identity politics is a huge problem on the left, and we got to do something about it, right? They got stuck on 2016 mode, and you can see this with Chapo, and you can see this maybe even a little bit with Michael Brooks. I love Michael Brooks. Michael Brooks is a big part of the reason that even got me into politics in the first place, but I'm not beyond saying that Michael Brooks had a little bit of that in him as well. You could see a lot of these left pundits sort of reacting to that mischaracterization, that disingenuous use of I would just say like the shell of identity politics or progressive politics. There was nothing sincere about Hillary Clinton at all, but they allowed this to make them. And for Brianna Joy Gray, think about this. She is up there in his campaign. I think she was like in charge of the campaign, right? So if you're Brianna Joy Gray and you're losing voters that are progressive, you're losing voters that you know, care about social issues, where do you have to go? Well, there is a nice little influx of right-wingers saying, I support Bernie. And, you know, were some of them just in there because they were like, I mean, like, they just hated Hillary that much, probably. Were some of them in there because they are not particularly ideologically grounded, and they wanted somebody that was an outsider. They wanted somebody that was going to fight the power instead of towing the line for the power. Yeah, sure. But so if you're Brianna Joy Gray, like, everything about, like, her faults, I'd say, you know, by faults, I mean, like, things that I disagree with her on. So I'm saying faults, like, subjectively, right? I think a lot of it stems from that attempt to forge a coalition between, like, the low information right and the, you know, the leftist element of the left, right? Which is, those are strange bedfellows. Those are really strange bedfellows. I don't think it's a good strategy. Obviously, it didn't work for Bernie, and there are some real dangers there. There are some real, you know, especially given the forces that were at work and that are still at work, that are sort of leading, you know, the left down a more class reductionist path. So, yeah.
Remember someone named Tucker Carlson? But
whoops.
ESG for a long time, well before he was running for president.
I'm not trying to say this dismissively, but since he wrote this book, Woke Inc., and was promoting that book. Now, I'm
Donald Trump is white, though, so people automatically assume that he's authentic. He's cis, straight, and has male privilege. Also helped him with that. Oh yeah, that there's an racist reason that people are more likely to recognize inauthenticity from Asian candidates as opposed to somebody like Trump,
had the ideology
who is like, you know, I mean, like, God, I don't think there's anybody as inauthentic as Donald Trump.
The book, that's why he wrote the book.
But
that's how he came onto the scene.
Just because you are an elite, or you're well educated, or you worked in an industry that's profitable like the pharmaceutical industry, doesn't automatically make you an enemy of conservative people. Maybe it automatically makes you an enemy of left populists.
No.
But it's what kind of influence are they exerting?
I feel like, does anybody else feel like Robbie Schwab is in denial here about who his voters are? Like, he's not exactly David Brooks here. He's not exactly a neocon. He's not exactly like a never Trumper, you know, he's not one of those Republicans, right? But he also doesn't seem to be acknowledging the actual nature of the Trump coalition. Right, that they are, you know, these things that they do have these, like, they do have these tendencies that Brianna Joy Gray is ascribing to them.
And is it contrary to the policies that conservative people want?
I'm not talking about conservative people, not an enemy of conservative people. Is he going to be looking out for the interest of poor and working people? That's the question.
Right. It's a question for left populists.
No, it's a question for poor and working.
I mean, it is absolutely the way that right populists are trying to govern, are trying to present themselves. I don't think they don't care. I mean, like, if you're talking about like who they really care about, you're right. The right doesn't care about, I mean, the left doesn't really care about poor and working people when you're talking about the Democratic Party. But even more so than that, the right, even the conspiratorial populist right, has disdain for these people, but it doesn't show in their politics. It doesn't show in their rhetoric. They do try to present themselves a certain way.
Who are looking to vote for someone who's going to uplift their interests. And what poor and working people are going to have to ask is, do I care more about the woke politics, which if you care about that, I'm not trying to tell you shouldn't. I don't, but God bless, that's your choice.
Yeah, Jules, I think overall the whole, you know, issue with the identity politics that is claimed by class reductionist people on the left, right? The way what you've got is this, right? Are you more concerned with entryism? One in chat if you understand what entryism is. Entryism from liberalism, right? Or identity politics is how these people would say it. Or are you more concerned with entryism from like a third position kind of place, right? Where it's like class reductionism, right? And I'm more concerned with this. than with this. I realize that, historically what happened in 2016, but I don't live my life like it is permanently 2016. I move on, unlike, a lot of the pundits that are still, stuck on this sort of permanent campaign against Hillary.
But with the gamble of these people is, are you going to care more about that than the fact that he has a plan to cut Social Security and Medicare? If you go to Vivek Ramaswamy's website right now, he says he wants to end Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society programs, the keystone of which is Medicare.
And here's another reality, right? Even the far right, hardcore Trump cultists, they want their Social Security, they want their Medicare, and they also want it for their kids, right? These aren't programs that are costly. Like the Republicans will always try to associate entitlements with deficit, right? And when they call them entitlements, that's, it makes it sound like that. Oh, you just think you're entitled. You think that the government's just going to come along when you're old and you're going to get Social Security. You're entitled to that. I guess you just want a big welfare state. And it's like, no, you literally paid into Social Security for all your life. You're literally paying for all this stuff. There is like a demographic issue in terms of the baby boom generation being huge and the other generations that are sort of paying into that, like being, being not as huge, right? But in terms of like, even without increasing revenues, which that's a possibility. In fact, that is something that I would recommend. That's something that Sam Cedars been talking about a lot of times for a long time. We're talking about the idea of lifting the cap on Social Security, right? So right now there's a cap on it, right? You pay that, percentage in for Social Security, but only to a certain point. So if you make a lot of money, less of your percentage of your income is going to Social Security because you only need so much to live on. You're only going to get so much back. They cap that, right? They don't have to cap it. They don't have to cap it. And if you lifted that cap, you'd have no issue. Absolutely. Social Security, even without lifting the cap, is going to be secure for a very long time. And even after that, like it's going to pay out like 85% of what it's supposed to pay out, even if nothing's done with it. But the Republicans are very much gunning, and Ramaswamy is like, talking about ending it. So that's not a popular position. That is what we call a third rail, much like the Republicans found to their detriment that abortion was. The attacking Roe v. Wade ended up being a third rail for them. In other words, it's something that you shouldn't touch. And they recognize, like the Republicans of the like 80s and the 70s and before, like post-New Deal Republicans generally recognized Medicare and Social Security as being not post-New Deal, because we're talking about also Great Society programs as well, but like, past the 60s, right? The Republicans didn't try to claw that stuff back because it was just too popular. It was a third rail. You couldn't really, talk about it. The only way they were going to be able to do anything with it, and they do want to do something with it, right? Because if they take away the Social Security money, then they're putting people in a position where they need to do retirement savings through private institutions. So in other words, more money can come to financial institutions through getting rid of Social Security. But they basically need like a Barack Obama or a Bill Clinton or a Hillary Clinton to go in there and strike what's called a grand bargain, right? Where the Democrats agree to, basically cut their own program in exchange for
and Medicaid.
Legacy.
I know what you think about it, Robbie.
We should do that.
You think that. But these are two of the most popular social programs in the world. Most of our grandparents, people who don't come from affluent families, are heavily reliant on these programs to not be destitute in the street they were before the 1950s.
It's kind of interesting. Like, I gotta love her for taking it here and sort of showing the inconsistencies and hypocrisies and the thinness of the rhetoric of the Republicans, also showing how far away Robbie is from the actual positions, and how much he doesn't seem to get the actual positions and sort of the change that's gone on in the Republican electorate. There is like an anti-corporate sentiment. It is, mostly kind of tethered to this idea of like big tech, big media, big pharma, like industries that they think of as being left-wing, right? But I mean, these are the same voters that Brianna was courting back in the Bernie days to make up for whatever she lost from the attack from Hillary Clinton. And so, I mean, she's kind of on the same thing.
The elderly poverty rate was decimated by those great programs, and that is why so many people
elderly are very
them.
wealthy, and I think even a lot of young conservative people are sick of the upward transfer of wealth and power to the elderly.
Robbie, the 1%, like there is this glut.
The elderly are very wealthy. Look, there's a truth to that, right? That if you're saving money, if you're able to save money, when are you going to have the biggest nest egg? Like when you retire, right? The way that it would work is if you're able to save money, you're saving money, up until you retire. You've got the most money saved then, and then you're spending it, to live off of, right? So, that the elderly and they're going to have more wealth, right? They have more time to accumulate wealth. Not everybody gets there, and Robbie's really kind of erasing a big proportion of the elderly by only thinking of the elderly as the elderly who were able to save huge amounts of money for their retirement, right? That's not everybody.
Very wealthy elites that are sitting on these houses and making life miserable for everybody else. But the average American income is $50,000 a year. There's no most of anything in America that is very wealthy. People are struggling. We sit on the show every day and talk about how people are struggling. We talk about inflation and Bidenomics being crap and inflation being high because there's seniors on budgets that are trying to make do with cost of living adjustments that don't keep up, although Biden did help with that for seniors. I will give him credit for that. And with prices of goods going up, and with housing costs going up, and now they have to start paying their student loans back. The largest growing group of people that owe student debt.
Conservative people want them to pay back their loans.
Let me just make the point. The largest growing people, the largest growing population of people with student.
Do some conservatives want to screw students? Do some conservatives want to, force like student loan borrowers into poverty vindictively? Absolutely, right? But you're forgetting that there are conservatives out there that owe student loan money. And when it's talking about their material conditions, they might have a slightly different position. They usually do, right? This is like the divide between, how they feel about a program like SNAP and how they feel like about a program like Social Security, especially if they're depending on it.
And debt are seniors. So you can say that they deserve to. I'm not making a value argument. I know that you think that they should have to pay the debt, but this is the reality. People have to vote on their pocketbooks and what benefits them in life. So you can say they shouldn't vote in their self-interest, I guess, or maybe they value some of this other stuff more, and that's
voting
fair.
in their self-interest to just voting in your self-interest to just take money from other people and give it to you or other people, that's not a concern.
But look, it's definitely voting in your interest to take money from Jeff Bezos and give it to me through the form of a Twitch Prime sub that you can get if you have Amazon Prime. You can get a free sub. You can get out of the ad break, which is coming at you in about 6 minutes. And you can look really cool, too, because you'll get a Persona 2, you'll get like a little avatar by your name. You'll get out of the ad break, and you'll get weasels. When I say post weasels in chat, you'll be able to do more than just write weasel. You'll be able to post the little wiggling weasels every time somebody's a weasel, and you're going to see that a lot when we get to the debate. You're going to see a lot of weasels in that debate. You can also get out of it by paying for a sub for yourself. It's $5 on desktop. It's $6 on mobile. Or you can get out of it possibly, by just being in chat, being active in chat, and maybe getting a gift sub.
Value. Maybe that's a left populist value.
I don't qualify for student debt forgiveness. I made more than
I wasn't saying you specifically.
So I'm talking about someone's grandparent that might lose their Social Security benefits, their Medicaid, and their and have to, because of Joe Biden, to be clear, have to start paying perhaps hundreds of dollars a year, a month in student loan payments starting in the fall.
I don't think the conservative plan is to immediately end these programs, but to recognize that they are insolvent in the long run.
Vivek Ramaswamy, who we're talking about,
they're not insolvent. They want them to be insolvent so that the financial sector can take your can handle your retirement money for you as well.
Specifically says because one of his core plans on his website, if you go and Google it at VivekRamaswamy2024.com or whatever it is to cut Social Security and Medicaid. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to smear the guy. That's what he wants. And many of you out there want that as well. But many of you don't. Polls suggest, the popularity of the program suggests that many of you don't want that at all. And so the question is, are you being misled by someone who is willing to give you the cultural fodder that you want because it doesn't hurt them, their bank account, their ability to become a billionaire at age 37, multimillionaire, at the age 37, through the biopharmaceutical industry and deregulation and all of the things that benefit the very wealthy in this country? Maybe you like that. Maybe you're hoping it'll trickle down to you. Maybe you hope that you also can make money that way.
And conservative people believe that deregulation benefits everyone because then the good, the service, the drug, whatever it is, costs less money and there's more competition and there's less industry capture for one specific.
God bless. If you believe that, that's fine. But the question fundamentally is going to be, are you going to take someone who says there are two genders? Is that going to feed you at night? Is Vivek Ramaswamy declaring as part of his 10, what do you call it?
Okay, now it's giving me the ad break countdown.
10 Commandments. No, he calls them the 10 Commandments and he reads through them at some of his events.
Mainly defending conservative talking points, but he doesn't seem to be that invested in Vivek.
The first one.
Anybody know, is Ramaswamy like a DeSantis guy?
Those are the rules that God gave.
If the Republicans were smart, they'd be supporting Tim Scott. Honestly, Tim Scott is probably the best chance that they have. Right? Tim Scott is likable. Tim Scott, terrible guy, terrible politics. I wouldn't want to President Tim Scott, right? But as far as who has the best chance against Biden at this point, I would say it's Tim Scott. But you're not hearing this from the Republicans. You're not hearing much about Tim Scott at all.
Moses in the desert.
Yes. I'm familiar with what they are. Vivek Ramaswamy's version includes not thou shalt not covet another man's wife or thou shalt not murder, but there are two genders. Fine. If you
so Vivek Ramaswamy's got like a 10 commandments of politics, and that's one of the commandments. There are two genders.
If that is very, very important to you.
Yeah, so
all due respect,
so what she's saying is that there are issues that impact people's material conditions that conservatives don't seem to recognize are gonna drive people to the polls better than, or potentially turn people off from the polls than these, than going after trans people, right? They have tried to pivot to anti-trans, anti-woke, anti-DEI, anti-CRT, anti-BLM, etc., as kind of a fig leaf over the fact that they are supporting economic policies that their coalition isn't as behind as they think.
Fine. But what he is hoping, what can
they'd rather lose than give power to a black person. That is possible.
And it's like that are hoping, in my humble opinion, is that you care more about someone owning the libs by saying that there are two genders than you being able to age into old age and having health insurance.
Yeah, I think only believing there's two genders is obviously very important to the right, but it's not just that. And there is a whole base of right-wing Republican people who are not you're making it sound like you think they're secretly leftist, except they hate wokeness.
No,
so they'll never recognize they actually support a left
I do think they
policy.
Want health care
They
as
want
seniors.
lower taxes and less regulation, and they want the government programs to.
In general, the Republicans' policies have a tendency to benefit less people than the Democratic policies. And generally, the way that the Republicans get around this is by a wedge issue, whether it's a racist wedge issue, whether it's a homophobic wedge issue, like, opposing marriage equality, opposing gays in the military, or whether it's a transphobic wedge issue. That's generally how they get around the fact that they're, even if they get their voters to go along with their economic policies, generally those economic policies are not in favor of those people.
Be not non-existent, but to be fair, you pay into them and you get what you paid it. You get that eventually, and fair to everyone and structured.
Yeah, he's definitely not defending Vivek too hard, Metley.
Differently, not in a way that benefits. It overlaps with some left-wing populism because they don't want to structure it in a way that benefits.
And a lot of people think that Tim Scott is running for vice president, not president.
Massive pharmaceutical companies or anything like that.
You don't have to make this argument.
Oh, he's single, child-free, never been married.
Because I don't believe that they're leftists. What I do believe is 9 out of 10 Americans who receive Social Security have a very or somewhat favorable opinion of the program. The number for Medicare benefits is 84%.
It's going to be broke by the time the people paying into it now would get any benefits.
And 55% of Republicans.
It's not going to be broke. Like I said, even if nothing was done with it, which would be silly, right? Because when you have changing demographics, you gotta change the policy too, right? But even if there was no change in it at all, it wouldn't be broke. It would be paying out a percentage of its goal rather than, and it's still a pretty high percentage going forward years and years. Obviously, all you gotta do if you want to fix that is lift the cap.
We have to deal with that.
55% of Republicans, according to a 2021 Gallup poll, support same-sex marriage. So a majority of Republicans at this
I support same-sex marriage, and I have no problem with a minimal welfare state to take care of the people who most need help. But it's not even particularly conservative to say these things obviously need some restructuring because there's massive waste and the costs are not controlled. But all right, we went way longer than we were supposed to on that one.
Yeah.
More Rising.
It was an interesting discussion, and I mean, that's the thing. As much as I hate The Rising, it does host some... Hello? Do I have a guest star with me tonight? Meow? Sorry, I heard a cat. Oh, wait, we gotta watch this first, though. I don't know if we'll get to the second. Like, there is like a... There is another discussion of where this whole 9/11 thing... Because that's the thing that he's doing. He is tipping his hat to all kinds of conspiracy theories, but he's retreating into just asking questions. So it's like he wants to benefit from the conspiracy vote, but he doesn't want to defend the conspiracy theories.
Yeah. God, it's honestly gratifying to see him
funny.
flounder about.
Desperate for attention.
Desperate for attention, and no one's...
Yeah, I did definitely hear a mew. I don't see them right now.
Giving it to him because no one cares. Because he's not on Fox. It just shows how much the machine makes the man. It did for Bill O'Reilly before he was ousted for sexual harassment. And same thing for Tucker.
There were reports that either last week or the week before that he had published a book, and the book sales were.
Oh wait, so I think we're actually at time. Oh God, I want to watch this too. This is about Vivek Ramaswamy and some organizations that he's been associated with in the past, including, and I don't remember how this was. Was it a scholarship that he got or something that was Soros funded? But yeah, he's kind of had an association with George Soros, and he's still trying to play this conspiracy thing. That might be part of why he is tipping the hat so hard, tipping the fedora so hard to the conspiracy right, is to kind of guard against this attack that he's probably going to get, right? In fact, I will mark my word, I bet you that DeSantis attacks him by mentioning either the WEF or George Soros, or God, what is the other? There's like a 3-letter group that they always talk about. I can't remember what it is, but there's a good chance that DeSantis brings that up because he's supposed to hammer Vivek tonight, according to his own plans. Okay, let's see what this is about. It's cursed.
Not in Milwaukee.
Not in Milwaukee, that's right.
Mr. President, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Why aren't you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Well, a lot of people have been asking me that, and many people said you shouldn't do them, but you see the polls have come out, and I'm leading by 50 and 60 points. And, some of them are at 1 and 0 and 2. And I'm saying, do I sit there for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it's going to be, and get harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president? Should I be doing that?
He's acting like a streamer. This reminds me of he's going to get harassed. He's going to get harassed. Like, they're going to send harassment. They're going to send hate my way. And I just don't need that. Like, he's acting like a streamer.
And a network that isn't particularly friendly to me, frankly.
Wait, so it's a Fox News sponsored thing. Maybe that's why Twitch is
They were backing Ron
worried.
DeSanctimonious like crazy, and now they've given up on him. I mean, it's a lost cause. It reminded me very much of 2016. You know, in 2016, I went through the same stuff.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Wait. No, mentally, like, I have heard something about this. I have heard of plans of the Republicans to basically attack Ramaswamy for not being a Christian, right? That may happen.
And had to fight them all the way. And then they became very friendly after I won, or just about when I was winning. But I just felt it would be more appropriate not to do the debate. I don't think it's right to do it. If you're leading by 50, 60, I have one problem leading by 70 points, and I'm saying, why am I doing it? And I'm going to have 8 people, 10 people, whoever made the debate, I don't know how many it is, but I'm going to have all these people screaming at me, shouting questions at me, all of which I love answering, I love doing, but it doesn't make sense to do them. So I've taken a pass, as you probably noticed.
He's taken a pass. Make sure you understand that's what he said. He's not saying he's taking anything else. He's taking a pass.
I'm grateful that you did.
Trump is basically the original streamer. So many streamers have stolen his tactics. Yeah, we talk about this with Vosh.
It's interesting.
But it's not just Vosh.
No, because you spent a lot of your career...
It's Chud Logic, too.
...in television.
Yeah.
You had a top show in television on NBC. But you don't feel the need now running for president to do television, obviously. Do you think television is declining?
Well, according to a poll that I guess we just saw, it just came out where...
Only thing that's good about Ramaswamy is winning would be people being forced to learn to say it and spell it.
It's down like 30, 35%, but I think they were talking, referring to cable.
Hello.
I think cable's down because it's lost credibility.
You wanna be on stream?
MSNBC, or as they say, MSDNC, is so bad. It's so wrong what they write and what they do and what they say. It's, you know, it's fake news, as I said. I think I came up with that term. I hope I did, because it's a good one.
And then she wants
it's
to go
not
on
tough
that.
enough anymore. It's corrupt news. You know, really what you do is call it corrupt news, but somehow that doesn't play as nicely. But it is corrupt news. So you have MSNBC and you have CNN, who's absolutely doing no
very fluffy
ratings at all. I mean, they're dead. But they're doing none because they don't have credibility. They really don't have credibility. Fox is way down, as you know. And the good old days are long ago. I will say this, it could come back, but they just don't have a lot of credibility, Tucker. You know that perhaps better than anybody. I think it was a terrible move getting rid of you. You were #1 on television, and all of a sudden we're doing this interview, but we'll get bigger ratings using this crazy forum that...
You will always get bigger ratings using this crazy forum, right? Because this forum actually gives you views for people that are scrolling by you and that have no interest in watching you. They see Donald Trump, they see Tucker Carlson, and they hit the scroll bar. But guess what? They tarried like 1 second too long, and therefore, you know, they're counting as a view, right? Yeah, you will get more views because these views aren't real.
You're using, then probably...
And also, if I scrolled away right now and said, all right, there's Tucker and Trump, that's it, you know, right? I would be a view, right? The way that they count views is wild.
Probably the debate or competition.
Yeah, the competition. So that's exactly what he's doing, right? If there was a giant stream, in fact, I've done this, right? I've done this when there's a bunch of people, like, you know, like I think Irrelevant did this to me. I'm trying to think who else. You know what? They're not important anymore, right? But other streamers have done this to me, right? I've woken up to a big streamer talking about me and having on like everybody that hates me, right? And what do? Do I go in there and have a little chat with them? Not really. I go on stream and I talk about what I want to talk about, right? Because there's no reason for me to give, you know, eyeballs to that hate and that nonsense.
When you
and like, you know, like I'm gonna get a fair shake on Irrelevant, like, right?
Say there are people.
I mean, you know what happened when I debated him. You know what he tried to say about me
on stage who shouldn't be running for president. Who do you mean?
Well, I don't want to really use names, but it wouldn't matter too much. A guy like I call him Ada Hutchinson.
I call him Ada Hutchinson. Why? What is the joke? Anybody want to enlighten me? Like Americans with Disabilities Act? Is that why he's saying Ada? Do you see back there? There's like the shadow of a meow. There's a shadow of a poppy back there. Anyway, so if you saw, there was like a cat shadow.
It's Asa, but I call him Ada.
Why do you call him Ada?
I could tell you.
I think it's you're saying something ableist about him. I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't want to get myself in a little trouble.
Oh, Trump.
But he's weak and pathetic, and
Oh,
he was,
no.
never
God. Okay. Yeah.
understood the guy. Never knew him.
Yeah, no, I was right.
He was the governor of Arkansas. Not a very popular guy. I don't know how he, but that state is such a great state. The people are so incredible in that state, and they love me, and I love them.
Ada and little Rhonda.
How does this guy get elected governor of Arkansas? But he's
like, no, somebody was telling me that the reason that he calls Ron DeSantis Meatball Ron, is that him too? Is Meatball Ron one of his? That it's actually like an anti-Italian thing that he's doing there? I don't know if that's true.
Nasty always, and has
but
been.
I've heard it is true.
A guy like Chris Christie, the guy left with a 8%, think of it, 8% approval rating in New Jersey. Now he's running for president. And he runs solely on the basis, oh, let's get Trump. He's like a
Trump.
Savage maniac. He's like a lunatic. And that's all he talks about. His poll numbers are very, very low. He's about 2%.
What's he like? You know him well.
No, I've been friendly with him over the years, but
oh my God, fat phobia incoming. Are you ready? Are you ready? So we got ableism with Ada Hutchinson. Now we're gonna get fat phobia, I'm guessing, with Christie.
Give him a job because I just never trusted him very much. I was just never one of his people that really trusted him. I never gave him the job, and that's one of the reasons he feels so hurt and so betrayed. And I understand that. I really do. I understand it. But I never gave him. You know, he wanted to be different things. He was looking at different elements of the administration, and we decided. I decided just I didn't want to do it. And now I'm glad I did because you see. But you know, we had some great people. I had great people. We'll have even better people if we do.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But Christie is not like a 100% never Trumper. He was against Trump, I think, in the beginning, like, you know, when he was like running for president in 2016 in the primary, right? I think he supported him when during the general election and maybe for part of his administration too. But at some point, Chris Christie, maybe like, I feel like Trump fired first. I feel like Trump made fat jokes about Chris Christie. I feel like I remember him doing this like on stage, like, right, bringing him up, like, you know, supposedly to, you know, do you know, campaigning together and then making fun of Chris Christie's weight.
This because now I know Washington. Before I didn't know Washington, but guys like Bill Barr were terrible. I mean, they were, I would say, Bushies. I say that with respect to the Bush family,
as opposed to Trumpies.
But they were Bushies, and
you have no respect for the Bush family. Come on,
just it doesn't work out for us.
It was clear. This is kind of far afield, but it was just interesting. I read Barr's account of his time. He wrote a book about it,
right?
His autobiography, and in it he lies about Jeffrey Epstein's death. Clearly lies. Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
I don't know. I will say that, you know, he was a fixture in Palm Beach.
I will say that if he didn't, that maybe Trump, like, that might be an uncomfortable question, right? Trump would be one of the people that had a lot to gain from Epstein losing his life before he could have talked, right? Trump definitely had a history with Epstein, and one wonders, like, you know, to what extent that was. He went to the, you know, I'm pretty sure he was on the, wait, I want to be out of turn in here, but was he on those flight logs? I feel like he was.
I don't know what Barr.
But I mean, even if he wasn't, he was definitely, like, he's been seen at parties. Like, he was a close friend of Epstein.
Said about it either.
Seems.
I have no idea what he said. What did he say? He killed himself, probably?
He said he killed himself.
Yo,
and they were going to do this
he sounds super suspicious.
They never did the investigation. It's never been public. Well, and they hid it. And, like, why are they doing that? And clearly Barr knew. But why would Bill Barr be covering up the death of Jeffrey Epstein?
Bill Barr didn't do an investigation on the election fraud either, okay? He said he did, and he pretended he did, but he didn't. McSwain, the U.S. attorney in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, said Barr just wouldn't let him do it. It was crazy. Barr became so petrified, so frightened of being impeached. They were going to impeach him. I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah.
It's not a big moment in history. But they said, we're going to impeach. You know, they play a much rougher game, the left, the lunatics.
Oh, yeah.
And they were going to impeach.
Yeah, totally play a much rougher game. That's why the left were the ones to refuse to even hold a vote on a judicial nomination. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. That was the Republicans, right? The left really play hard.
Impeach Bill Barr, and he was petrified. Now, how do you not get impeached? Don't do any of this stuff. but he didn't do the job there. I don't know what he did with Epstein, but possibly he didn't.
Do you think it's possible that Epstein was killed?
Oh, sure, it's possible. I mean, I don't really believe. I think he probably.
I feel like Trump really doesn't want to talk about Epstein for some reason.
Probably.
Call it a hunch.
Committed suicide. He had a life with, beautiful homes and beautiful everything, and he all of a sudden he's incarcerated and not doing very well. I would say that he did, but there are those people. There are many people. I think you're one of them, right? But a lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed.
You think so?
I think the closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I believe everything I hear.
Now that right there is a smoking gun. That is a statement that a lot of Republicans are going to disagree with, right? He's really undermining his brand. And one wonders why he feels the need to do this.
But
he's squirming. Yeah.
The closer you look,
beautiful. He had a beautiful house, beautiful wife, beautiful everything. Ghislaine Maxwell, bringing him victims, like, and then it got all taken away from him. And so of course, he did it to himself. And there's no particular reason why the footage from the security cameras in his cell was missing.
Get into it. I mean, the Attorney General of the United States, your Attorney General, clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well done. They had no cameras. They had no anything. Everybody was sleeping, and
certainly it wasn't well done.
A case could be made. Look, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I can tell you.
Were you involved in it, though? That's what the America wants to know. His face is turning red.
A case could be made either way, but
oh my God, did this guy do Epstein?
It wasn't the most well-run place.
So the reason I'm asking you is I'm looking at the trajectory since 2015 when you got into politics, for real, and then won. It started with protests against you, massive protests,
Right.
organized protests by the left, and then it moved to impeachment twice.
Oh, wait. Here's some lore that I got to drop on you. This is important, okay? I'm not just stun locking because I'm no comment chicken. I always stun lock. I'm stun locking for a very good reason here. These guys don't actually like each other. They're going to be friendly to each other in public, but they don't like each other. Tucker is on the record just roasting Trump, just absolutely hating his guts, right? And Trump's got to know that. But like you haven't seen any public breakup between them, but you have seen in messages that were released from Fox News him kind of like him wishing that Trump would disappear from the news cycle. Like he wants Trump out. He wants Trump gone. He wants Trump impeached. I mean, for all I know. So this is, this might be Tucker purposefully asking him some very uncomfortable questions, right? Now, I don't have any secret knowledge. I don't know right? The Epstein thing is sus as fuck, okay? Extremely sus, but there's so many suspects. There's so many people that were tied to Epstein that Epstein might have something on that it's literally like looking around the Roman Senate and trying to figure out who killed Caesar, right? Oh my God. I'm comparing Epstein to Caesar. Anyway, right? This is, it's really hard to know, and I don't have any special knowledge about this. I'm just saying that he looks suspicious and there's reason to suspect him. That's all.
Right.
And now indictment. I mean, the next stage is violence. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you, honestly?
They're savage animals. They are people that are sick, really sick. You have great people in the Democrat Party. You have great people that are Democrats. Most of the people in our country are fantastic, and I'm representing everybody. I'm not just Republicans or conservatives. I represent everybody. I'm the president of everybody. But I've seen what they do.
Donald Trump, president of everybody.
I've seen the lengths that they go to when they make up the Russia. When that's exposed.
I mean, all these people are fake.
They go down, and Barr should have gone after them, and other people should have gone after. And they did very late, because the Durham report came out. It was fairly good. It could have been a lot tougher, I guess, but it was fairly good. But it explained how corrupt it was. I'll tell you who did a great job was the Inspector General Horowitz. He did a phenomenal report. You didn't have to go to Durham. He did it on Comey and on, I guess, McCabe and some others, and it was a vicious it was basically a true report, how bad they are. But these people are sick people. These are people that I think they hate our country. You want to know the truth. When you see open borders, when you see...
Okay, so about the Comey thing, in general, the law enforcement, including federal law enforcement, they try not to rock the boat when it's general election time. They really don't want to be perceived as like handing it to one candidate or handing it to another. But I mean, that's a lot of pressure, right? And Comey did some weird shit where he issued a report on Hillary Clinton in terms of the emails, the server and all that stuff like that. And he didn't find any like real culpability or fault or certainly like legal exposure for Hillary Clinton, but he kind of like chastised her so that he would sound like he was playing right down the middle. That's what he was trying to do. And that doesn't play out right down the middle, right? In a very close election, especially where Hillary wants to, contest it, not contest the election, but like where Hillary wants to, like, I mean, you are in danger of looking like you do something that is favorable for the Republican candidate there, right? And my understanding is that some of the investigation that went on afterwards was to try to, like, everything that Comey is like the kid that gets in the car and they start to go over into the other lane. And the parent is like, no, you like steer away from that, steer back. And they start to go off into the ditch. And like, no, steer left. And they, you know what I mean? They can't keep it between the lines, right? That was Comey's whole problem. He's constantly overcorrecting.
See these policies that they have and so many other things. It's so sad to see. We have a country that's very fragile right now. I've never seen, I will say, look, I ran in 16, which was 15, but I ran in 16, election in 16, and there was tremendous spirit. In 20, there was even more spirit. We got millions and millions more votes. It wasn't even a contest.
You had mail-in votes available because of the pandemic. That's why you got more votes. That's also why Biden got more votes, right? Quit trying to make it like mysteriously, like, like, I don't know, they want to...
said, well, what do you think of 20? I said,
we'll see if we get any election denial tonight.
We did much better. We did.
I feel like he'd be better to get off of it because there's like a sore loser effect. There really is, okay? Like, as much as this like ignites his base and, there's still a big part of the base that feels like he somehow won or the election didn't go right or there was like, interference or malfeasance or something, went on that was untoward. It's not a popular and it is not a good like place to put yourself in where you're constantly like a sore loser, where you're and also what does that do for you're running in 2024, right? If they stole it in 2020, what makes you think they're not going to you know what I mean? If you start to think that the election is not decided by the number of voters, but it's decided by seedy forces somewhere and the Democrats are just cooking the books, then why are you even voting? Why do you even need to vote, right? Anyway, it's a bad idea for like a lot of reasons. I would expect Trump at some point to back off of the election denialism because I think it like that legit could be the reason that he loses, right? That sore loser effect.
Got to base it on the number of votes. We got many more votes in 20 than we did in 16. But the election was rigged. It was a rigged election.
Oh, nope. I'm wrong. He has no political instincts whatsoever.
But
you can't tell this guy anything.
And with COVID,
you know that his political people want him off of that topic. Well, they want him off of that topic.
Use COVID to cheat in a lot of different things.
You can't do it though. You can't get him off of it.
And we have so much on it. It's like so easy. But we had judges that didn't want to look. We had people didn't.
All of the judges everywhere. Like just
want to get involved.
You did talk to a lot of judges, right? If there was something there that could be shown in court, you would think that there would have been some kind of something, right? And there wasn't. Every single one of them told you where you could shove your complaints. And these were Trump judges too.
He's a conspiracy theorist if you say it.
No, you're literally saying that every single judge out there was in on it, dude. That's a you're a fucking conspiracy theorist. I don't know what
think about the election. But I have never seen spirit like there is right now. Even coming down here, just the people on the road.
What about the spirit at your indictments, right? What about the lack of protest, lack of anyone caring or noticing? You see a lot of spirit there?
That are just absolutely going crazy. And the reason is, I think they like me, and I know they love my policies. I hope they like me too. You know, a lot of people say they don't like me, but they like my policies. I think they like me. But I have never seen spirit like it is right now. And the reason is, because crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history.
But you used that one. You already used that one.
Of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but you know, you never know. But he's a corrupt person.
I don't think he's going to make it to the gate. You think he's going to not survive until the election?
And so corrupt that I took the name off Hillary. You know, I don't do two people at one time. I took the crooked.
What the? Okay, you don't even have to mention that. We know that you took that from Hillary.
Hillary. And
when are the Orange Man mugshots? Supposedly tomorrow. Supposedly that is going to happen for the first time tomorrow, that he'll actually be booked the way, you know, that we're used to thinking about booking, and that would include some presidential mugshots, which no doubt will be turned into NFTs.
Made it. I retired the name. That was a good day for her. I bet she was very happy. And I used it for Joe because it's Crooked Joe. But Joe is really...
But you don't think he's going to make it to November of 24?
Well, I think he's worse mentally than he is physically. And physically, he's not exactly a triathlete or any kind of an athlete. You look at him, he can't walk to the helicopter. He walks, he can't lift his feet out of the grass. You know, it's only 2 inches at the White House, right? That's not a lot. But you watch him, and it looks like he's walking on toothpicks. So,
maybe he's walking on toothpicks. Yo, there's a conspiracy theory. Joe Biden, toothpicks for legs.
Can you see him in the...
Joe Biden is actually made of gumdrops and toothpicks. It's just that the liberal media won't report the facts straight. But he's not a human. That's not really Joe Biden. Joe Biden is buried. But there's this like Biden clone that's made out of toothpicks and gumdrops that is in his place, and they just won't call it out.
Well, he can't lift a chair.
We got Rudy mugshots. Oh, nice. Should we look at those?
No, those chairs are meant to be light, right?
We should be watching the debate. I want to be watching the debate. Apparently, I'll get in trouble if I watch the debate.
They're like
popsicle sticks.
2 ounces.
Yeah.
You lift them up. He can't lift the chair. He can't walk to the chair. And I don't know what they're doing with the beach. You know, this beach...
Wait, isn't this the guy that couldn't drink water?
Seeming to play a big role, but they love pictures of him on the beach. I think he looks terrible on the beach.
It's not like he's the picture of health either, right?
He looks terrible on the beach.
Skinny legs.
Well, he can't walk through the sand.
He can't surf.
You know, sand is not that easy to walk through, but when he walks through it, he can't walk through the sand.
Can you? When is the last time? What's up, Gorpsink? Gorpsink, can you help me out with this? When's the last time that Donald Trump has been to the beach? I'm trying to remember. I cannot picture Donald Trump at the beach. I can picture him at the golf course, right? And he's got a mysterious brown stain on his khakis. I don't know what that's from, but maybe it's mud. Maybe he slipped and fell in the mud.
And there's somebody in there that thinks he looks fabulous at the beach. I think he looks horrible at the beach.
The pond at the... Yeah, you're right. They do usually... Wait, no, am I thinking of the sand trap? I know golf, right? Golf has a sand trap, right? It's not like they don't have like a beach. That would be cool. They should have that, right? Golf would be so much more fun if you could just like kind of go to the beach while you're playing golf. I gotta admit, okay, golf could be fun, but I think golf is boring, and I suck at it. You should never take me to any golf course, right? Because you're going to be spending a lot of time watching me chase down the ball because I'm not very good at hitting it. But like if you could just take a little break in the middle of your golf game and kind of like go to the beach, pet a crocodile, like that's the kind of golf that I want to play. That's the kind of golf that I need. Or if they could make it like more like roller derby with golf clubs and crocodiles or alligator. They're alligators, right? Golf
Plus,
with your
the
friends.
beach doesn't represent what a president's supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be working.
There's ponds there, but I don't think that. I think there's sand that's separate, right? The sand is a separate obstacle. The water is a hazard. The water is an obstacle. The water is a place that I am likely to hit the ball. So is the sand. The sand is definitely a place I could see myself hitting the ball because, like I said, I really suck at this game. I'm a little bit better at mini golf, though.
Supposed to be getting
not much, though.
Out of that horrible war that we're very much involved in with Russia and Ukraine. You could do that.
Russia.
You could do that very easily. I believe you could do that very. I don't believe he could do it.
Yeah, there's sand traps and ponds at most courses, but they're separate, right?
Because he's just incompetent. But that's a
Wait,
war.
people are watching it right now and they're fine? Hassan said
that should end immediately.
What about Hassan? Is Hassan watching it?
Not because of one side.
I'm like
or the
literally
other.
like advertising for other streamers as we speak. I'm so bad at this. And I'm also bad at reminding you about the top of the hour ad break, which actually, no, ad starts in 20 seconds. It's just about to happen. I'm so bad about it to tell you that you can get a free Amazon Twitch Prime if you have Prime, and you can pay $5 to get out of it, or you could be gifted a sub possibly if you're lucky and if you're active in chat. That's what I should be telling you, but instead I'm waiting until 3 seconds, 1 second. There's the ad break. There's the ad break. All right.
Because hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. Can you imagine you're in an apartment house and rockets are going into that building and blowing it up and knocking it down? And who can, why should anybody, human beings, these are human, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian or whatever they are, it's got to be stopped. And
well, look, we're the place to be if you want to watch Tucker and Trump, because a lot of people are going to not watch. If people are watching it like that, which is like, it sounds very dangerous. It sounds very dangerous. Look, YouTube potentially, like, right? If you stream something that YouTube doesn't want you streaming, generally they'll just take your stream down, and you can come right back up 2 minutes later with a stream that doesn't have the thing that they don't want on there, and they'll just be like, they'll pat you on the head and let you go. You don't get a strike for it. You're fine, right? On Twitch, they don't have a way to warn you like that, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Twitch I've never seen them take anybody's stream down, right? I've seen them ban people, right? If your stream gets taken down, it's probably because you're banned. So I just don't want to find out the hard way.
It can be stopped very easily. It would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started.
So back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think he's failing? He obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has.
So he's talking about Biden biting the big one. Biden's going to bite the bullet, says Trump, right? Biden is he's gonna buy the farm. That's what Trump is telling us. Could anybody else get away with just wistfully speculating on the death of your opponent the way that he does?
He has to remain for certain reasons the candidate. Incompetent.
There's a lot he's not saying.
That should end immediately, not because of one side or the other, because hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. Can you imagine you're in an apartment house and rockets are going into that building and blowing it up and knocking it down?
It's so weird how he's trying highlights of the evening so far. So far, we're watching Trump debate Tucker, although it's kind of a secret debate. They're supposed to be friends. They're definitely not friends, though. They're frenemies at best. So we're gonna watch them first and then try to play it safe and not get banned.
Who can
by hate watchers?
Why should
who may or may not be watching right now? Hi, hate watchers. How's it going? Thank you for boosting my numbers.
Anything. Why should anybody, human beings, these are human, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian or whatever they are, it's got to be stopped, and it can be stopped.
They're using each other. It's part of the business. Yeah, it's like Twitch politics.
Easily. Would have never started.
Which one of them is Trisha Paytas? Definitely Trump.
If I were president, it would have never started.
So that makes Tucker Ethan.
Back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think he's failing? He obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have.
Wait, you think he's failing? What does he mean by
maybe
that?
A free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons. The
Okay, so
candidate.
maybe he's not speculating about Biden buying the farm. Maybe we're talking about Biden withdrawing. The only way that would happen is if something happened with Biden's health, which might happen. Also might happen with Trump's health, right?
True, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Yeah.
But
She seems pretty senile, too.
she speaks in rhyme. It's weird.
Okay, are either of these things true? Can somebody confirm or deny that? Is this true? Kamala Harris speaks in rhymes? Senile? Where are you getting this?
It's weird, but she has bad moments. And
in rhymes?
Isn't she like 50?
What do you?
Well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do.
That's not a rhyme.
It's weird.
You're worse than Ramaswamy.
The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United States future. And
we need a Dr. Seuss president.
I think they probably...
Is he confusing Kamala with Ice Spice? Yeah, I don't know. Sounds like he's describing a sorcerer.
They have some kind of a
bus will go over here and then the bus will go over there. That actually sounds like a Vivek Ramaswamy bar, but he's not delivering it correctly, right?
Primary and other people will get involved.
She speaks in complete sentences.
Right? Could be. I mean,
that's weird. What's up with those complete sentences?
Get along well with him, believe it or not, but could be him, could be somebody else. He's got a big load on his shoulders because you look at California, what's happened.
Wait, who's
a big load on his shoulders because you
who's
look.
He talking
about? I think they probably have some kind of a primary, and other people.
Yeah, her best bar, don't come.
Will get involved.
Newsom, right? I mean,
that was her hook, right? On the first album, Don't Come.
I mean, I always got along well with him, believe it or not, but could be him, could be somebody else.
Putin? Wait,
it's weird.
I missed it again.
The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United States future, and I think they probably have some kind of a primary, and other people will get involved.
Newsom, right? I mean,
that's
Newsom. Okay.
It could be. I mean, I always got along well with him, believe it or not, but could be him, could be somebody else. He's got a big load on his shoulders because you look at California, what's happened. But I don't know if the American people really, the people that vote for him, I don't even know if they care. You look at so many of the things that are going on, and people don't seem to be. In the old days, if you had a bad record, it meant a lot. Today, if you have a bad record, it doesn't really mean anything. He looks.
What about your record, right? Everything that you've touched in your life has literally turned to shit. You really want to talk about records? Like, this guy could not run a casino, right? The business where the house always wins? This guy lost money on casinos.
Good, he's a nice-looking guy, speaks well. But Biden, every time you watch him talking, it's like he's walking on eggs. You're waiting for him to collapse.
People are taking the name Trump off their building right now because they don't want to be associated. You've even ruined your brand.
And he almost always does. And I got to know
He's got over 70 indictments now. Nice.
Leaders of all of the countries, essentially, but the big ones.
The big countries.
And the bigger, the tougher the leader. It's like...
The bigger the country, the tougher the leader. Yeah, I've heard that too.
I guess maybe that's the way it's supposed to be, but I got to know President Xi of China and Putin and Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Did a great job with North Korea, kept us out of a nuclear war. We would have 40,000 dead soldiers right now. They'd drop a nuke.
I still don't understand him kissing Kim Jong-un's ass the way he did.
Right on top of the military base, but we have 40,000 soldiers over there. And I did great. I got
I don't know.
along with them great. It's that's a positive.
For some reason, I get along with authoritarian figures so easily.
Just
have a lot in common somehow.
Kim Jong-un. I also said horrible things.
Australia and Canada are also big nations.
At the beginning, horrible enough that he wanted to talk. And we talked, and we met in Singapore. We met actually twice, and we had unbelievable meetings. I know him very well. We were in great shape with him.
What do you think he and Xi and Putin think of Biden?
I think they can't believe it. I think they...
Chances he sees jail time.
Probably say this is some kind of a system. They had great respect for our country. They respected me. They had great respect for our country when I was there.
I mean, look, there is a way that he could stay out of jail, okay? There's several ways that he could stay out of jail. Let's talk about that, because actually him spending some time in jail, somewhat likely, right? Now, understand that if he goes to jail, but continues to run for president, and the MAGAs continue to support him, he will run for president. If he wins the vote, he will be president in jail. And then we get to find out what the Supreme Court thinks of the idea of a president pardoning himself from jail. Do they think is that constitutional? I don't know. You'll have to ask the conservative majority Supreme Court what they think of that. So I mean, there's a path to him staying out of jail. There is a path that says that he puts the cases off long enough successfully to where none of them really get started until the election, and then they feel like they have to kind of like move it past the election at that point because it would be too, interfere-y, right? And then there's what else is there? Okay, one other possibility for him staying out of jail, right? And this is a long shot. I don't know if this would work, but it's not inconceivable that some kind of a settlement would be worked out, and that part of the settlement would be that this guy does not run for president in 2024 or ever again. That's possible. That's conceivable. But then again, that if that happens, that gets him out of one case, right? I don't see like the that's a token he can only sell once. So I don't know if that could happen and affect all of the cases. I don't think there's any way for that to happen. But yeah, there's a decent chance of him, if not like going to jail, at the very least being so beset with legal problems that he doesn't run, or that he doesn't, right, he doesn't end up actually contesting the general election. There's a non-zero chance of that. I don't think there's any way he could make a deal where he can't run for president. That would be a political nightmare. I don't know, like that's the kind of thing that like a lot of times countries that are trying to avoid a constitutional crisis might actually put into play, because there's not a lot of ways to like split the difference there, right? And if you're thinking that there is an institutional interest in not doing anything that's going to rock the boat too much, you're right. The court responds to politics, right? The judges are people, and they are pressured, if not like, directly, like with the Supreme Court, then at the very least, like through the political realities of, the consequences of their actions and how it's going to be perceived historically and stuff like that.
Every one of them. Look, if you go to North Korea, you take a look at what happened. The Olympics was dead. South Korea spent billions on the Olympics. Nobody was going to go. They didn't want to get blown up. They called me and they said, "We are going to let the Olympics proceed." This is North Korea. I said, "You should go into the Olympics. Put your athletes in." It wasn't like, they were big on athletes because,
famine.
But they went in and they actually participated. And within about 2 days, the entire thing was sold out. And if it wasn't me, that would have never happened. But I got along very well with him, and that's a positive thing. He does have massive.
I'm not sure if that's true, right? In general, there is a lot of diplomacy and a lot of discussion that goes on between North Korea and South Korea. So my inclination is that bilateral relationship is more likely to affect North Korea's stance on the Olympic Games than. And this dude's also a famous liar, right? If you listen to this guy, if you believe this guy, he has gotten an uncanny amount of holes in one in golf. And that is for one reason and one reason only, because he cheats. He loves to cheat at golf. Like, right? He will literally fake like a hole in one. Like, there's another thing that he has in common with, is it Kim Jong-un that has the whole thing of like, oh yeah, like bowled 300 game in bowling and, like all these ridiculous like sports feats that are nearly impossible, that is it Kim Jong-un or was it his dad?
Nuclear power.
Was it Kim Sr.?
way. And if Hillary would have gotten in, or if the Obama thought process continued, it would have been a nuclear war, absolutely, with North Korea. He was expecting to go into a war, and it would have been a nuclear war.
So do you think the rest of the world looks on at Biden and thinks someone else has got to be running the government?
It was Kim Jong-un.
Well, somebody else has to be. I don't think he's capable of doing anything. Look, when I debated him, I said, how come, and this was in front of probably not a friend of yours, Chris Wallace. He was the moderator.
Not a friend.
I said, why is it? He wants
not a friend
to be Mike, but he doesn't have the talent. It's one of those
bitchy little man.
He wanted to be
I mean, some would say that about you, Tucker.
his father, but he didn't have the talent of his father was great. His
He's
father,
a little fussy man.
His father.
This is a guy that started out his career wearing bow ties. Don't tell me about a fussy little man.
Interviewed.
I mean, I guess he's tall, right? Look at this guy. Yeah, he's not. I guess he's not a little man, but isn't he like 6'4" or something? Or am I thinking of James O'Keefe? Who's the one that's tall? Is Tucker tall? Tucker was fired from CNN he was with CNN. Oh, yeah. So if you've ever seen the classic clip of Jon Stewart actually going on one of those cable debate shows and defeating everyone, that was on CNN, and I think Tucker co-hosted that show. I think Tucker was one of the people that Jon Stewart was telling off.
60 Minutes.
And it literally ended the show. Like they pulled the plug on the show.
It was actually a 10. Can you believe it?
No, I totally believe his father had talent, at least.
I may have been the only guy that he gave a good 60 minutes to. He was rough.
Really?
His father was
Tucker's 6'1", so I'm not entirely off base
tough.
there.
He was great, though. He was great at what he did. But Chris Wallace was so upset. He was guarding this guy, who wouldn't do a show, by the way. He wouldn't do. I figured.
Guarding? Are we playing basketball now? What's going on?
Chris Wallace because Biden wouldn't do a show, and it was very obvious. He kept asking him, but he wouldn't do the show. So
Wouldn't do a show? What kind of show? Are we talking about Biden walking out with like a shiny top hat and a cane and doing that jazz hands thing? Like, what kind of show are we? Like a vaudeville show? That would be great. Biden should totally do a vaudeville show.
He's got
He could make it about corn pop.
But he came from a different planet.
And then he could have ice cream
remember
after.
When I asked the question, why is it that the mayor of Moscow's wife is allowed to give you $3.5 million? Don't forget, that was brought up. Now it's brought up all the time, but that was brought up by me long before anyone ever heard of it. I said, the mayor of Moscow's wife giving you $3.5 million. What did you do to deserve $3.5 million?
Trump, do you want us to talk about the foreign dignitaries who stayed in your hotel while you were president? Do you want to talk about your kids and their financial relationships? Like any of this stuff that they get into, when it comes to going after Joe Biden as corrupt, or Hunter Biden, or, whatever kind of story they want to tell, you can find a much more egregious version of that with Trump and his family. Yeah, what about the emoluments?
And Chris Wallace said, this has nothing to do with the debate. I mean, he
got $2 billion to Jared. Was that in Saudi Arabia? $2 billion. That's enough to fund Ukraine army for half a year.
In the way of the question.
No, it was crazy. And I said, well, wait a minute. He got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Now, people forget that, but if you go back and take a look, you will see. And Chris Wallace didn't want me to ask that question. I said, I think it's a very appropriate question. It turned out to be much more appropriate than people thought.
Amazing. So do you...
Amazing. It's almost like if you tell a lie enough times, it kind of like becomes the truth.
Have a preference in, assuming you're the Republican nominee and all goes as you plan it to go, do you have a preference in who you run against?
In many ways, I'd love to run against him because his record's so bad. It's still...
How about Al Gore? Bring him out of retirement and let's run Al Gore against Trump.
Horrible when you look at inflation and everything else, but others also have very bad records. I mean, California's a bad record, so, should it be Gavin or should it be somebody else? When I look at San Francisco, what's happened to that incredible city? That was one of the greatest cities in the world just a short while ago, and now it's very sad when you look at it. Los Angeles, every city practically, all the Democrat-run cities. Republican-run cities are doing very nicely because they arrest people when you have crimes. And they don't go after political candidates. because they think it's good. You know, I mean, it's like been amazing. My poll numbers are the highest I've ever had. But because people understand it.
Can I just ask you, that gets back to my original question. So if the protest didn't work, you got elected anyway. Yeah. Impeachment didn't work twice, obviously. Indictment is not working. Your poll numbers go up. When they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of last year, your numbers went up. They can indict you 20 times, and you're not gonna lose the Republican primary because of that.
Well, so, it makes it look even more ridiculous. I mean, the forward.
Why would the goal be making you lose the Republican primary? What about the general election, which you're losing ground on, in which 64% of the American people say they would probably not vote for you? That's 64% out the gate. That either will definitely or probably not vote for you, right? That's not a great position to be in. I know that Biden's got a high disapproval too. It's weird the way that elections work, right? Because if you look back to 2016, you had a famously bad candidate in Donald Trump, a just absolute train wreck of a candidate, win against a unbelievably uncharismatic and ill-instinct Democratic establishment choice who essentially, had next, as far as seniority goes in the Democratic Party. It was really a question of seniority, like, whose turn is it? And it was Hillary's turn, right? But you always have these situations where one of the candidates is just really bad. And, Trump, historically bad candidate, right? And you find the person that can lose to that person. You find the Hillary Clinton. The Hillary Clinton's a black swan as far as bad political instincts, as far as doing the wrong things, making the wrong decisions, taking, Wisconsin for granted. Like, they're trying to be relatable in the most awkward ways possible. It's just like there was so much that she did wrong, right? And so it feels like it's shaping up to be that again, because like I said, Biden's approval isn't great. Like it's not horrible, but it could be a lot better, right? For a president running for re-election, it should be like a legitimate vulnerability, but it's looking like it's not going to, because the candidate that he's going to run against is this guy. This guy who so many people have already made up their mind about in a bad way, right? Trump is in a position where I don't think that there's anything that he could do well, that he could succeed at, or that Biden could fail at, that would actually tip the numbers in Trump's favor. But we don't know if it'll be Trump, and we don't know if it'll be Biden. Those things are still up in the air, as much as people are talking about them now as if they're fait accompli. But yeah, if the election goes forward like this, it's pretty hard to imagine a Trump victory.
Indictments, and maybe there'll be more. I don't know. These people are crazy.
But they're counterproductive. So if you chart it out, it's an escalation, is what I'm saying. Yeah. So what's next after, try to put you in prison for the rest of your life? That's not working. So
wait,
don't they have to?
That's not working? He means it's not working politically, right? But I mean, it is pretty likely at this point that he'll be found guilty by one or more of these trials. And, I don't know. The question is, right? Because we know how the United States judicial system, the criminal system, treats people with money, treats people with influence, and especially treats people with the kind of political considerations that come with dealing with a defendant Donald Trump, right? So, I mean, people that are saying that they'll go easy on him in terms of the sentence, and it'll be, something other than just a jail, prison sentence, right? You could be right. You could be right. It does seem like we're definitely dealing with a two-tiered system here, and he's got everything going for him, pushing him to the top of that top tier.
Kill you now?
I think the people of our country don't get enough credit for how smart they are. And I'm not sure I would have said this 10 years ago, but they get it. They really get it. When somebody gets indicted, your poll numbers go down. When somebody gets indicted, you announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving to spend time with my family and to fight for the rest of my life on this stuff. But you're out of politics. I got indicted 4 times.
Yeah, and what he's done is what I was talking about earlier with the fact that Vivek cannot lose against CNN. Vivek is lying his ass off. It's really blatant. It's really obvious, but it's not going to cost him a single cent of political capital. In fact, it's going to gain him political capital because who's he up against? CNN, right? Donald Trump has done this to the court system, right? And I'm talking about with his people. I'm talking about with that 30% to 32%, right, of Americans that are just diehard Trump supporters, and there's nothing that's gonna change that, right? Those people now look at the courts as being all part of this great system that's against everything that's good, that's exemplified by Donald Trump, and right, that the cult of Trump is gonna be made more resolute by indictments. But for people like you're talking about, Mossbergs, in terms of independents and moderates, it's not looking good. Yeah, a certain percentage of them are probably are vulnerable to having their anti-establishment inclinations kind of weaponized in in a way that covers up for what Trump has done, for Trump's crimes, and makes those look more political and more subjective and maybe biased or whatever. But it's not the majority of independents. It's not the majority of moderates that are gonna that are gonna look at it this way. So yeah, he is absolutely alienating the people that he needs to be able to win the election, that he cannot win from his very solid, very loyal, very cult-like, adoring following of the 30 to 32% of Americans. Let's call them the deplorables. Or no, wait, what was it that Ron DeSantis called them something? Does anybody remember? Ron DeSantis got in trouble recently for saying something about Trump, hardcore Trump supporters. He called them something. I can't remember. I'll find it for you.
Nonsense. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's horrible when you look and you look at what they're doing. The boxes hoax. I'm covered by the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do exactly that. He's not covered, and he's got 25 times the number of boxes, and he's got them stored in Chinatown. He's got them stored in a flimsy garage underneath his Corvette at Penn. And by the way, at Penn, he gets millions of dollars. China pays this guy millions of dollars. See, I think he's the most corrupt president we've ever had. And he also has the distinction of being the most incompetent. And I believe both. I mean, he's both incompetent and corrupt.
Okay, so I got it's listless vessels. Ron DeSantis referred to Trump's voters as listless vessels. So in other words, saying that there's not a lot of volition there. There's not a lot. They're not charting their own course. They are, listless vessels. They're they're hooked up to Trump, and they're not going anywhere that he doesn't tell them to go. So people are saying that it's like his deplorables moment.
I actually believe he's compromised.
Oh, this was in another memo.
Because China knows so much about him. They know where the money comes from. They know where it is, who paid it, and they probably
paid
it. Well, they do pay Penn. And he gets $1 million. I think it takes $999,000 because, keeps it a little bit under $1 million, like by $1. But
hi, everybody. Hello, streamer. Hello, Raiders. We're just watching our dude, Donald Trump, talking with Tucker Carlson, and kind of marveling at how these two really do not like each other, right? they are, at least Tucker has been on record saying some really awful things about Donald Trump, and yet here he is interviewing Donald Trump and helping Donald Trump out. Now, let me give you a little context. Most of you know this, but some of you don't, so I'm gonna mention this because it's important. Tonight is the night of the Republican primary. We are gonna take a look at that as soon as we can. I've heard that we're not allowed to watch it on Twitch. We're going to try to find a way to watch it, or watch some clips from it, or watch something, because that's going on right now too, right? But that is DeSantis, Christie, Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, and that dude that I cannot remember his name. There's one other dude, okay? But there's dudes, and they're in Milwaukee, and they're having a debate right now, a Republican primary debate. But I mean, this is the guy that's ahead of the pack, right? So what's it in his interest to do, right? And if you watch Twitch, and if you've paid attention to Twitch streamers, and the way that we react is like, say somebody doing like a hate stream on us or something, right? That, what would I be doing during a hate stream? Most likely streaming my own stream, rather than like, oh no, let me go have a debate with the person hating on me, like bring more attention their way, right? So Trump's doing the same thing. He's trying to redirect that attention. By the way, I gotta direct your attention to the fact that in 10 seconds now there's going to be an ad break. That means that you're going to be sucked into an ad. It'll happen unless you use an Amazon Prime to get a free sub, unless you pay $5 to get a paid sub, or unless you get a gift sub. Oh my god, I didn't say that in time, did I? Yeah, I kind of did. that. Okay, well, now you know, and do with that knowledge what you will. Vivek has been going hog a few times already. Oh my god, I'm so looking forward to seeing that. What is the verdict, okay, about the viability of streaming this, right? Because I don't know what kind. I've heard there is danger, Will Robinson. That's why we're watching Trump first. But I don't know if that's only if you watch it like live, or if that is like they're going to want me to wait until tomorrow to stream it, because I really want to watch that too. This is a whole stream mostly trying to be about Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy is the man of the hour, the brazen liar that we've already caught in a weaselly little lie. If anybody has weasels in chat, now is the time to spam them, because we've got a weaselly little liar. A weaselly... Majority Report are streaming it on YouTube. There's the ad break. Wow. It's like delayed. Wait, what if I watched TMR? What if we reacted to TMR? Because then technically I'm not reacting to the debate, I'm reacting to the Majority Report. Then I'd just get sued by Sam Cedar. But then I'd be able to talk to him. He'd have to debate me to be able to copyright claim me. Ramaswamy is the only patriot brave enough to boldly declare climate change is a hoax, though. Yeah. Oh my god, no, he's so going for that conspiracy vote, and that's what he's such a weasel about. We already watched a The Hill video, The Hill with Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Sawab. Really kind of a op if I've ever seen one, right? As far as what The Hill is, it's generally a news source that tries to portray itself as neutral, as objective, but in actuality is always slanted to the right. So, but it's interesting to watch, and they did. Brianna Joy Gray absolutely showed where Ramaswamy had lied about his quote in The Atlantic, right? He got caught on television, live on television, denying that he said what he said. They released the transcript proving that he said that weird stuff about 9/11. His 9/11 conspiracy is weirder than anyone I've ever heard. Usually you hear about thermite or some kind of inside job or another like government's intelligence agency being involved or something like that. Usually those are the kind of 9/11 truther conspiracies that we're used to hearing, but this one is a little different, right? This one is about federal agents or cops being on a plane that crashed into the Trade Center, right? Which doesn't make sense to me, and it kind of flies in the face of a lot of the ways that a 9/11 truth or conspiracy usually goes. Usually, if you're trying to imply something bad about somebody, you say that they weren't, that group was not represented in the victims of 9/11, right? And in terms of some of the, especially the racist conspiracy theories that have oh my God, that have been put forward, right, are always like that. But in this case, it's like the opposite. It's like the complete opposite, in that the claim is that, like, well, weren't there maybe a lot of federal agents on that plane? And like, what is that supposed to prove, right? So it's strange. It doesn't make sense. And he's denying saying it, even though he said it. The Atlantic busted him on it. He said, release the transcripts, release the recording. They said, okay, here's the transcripts, here's the recording. You said what you said. And then his weaselly comms department came online and they said, we thank the Atlantic for finally releasing the recording after we asked many times, and showing that our candidate was indeed taken out of context. And he wasn't. They're so brazen about lying about this. But it's kind of like if you've ever watched haters of Hassan. Like, if they hate Hassan, which a lot of people do, it doesn't matter if, like, he wasn't saying what people are implying he's saying in a clip, like that happened, like what happened recently in terms of the Starfield, him talking about, you've been lied to by white men. And like, he was talking about how he dick rides Miyazaki and Kojima, and he was joking around comparing them to Bethesda and Todd Howard, right? But it didn't matter, right? I showed what was wrong with what everybody was saying on Twitter, and I still got people that were just like not believing it, right? They can't possibly believe it, that Hassan was actually joking and he wasn't saying what you're saying that he was saying. And you literally got the worst thing. But anyway, this is what Ramaswamy's doing to CNN, right? Ramaswamy is using the ripcord technique of finding an organization that his audience, his desired audience, hates CNN. So any fight that he gets in with CNN is going to be a victory for him, right? Because the crowd that's going to look at it already has made up their mind. They hate CNN. CNN's the Matrix. CNN's the establishment. CNN is the globalist, right? So you don't lose, even if you are literally exposed as a liar, and then your comms department doubles down on the lie. That's what's happened with Ramaswamy leading up. I'm so interested in seeing what's going on in the debate, right? Because we've already got word that DeSantis is going to hammer on Ramaswamy, that DeSantis is going to defend Trump in absentia against an attack from Chris Christie. So Chris Christie is going to come over the top rope with an elbow to the absent Trump, and DeSantis is ready to get on that white horse and defend him. And then what is the other thing? Oh yeah, 3 to 5 times bitch about Joe Biden. So yeah, that's what the agenda is, supposedly. We'll see if they change up the plan now that I think they leaked that. One in chat if you think they leaked that memo. If you know what I'm talking about, right? In terms that the memo that leaked from the DeSantis camp about their debate strategy, right? One in chat if you think that was on purpose. They leaked it themselves, right? They wanted that out there. Because I really do think that there's one thing missing from that, and that is there's going to be like a backhand at Donald Trump, right? It's going to be accidental. They're going to be walking through the woods and like pushing back the briars, and then when Donald Trump tries to walk through, DeSantis is going to let the briar snap back and be like, oops, I'm sorry, did that hit you in the head, right? This is going to be like, DeSantis has got it in for Trump, right? The only way that he wins is if Trump loses. He's always trying to do it like on the down low, though. And strangely, I guess it's worked, right? Now, I've seen a lot of Republicans that are pro-Trump be really against DeSantis. But when you look at the polls, right, his likability in the Republican Party is still pretty high. And when you look at the second choice, right? So you got the first choice, who they're voting for, and it's like 60% Trump, 20% DeSantis. But then when you look at you combine the second choice and third choice and, people that they're actively considering, you see that Trump is at 63% and DeSantis is like at 61. Now, most of those people would rather have Trump, and that's why DeSantis is losing. But you've got a lot of people, 61% of the electorate still open to voting for DeSantis. That's better than I thought as far as the position that he'd be at. And, even coming in even lower with negatives, right? Low negatives. Tim Scott has, I guess very little of an impression, but what impression people have of him is positive. And Ramaswamy, he's got the momentum. He's got the Ramaswamamentum, as they're apparently calling it. It's a Ramaswamania tonight on NCC. Rockefeller till he died. Now Soros. Wonder who it is next. Oh, that they would go after as their evil dragon. He's a thermite Andy. I mean, it kind of sounds like it, but like, no, actually the thermite people, the lost change, loose change people, right? The truthers, the actual 9/11 truthers, they make so much more sense than Ramaswamy's theory. That's why I think, okay, I think his heart's not in it. Okay, and that's not a reason to vote for him or think of him as better. Like, I am kind of saying I don't think he necessarily believes these conspiracy theories, but what I'm noticing there is that, like, he should have paid attention. If you look, because what he's trying to do is be like 9/11 truthers. I know you're out there, all right? I know you're probably in the Republican Party. Vote for me because I agree with your weird theory, right? I think that's what he was trying to do. He doesn't realize, though, their weird theory isn't like federal agents on a plane with Mohammed Atta, right? That's not how they think the conspiracy went. And he is doing a bit of a Mott and Bailey, kind of retreating at the moment to his more defensible point that there was Saudi involvement, which is pretty uncontroversial at this point, that there was more Saudi involvement than the United States government wanted to admit to at the time, because the United States government had on its agenda not anything with Saudi Arabia, but rather Afghanistan and Iraq, especially Iraq, and then Iran. And like, I mean, they had a whole list, right? They had a list of, like any time that they get, and here's the conspiracy part, right? The biggest thing that probably fed into the 9/11 conspiracies is this thing called the People for a New American Century, right? This is like a organization that, thank you so much, MSE Stream. Thank you for the follow. This is the, oh my God. It was Antifa on the, there we go. That's even better. Yeah, it's either Antifa or Feds is the answer for most things. This could be a fringe conspiracy that Alex Jones covered, since MAGA hates the FBI right now. Where was I going with DeSantis? Oh my God, I got distracted from my own rant.
He, in many ways, is a Manchurian candidate. We have a Manchurian candidate. And he's afraid to tell Russia to get out of Cuba. He's afraid to tell China to get out of Cuba. He's afraid.
Wait, he's too friendly with Russia? People for the New American Century. Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing me back to that, right? PNAC, right? And this was a document that did indeed say, and it happened before 9/11, but it said that that there was a need for the United States to engage in wars, against countries like Iraq, Iran, etc., in the Middle East, right? And that the only way that you could get the United States to support this in kind of a, I mean, it's a post-Vietnam environment, but you've also had a Gulf War by Bush Sr. that was a very short war that had the strategic objective just to push Iraq out of Kuwait, and that then ended like immediately, right? And that war did not have the stink to it of like the Korean or Vietnam wars, especially Vietnam, right? It didn't have that. So they talked about something called Vietnam Syndrome, which was like the reticence of the United States to go to war after Vietnam. And in the eyes of neoconservatism, things like the Gulf War were like a cure for Vietnam Syndrome. But anyway, the point is that they made plans to invade nations, and they said that like some event that was like on the level with Pearl Harbor in terms of how many people were so in terms of how people saw it, right? Americans saw Pearl Harbor as a justification and an imperative to go to war with the country that had bombed it, and the 9/11 attacks obviously fit the bill of what PNAC was looking for. Now, does that mean that they did it? I mean, you need a few more pieces, like, to convince, you know what I mean? They benefited from it happening, but does that mean that they were the ones that orchestrated that? I mean, there's not, information, but because of that kind of that motive, I guess you could say, like, that functions as a motive, people that are subject to conspiracy theories, they're a lot more likely to just kind of imagine a means and a this and a that, and come up with a conspiracy theory that it's anywhere from, like, it was an inside job, or it was the work of another intelligence agency, to ideas like that the Saudis had more to do, more culpability in that attack than the United States originally indicated. And that's not actually very controversial, but, I mean, that's a different claim, right? And what he's trying to do is have this expansive claim that, like, has something to do with feds, right? Which I guess, I don't know, maybe it'll work for him. Maybe it sells, right? They like to talk about feds. They like to blame everything either on feds or on Antifa. So maybe an airplane full of federal agents is just what the conspiracy doctor ordered, right? So he wants those people, come in, support DeSantis, right? But then the people that are like, I don't buy that, but if you tell me that the Saudis had more to do with it, then, and then, like, yeah, that's an absolute truth, right? Like, the general disfavor diplomatically would fall on the Saudis, but instead the wrath of war fell on Afghanistan, which I guess made the sense that there were that Al Qaeda was stationed there, and then Iraq, which had nothing to do with 9/11 whatsoever, right? And that's, anyway, I feel like I just explained the early 21st century to you. You're welcome.
China now is building, think of this, China's building military installations in Cuba. The Cuban population of Miami is not too happy because they're never going to be able to go back. And you don't even hear about it. And the worst culprit is the press, the media, because
when he says go back, he's talking about we're not going to have a counter-revolution that imposes capitalism on a people who overthrew that system. That's what he's saying.
Normally, when I first heard that China's building installations in Cuba, and installations means military installations, okay, they said just some communication. They did that on the islands with Japan. They took the island, they started this massive construction, and they told everybody, including the Japanese have to be very careful. They told everybody that this is a housing development. They're going to build a housing development. And I said, how come the runway is 20,000 feet long? Private jets need 4,000 feet. They don't need 20,000 feet. The big ones need 20,000 feet. They don't even need 20. And I looked at the runway. I said, that's the largest runway ever built, both in width and length, for housing development. There's nobody that has a plane that big.
There's so many, like, if anybody's watching this and wants to take some stills of Tucker, like, just with particular emotions expressed on his face, like, I feel like he's so good when you make him laugh, like, right? He has so many goofy looks when he's laughing. I would massively appreciate that, because I need more faces for my thumbnails. Although, honestly, I hope that Tucker's not, like, I mean, look, Tucker should not be that relevant going forth. Despite the fact that if he has Trump on, or if he has Tate on, he's going to get ratings, but his ratings have fallen off from the ones that he was showing at the beginning of his tenure as a Twitter content creator, which, like, it makes about the least sense of all the platforms to put your content on. Twitter's kind of a strange choice, but I mean, in terms of wanting to show off views, I guess it makes sense.
That you would have a runway that's
Why is
for
China
testing.
And I feel like, honestly, 15 million views is not that many.
Allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere.
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean.
What islands are the ones being talked about? Wait, when China has built housing developments on some islands in Japan. Wait, I think he was talking about Cuba, yeah. But I didn't realize he was talking about like islands. Yeah, I literally don't know what he's talking about. That's the thing with a lot of these conspiracy theories, right? It's this like very specialized, well, did you hear about the thing in Cuba that they're saying is a housing development? It's got a huge runway. What kind of housing development would need a big runway like that? You know what needs a big runway? Military installations. China's building military installations in Cuba. Like, I mean, there's not really a lot you can say to that unless you're like somebody who pays attention to the satellite image of Cuba over time. I don't know. He said Japan a second ago. Yeah, that's definitely not happening, right? I can't even think of what he'd be talking about there. Does he? I mean, the only islands I can think that China, having to do with China, you're talking about like the artificial islands that they built in the South China Sea, which makes sense when you see how that line of countries from like Japan to the Philippines is basically blocking any sort of sphere of influence that China might have with its navy. China is starting to have a navy, and they're not really able to project force the way that the United States does because of that line of islands, which essentially, could serve as like choke points. Also, their trade is, there's a choke point near there too. So their solution was to build islands and fit them with rockets and hope to kind of equalize the odds of any kind of conflict. We're talking about like a potential Taiwan conflict or something like that. But yeah, this is like the islands that I first think of when somebody says China are the artificial islands in the South China Sea.
So we built a thing called the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito.
I really want him to say a man, a plan, a canal, Panama.
Malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people building. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Vicious. They had to build under nets. It was one of the true great wonders of the world. As he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It happened a little while ago.
And Biden's the one that's like we're worried about his cognitive.
Says 9 wonders of the world. You could make 9 wonders.
You could make 9 wonders if you wanted to.
He would have been better off if he stuck with the 9 and just said, "Yeah, I think it's 9."
Anybody? What is he talking about?
But this is one of the true 7 wonders of the world. And you take a look at the Panama Canal. It was such an incredible engineering marvel. We sold it under Jimmy.
Say it. Say the palindrome.
Carter. We sold it to Panama for $1. The following day, they quadrupled the amount of money that ships had to pay to get across. They didn't lose one ship. And now they've made it much bigger, and now they've widened it. They've doubled it, right? They've more than doubled it. And it's one of the most profitable things. Any time it's...
Yeah, the U.S. had the Canal Zone as a colony until like the late 70s.
It's just incredible, right?
Yeah, why did he say Carter? Did it go back to Panama under Carter? I don't think that's right. Didn't the United States control that area until like the 90s? So we're talking about the Panama Canal. If you don't know, it's like speaking of choke points, right? It's the only, was the first passage that was opened up like to go from the Atlantic to the Pacific. So in other words, your problem, if you want to go from the Atlantic to the Pacific, is that there's North America, Central America, and South America in your way, meaning that you got to go like way to the north where it's super icy, or you got to go way to the south where, I don't know, I think there's like Moby Dick lives down there or something. I don't know. It's dangerous, right? There's an albatross. There's a Charybdis. There's dangerous stuff down there, apparently. Down in the... if you go around the South American tip, right? But like realistically speaking, right, the Panama Canal is way quicker. It's like, it's like a little highway canal thing for boats. I'm over explaining this. It was fully returned in 1999. Yeah, so the United States basically just kind of came in there and they said, we're building a canal and there's nothing you could do about it. And this land that's right around the canal, this is our land. We're gonna occupy this. We're gonna put like, our dudes here. We're gonna put our dudes here. We put our little military dudes, little risk dudes, down there in the Panama Canal area, and basically controlled it until 1999 when it was fully returned. Because I mean, it is Panama. It's Panama. That's where we went to make the canal, and so it kind of makes sense that at some point the canal should go back to Panama. But apparently, not Trump. Trump wants to live in the world where we just keep controlling that area.
We gave it away for
maybe like should Britain just like retain Hong Kong and
$1? China now controls it. They actually control the Panama Canal. They run it, they control it, and we shouldn't let that happen. And we can't let China be in Cuba. And
we can't let China be in Cuba. Okay.
They'll get out. If I'm president, they'll get out. Because I had a very good relationship with President Xi, but he respected this country, he respected me, and he'll get out. And we can't let them run the Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Should have never been given to Panama. We should have had it. But we gave it.
I mean, it's only the Panama Canal. Who wouldn't? Yeah.
For $1, think of it.
We took it for. Did we pay anything when we took it?
Quadrupled. In one day, they lifted the fees, which are, pretty big, for these massive ships to go through, right? Rather than going around the Cape and to all the tremendous storms, such beauty, such...
The albatross.
It's beautiful stuff. But
it's beautiful stuff, but you don't want to go around there. Like, let me tell you, that's the scenic route, okay? Down there underneath the tip of South America, it's very beautiful, but you don't want to go down there. You don't want to go down there. You want to take over Panama and just hold on to it. Just keep it.
I don't want to get caught in those storms. Those were storms that wiped out the biggest ships.
That is not the problem. The problem is the fucking extra travel time.
And we go through the Panama Canal. We built it. And we gave it away for $1. Think of that. How stupid are we? We have done the stupidest things in this country. And now we have a president that can't put two sentences.
Look, we have done some not well-advised things in this country. If you want to talk about, which I will talk about, China gaining a foothold in South America, China gaining a foothold. I mean, he says in the Caribbean, right? But yeah, definitely, the reason that it's probably so easy for China to make deals is the way that the United States has conducted its foreign policy, right? You can look back to the Monroe Doctrine, which is an official doctrine of the United States military that's basically says South America is our backyard. Like, we call the shots there, right? And it's manifested in terms of countless coups and supporting dictators and really imposing a lot of misery on South America, right? If China's having an easy time, working with people down there, making deals with people, expanding its influence, I guess, like financially, is really what he's talking. He's acting like it's militarily, but I'm pretty sure it's financially, but it's because of the United States' bad policy. Yeah, we have made bad decisions, just not the ones that you're saying. And something like hanging on to the Panama Canal and just saying, this is ours now, in perpetuity. This will always be ours. We came down, we took it. Just that's like telling every country down there, yeah, that's the thing, is that whenever there's something that you have that the United States wants, we're just going to come down and get it. And it's like, oh my God. Dude, I hate to have to, I really do hate to have to, portray everything in terms of skibbity toilets. I mean, look, this is the image that America...
Hey, look, I found...
This is the image that America has in the world right now.
Some oil. Hey bro, look at this beautiful developing country.
This is what happens when the United States comes to your country.
Bro, look, the border is open. Finally, we can come into... Hey, look, I found some oil.
Wait, we were right here.
Together, can't speak, can't walk, can't talk. I don't think he gets to the starting gate, but these people do miracles. I mean, he ran out of his basement, and you got away with that one because of COVID, so he sort of got away with it. They cheated on the election. But you have people that are very smart, but they're fascists and they're radical left lunatics, and they're destroying our country with the all-electric cars and the windmills all over the place, which, by the way, don't work, and they're all, most of them made in...
Yo, did he just call Elon a fascist? Actually, no, like oh, he's talking about windmills now. He hates windmills. This guy has like a special thing against windmills.
China, for the most part, they're made in China. Germany a little bit, but China. But you look at what's happening to our country, even no voter ID. I mean, why don't they want voter ID? There's only one reason they don't want voter ID, because they want to cheat. I mean, who doesn't want, you know, the Democrat convention?
Who doesn't want less people to be allowed to vote? Who doesn't want to specifically filter out groups that would be less likely to have that kind of ID, right? Who?
The last one. They had voter ID that was...
They'll do, look, that's one of the ways they steal elections. Literally, that voter ID shit is one of the ways that Republicans steal elections. And I'm not saying steal election as in it's illegal, but I'm saying they use like legal means to ensure that they win an election. That's one of them. Gerrymandering is another one of those. Domination of the state Senate and like state House and Senate to create a map that's more favorable to the GOP and so thereby they win more seats in Congress than they would otherwise, right? That kind of thing. Like, I mean, there's so many anti-majoritarian tactics that the GOP takes to stay relevant, because honestly, demographically, they are going downhill. They are losing. They are aging out of the process. And the only way they can stay relevant and maintain some semblance of control is through all these kind of means. But yeah, thanks for reminding us, Trump.
This big, it looked like a prison card. This big on their chest. You walked in, they had your picture, your this, your fingerprint, they had everything. The most incredible voter ID I've ever seen. That was to get into the Democrat National Convention. But to get in to vote, if you buy groceries, if you buy practically anything now, you have ID on a card. Credit cards or otherwise. And
credit cards do not work.
Don't you think it's racist to have to show your ID?
Well, they probably say that. They use anything not to show ID, because voter ID is pretty simple.
You use anything to deprive people that you know are going to vote largely against you the right to vote. And that's how you game the system.
We could go back, and we should go back to all paper.
And that's why you haven't become the regional party that you should be by now.
Ballots, voter ID, same-day voting. You know, France did it. France had mail-in ballots, and it was terrible. Anytime
it was terrible. Wait, why?
Anytime you have mail-in
because Le Pen didn't win
ballots, you're going to have massive cheating on your elections. Anytime, but not just the presidential election. Anytime you have.
Isn't that the whole point of them?
Yeah.
So you can cheat?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's the whole point. That's their whole point. They want to cheat.
The whole point is that we don't want to infect more people with a pandemic that's going around. No, Donald.
To cheat because their policies are so bad that if they didn't cheat, they couldn't get elected. Who wants open borders? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants to not be able to use a gas stove?
Oh, the gas stove thing. They love this. They love this. I'm trying to remember the actual truth behind this one, but it's...
Or have to drive an electric car, which, you know, you have a 4-hour drive, but the car only goes an hour and a half, so you have to charge it. The happiest moment for somebody in an electric car is the first 10 minutes. In other words, you get it charged, and now for 10 minutes. The unhappiest part is the next hour because you're petrified that you're not going to be fined another charger. People, I'm saying if people, I'm not knocking electric cars, they're fine. They're fine. But if people want to buy a
Trump Towers don't have gas stoves, they have electric
gasoline
ones.
car or hybrid. Hybrids are pretty good, actually. But they should be allowed to buy. They don't want to do any of this. So right now, California's in a big brownout because their grid is a disaster. The grid all over the country is sort of a disaster, but the grid in California.
Texas?
And yet they want to have in a very short period of time millions and millions of cars going off that grid, essentially. It doesn't work.
So plug your car into a grid that's failing.
You should be able to buy an electric car. You know, electric cars could be fine if you drive short distances and you want to have, you know, whatever, and you have plug-ins everywhere you go. They could be fine. But you got to have gasoline cars. You got to have everything. Let people buy everything. Now there's the new thing is your heating systems in the house. They don't want you to have a modern day heating system.
There's like more to this than what they're saying. That there's a whole thing about the gas stoves thing, right? That I'm pretty sure it's not. Oh my God. I'm going to have to debunk this in real time.
They want you to use a heating system that will cost you at least $10,000 to buy and won't work very well. You know, none of the stuff works as well. One of the things I did with EPA is you have states, many states, most of the states have so much water. You know, it comes out of heaven, right? The water pours down and you have it. It's there. It's got to go wherever it goes, into the oceans, whatever. It's not like a big problem. Now, in some states, they have a problem. You know, you have some desert areas and all, and for that, it's okay. But they have sinks where no water comes out. You turn it on, no water comes out. No water comes out of the shower. No water is allowed to go into the washing machine for your dishes or for your clothing or what. And I avoided all of that.
Wait, they have sinks where no water comes out?
Sure, you have restrictors. When I say no water, very little water. You want to wash your hands, right?
Yeah.
And you've seen this, and you turn on the sink and it's very little. Or you want to wash your beautiful hair, right? And you're standing under a shower. Then the suds never go. The water comes out very slowly. I'm sure you've seen this. It usually takes place in new hotels. And
I mean, look, this is the thing. This is the thing. Like, he sounds ridiculous, right? He's going to bitch about light bulbs next. You know these light bulbs they make you get? I want the old light bulbs. We're going to get the old light. Like, this is just like the fucking old man yells at cloud for the most part, right? But I'm looking up this gas stove thing. Are the Democrats banning gas stoves? Not according to the White House spokesman Michael Kikukawa. The president is not supporting banning gas stoves. There's something about like hazards in the gas stoves. There's try to see exactly what the danger is. Like, why doesn't it just tell me what the gas stoves emit nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and fine particulate matter if they are turned on. So this isn't actually an environmental, I mean, unless you count the inside of your house as an environmental, like, right? This is a consumer protection thing. There's more to it than this, though. I think that there's something even about, like, that this isn't going to be, like, a cost that's borne by consumers. I think the worst that can happen is if you have a gas stove that is not up to code, that the government like replaces it or something. Okay, Joe Manchin, surprise, surprise, Joe Manchin's on board with this conspiracy. It's a study published in December estimated that gas-burning stoves are responsible for 2.7% of childhood asthma. Gas stoves emit nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and fine particulate matter when they are turned on, sometimes at levels that exceed guidelines from EPA and World Health Organization. They also release other harmful pollutants that are known or suspected to cause cancer and can even leak those chemicals. Oh, there's a cat. Hi. Do you want to be on stream? Oh. We have another special guest. This is Frankie, everyone. Here you go. Okay, so like I feel like the Majority Report has actually done some reporting on this. Yo, look at the New York Times both sidesing this issue. Yeah, it sounds like they're going to regulate the gas stoves to not poison your air. So, I mean, like, that should be a good thing, right? I know, right? Isn't she adorable?
Well, yeah, you take a drill and take the
They have
limiter out.
well, you can, but now they make it so you can't do that so easily. They have a restrictor. It's called a restrictor, and it restricts the water from coming out. So I ended all of that, and you have to see these. They let the water come out. You know what people do? They wash their hands like 5 times longer, or in the washing machine, they'll press for their, let's say the dishwasher, they'll press it, then they'll press it about 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
They'll end up using more water, and it still won't be very good. I met with the head of Whirlpool. They were practically going out of business during my administration, and they said to me, from Ohio.
Ohio.
Great state. I love Ohio. And
of course you would love Ohio.
They were really doing badly because people would...
Let's see that birth certificate. I bet this guy is secretly from Ohio. Do you want to start a conspiracy, chat? Let's start a conspiracy theory. How about it, okay? Trump is lying about his birth certificate. He's not from New York. He's from Ohio.
Dumping washing machines all over, mostly from South Korea, but also from China. And he was explaining it's just a terrible situation. I said, let me ask you, how's the quality? He says, we're better, but they are good enough quality. But, you know, of course he's going to say that. But, you know, they are better. He said, but they don't allow us. They're dumping these machines. They're cutting us in half. They're killing us. And on top of it, the government won't...
Donald J. Trump is from Ohio.
Won't let us use
That's what we're
water
going
in our
with.
machines. I mean, he shows me like a quarter of a bottle of water.
Show your full birth certificate, Trump.
That's supposed to be washing clothing. And I freed it all up, and I put tariffs on these countries that were selling and the machines coming into the country.
That's New York.
And that company went from all the washing machine companies, they make washing machines, they make dryers, they make all of the different machines that do this kind of work, including dishwashers. And they went from a disaster area to being just thriving.
But can I ask
They
why,
love me in that part of Ohio.
Well, I bet they do, but why should EPA, no one at EPA was elected by anybody,
Yeah.
why do they have the power
Oh,
to
you've
decide
already
how
got
much
Jim Jordan, that's true.
water your washing machine uses? Shouldn't Congress in a democracy get to vote on that?
Yeah, you could say that. They do things that are not very...
So how do you, that's my question, how do you, if you get elected again, go back to Washington, how do you keep the agencies under control? How do you
make sure that we can get poisoned by our own appliances more often? Right? Because that's every American has the right to breathe air that's been polluted by their gas stove, right?
Keep FBI and CIA specifically under control.
It's equivalent exchange.
The way you do it, like I fired Comey, that was a big deal. You know, a lot of people said, and I fired him very early. Somebody said, oh, I wish you would have fired him. There was a real question about firing him. Anyway, you understand, because, you know, when they have a 10-year term, there is a question. I fired Comey. That was a great thing. If I didn't fire Comey, maybe I wouldn't be talking to you, or I'd be talking to you about real estate or something.
You'd be talking to him from behind bars.
Something else other than politics, right? That was a coup, in my opinion. That was a very sick deal. That was the insurance policy. You remember the insurance policy? Oh, she's going to win, darling. She's going to win.
Darling.
But just in case she doesn't, we have an insurance policy. Insurance policy was what
Who's the darling?
Were doing. And we caught them with that. That was a very important tweet or whatever it was, text. It was a big deal. That was a big deal. The insurance
Anybody know what he's talking about?
Policy. She's going to win 100 million to 1. That's
okay. So if you're talking about, yes, the media had made like these weird percentage predictions, which I don't think that they usually do. But this was literally like like the New York Times had one, I remember, and it was like on one side it had 100% Clinton, on the other side it had 100% Trump, and they started the night I think at like 99% Clinton. It wasn't 100%. They were always saying that there's some chance that Trump could win, and you know, anybody that like. The more responsible news agencies, I think, put the chance of a Hillary Clinton victory at 75%. I don't think that's wrong. I think there was a 75% chance for Hillary to win, considering the conditions, considering like the fact that she had more popular votes, right? There's maybe like a 75% chance of a candidate in her position winning. But if there's a 75% chance of them winning, what does that mean? That means there's a 25% chance of them losing. That, you know, it's not that wild for 1 out of 4 odds to actually pay off. Sometimes they do, right? That's a pretty good bet. And it did.
Not good odds. At least they gave me one, right? 100 million to 1.
They never called it an insurance policy. The only thing I ever heard talked about as a insurance policy for Hillary Clinton was the Midwestern states that she didn't even campaign in the case of Wisconsin, right? There was a firewall. They called it a firewall. These were big Midwestern states that they thought that Clinton was sure to win, and that no matter how good of a night it was for Trump, that this would act as a firewall. This would be, you know, you can't burn through the firewall. Well, guess what they did? They won, what was it? Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Did they win? They won Michigan, right? So yeah, really good night for Trump, really bad night for Hillary, and very much Hillary Clinton's fault. Like I said, did not visit Wisconsin.
But just in case she doesn't win, we have an insurance policy. And everybody said, that's strange. That's strange. But we caught all that because I fired Comey. Because when I fired Comey, it was like throwing a rock into a hornet's nest, into a nest of bees, and the place went crazy.
So when you were president, are you confident that you knew everything, say...
Was Comey, like, investigating him? I mean, if there was a blowback from the Comey firing, I think that would have been it.
CIA.
Generally, when you fire your investigators, that's not a good sign.
Doing around.
No, I'm not. It's a very interesting group of people. I had very good relationships, I thought, but I was a little surprised when I got out that, you know, things go on. Look, it's...
What were you surprised by?
I was surprised. I think it's some of the people. I was surprised that there was... I had a group of people. Look, we killed many, using the CIA, I have to say this, very bad actors. We were very good at it. You look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, bigger than Osama bin Laden. I mean, Osama bin Laden is... But
okay, now, I don't know if this is what's going on right now, but there is a QAnon theory, and when I say QAnon, understand that this is these people don't always call themselves QAnon. Like, right, Q has gotten a bad name, and even they know that now. They'll call themselves something else, right? But, like, I mean, you've heard of Negative 48. That's one of them, right? There's a conspiracy theory that Trump is... I mean, in fact, the basic QAnon thing is about the storm, and the storm is when Trump is going to kill all the, you know, child abusers in the Democratic Party and all who happen to be all of his political enemies, right? And, you know, like... take them out of power, right? This is like a whole almost like religious belief that it's like an apocalyptic belief that QAnon tends to have, right? But when he says we've killed lots of bad people with the, you know, 3-letter organizations, it almost sounds like that's what he's dog whistling to.
Al-Baghdadi did ISIS, and he was rebuilding ISIS very strongly.
And that was the CIA that did that.
That was really us that did that.
Yeah.
He started the investigation into the Russian collusion stuff. Yeah, and to the degree to which some of those things, from what I've read, right, the Steele dossier, it's something that stands out as a red herring. I don't think there was really... Well, no, wait a minute. Didn't part of the Steele dossier end up being true? But there was stuff in the Steele dossier about, like, there being a P-tape of Trump, you know, being put in a compromising position in a hotel in Russia, and that this was some kind of compromise that Putin had on Trump, right? There was some stuff that was in there that just did not end up panning out, right? But if anything, if there was like any overreaction in terms of investigating, you know, stuff that didn't seem, you know, very likely like that it was in response to the mistake that Comey made in terms of Hillary, right? He had tried to kind of have it both ways in terms of investigating her, but not just saying no fault was found. He wanted to say, okay, you're not culpable, you're not liable, but slap on the wrist. He thought that was his way to be neutral. It wasn't. It probably had an effect on the election. And, you know, there's so many things, though, that you could say, like, affected the election, right? You could just as easily say Hillary not showing up to Wisconsin, you know, affected the election, right? When the election's that close, you know, like every little bit counts. And, you know, that probably counted, right? So it was like the impetus was on him to, okay, even it out now. And then
that was really us that did that. And Soleimani was...
Some of the Steele dossier has been... that's the thing about it, is what they did. This is very similar. Like, we always talk about how people like Vosh take the Trump playbook. Here's a major place, right? Trump loves to talk about the stuff in the Steele dossier that did not pan out. Trump loves to talk about, like, the anything that Mueller in his report said that he didn't find or couldn't, like, 100% support, and use these things as, like, see, this wasn't true, so nothing else is true. And in the Steele dossier, it might be that, like, a lot of the things that were alleged in there, you know, there was substance to them, and then he'll just pick the thing where there wasn't and say, see, not true.
Us that did that, not so much CIA. But we did some very good work with the CIA. What I started, you know, when I looked at the 51 intelligence agents saying that was the laptop from hell was Russia disinformation, when I took a look at that, I said, that's a horrible thing. They knew it wasn't. They knew it was not. And by the way, you're talking about cheating on the...
You're talking about a laptop for which the chain of custody was improper. You're talking about a laptop that you've got no way to trace to, like that's the problem, right? Is that there was this laptop that some Republican got a hold of, and they didn't, you know, they didn't treat it like
election
evidence.
McLaughlin
and so you can't, like, right? It's
Rizio, great pollsters. If they said a thing like that, plus other things...
Steele is an MI6 agent?
...things meant anywhere from 10 to 17% of the vote would change.
Whatever happened to Mike Pence? You've always been nice to Pence.
Okay, here we go, Pence.
I've never heard you criticize Pence. You've defended him.
You've always been nice to Pence? Oh, my God. You almost got him unalived.
Public many, many times. He's out there attacking you. What is that?
So Mike wants to run for president. You got to understand, in my opinion, Mike Pence had the absolute right to send the votes back to the legislatures. The Democrats and everybody said, you don't have the right. In other words, what I said, is he a human conveyor belt? You mean if he finds fraud in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in any of these...
No, he kind of is legally, in that role, a human conveyor belt. He's not there to analyze the results of the election. He's there to read the results of the election.
States, Arizona. He has to send them to Mitch McConnell, right? That's right, sir. Well, if he finds fraud, he has to? Yes, sir. I said, so he's a conveyor belt. Boom, put him in. I said, I don't agree with that. And we had some lawyers, not all, we had some lawyers that said, no, you do have the right to send them back to the legislatures to be rechecked. Because if you looked at what went on in Wisconsin, who, by the way, now agree with me, Wisconsin has been virtually, other than the fact they're not allowed to do anything statutorily, but Wisconsin has been, I mean, what they found is incredible. I mean, we won Wisconsin.
Here we go. Here we go, more copium.
But Mike Pence had the right, in my opinion, to send him back.
Do you ever talk to him now?
No, I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I was very disappointed in him. I didn't want to do what Thomas Jefferson did.
The other thing about Wisconsin is it's gone in a very left direction since the Dobbs decision.
Thomas Jefferson.
Like, they've now got a majority Democrat-aligned Supreme Court that's going to get in the way of the kind of gerrymandering that they've been doing ever since Scott Walker.
It was Georgia.
Yeah, Trump lost in Wisconsin, and he's also been losing, like the election, the off-year elections have been going against the Republicans in Wisconsin as well.
It was hear ye, hear, the great state of Georgia.
And a big part of what allows them to even really play in Georgia are, you know, those measures that Scott Walker put in his time as dictator of Wisconsin.
It's not capable,
there's like a Democratic governor, right?
Or allowed to tabulate their votes. And Thomas Jefferson, who was the vice president, said, is Georgia sure that they cannot tabulate their votes? Georgia is sure. He didn't send it back and have them redo it. He said, we will keep the votes of the great state of Georgia for Thomas Jefferson and his president. I didn't ask him for that. Could have done that too, but I didn't. I thought that would be turmoil. I asked him to send him back to his legislature. He said, we will keep their votes. If he finds fraud, he has to? Yes, sir. I said, so he's a conveyor belt. Boom, put him in. I said, I don't agree with that. And we had some lawyers, not all, we had some lawyers that said, no, you do have the right to send them back to the legislatures to be rechecked. Because if you looked at what went on...
his own law ended up taking him down? That's wild, Firebird. That is a chef's kiss moment, yeah. Koch brothers bought Scott Walker. Tony Evers is the Democratic governor.
Wisconsin, who, by the way, now agree with me, Wisconsin has been virtually...
I mean, they're still holding on to Ron Johnson, but...
Other than the fact they're not allowed to do anything.
Oh, did I say they're still holding on to Johnson? Jesus Christ.
Statutorily. But Wisconsin has been...
This is what you get when you get a late-night NCC stream. Completely inappropriate, talking about holding on to people's Johnsons.
I mean, what they found is incredible. I mean, we won Wisconsin. But Mike Pence had the right...
You're going to get reported to the horny police.
In my opinion, to send him back.
Do you ever talk to him now?
No, I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I was very disappointed in him. I didn't want to do what Thomas Jefferson did. Thomas Jefferson, it was Georgia. And it was hear ye, hear, the great state of Georgia is not capable or allowed to tabulate their votes. And Thomas Jefferson, who was the vice president, said, is Georgia sure that they cannot tabulate their votes?
A Johnson
Georgia
is a Johnson.
Is sure. He didn't send it back and have them redo it. He said, we will keep the votes of the great state of Georgia for Thomas Jefferson and his president. I didn't ask him for that. Could have done that too, but I didn't. I thought that would be turmoil. I asked him to send him back to his legislature, to the legislatures, you know, in Wisconsin, let's say.
But why didn't he? I mean, you'd worked together for 4 years. You're the president. He's VP. You say you're aligned on everything.
I think he got very bad advice. I really do. Now, let me tell you what happened. I sat there with a few people.
Is that even right? Is that how it would have gone down? Would it have been like, because I know they did the fake electors in Georgia, right? Would it have been that it goes to the Georgia state legislature to vote on, or would it have been that I'm trying to remember how this works, or does it, like, I think at some point it goes to the general house, right? Theoretically, right? But
I think his lawyer,
but not in the situation that where the outcome is clear like this.
Was in the room too. His lawyer was very much against it. There were other lawyers that felt you could do it. It was one of those things. I think you could have done it. I think you can always do something if you see fraud or if you see problems. But it's very interesting. So after the election was over, the rhinos got together with the Democrats and they redid the election, so you couldn't do it anymore. So then I called the people. I said, so in other words, you're saying I was right. You could do it. Yes, you could do it. In other words, constitutional crises like that are the things that, like, tear countries apart, right? So they clarified an uncertain. They took the Voting Act and they redid it so the vice president no longer has the power to do what I said he could do.
So that you can no longer try to, like, literally physically threaten the vice president into doing what you want him to do, right? And we're going to find out more and more about this because new stuff has come out linking the Secret Service that works on behest of Trump with the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. Yes, there was communication between these organizations prior to January 6th.
So when that happened, I said, wow. And you know, you'd look some of these Democrats in the eye and they'd say, he has absolutely no right to do it. And immediately after the election, they met. Rhinos,
there's a lot of things. Okay, look, there's a lot of things that in the country that you either absolutely have the right to do, or that you theoretically could press your luck and constitutionally hope for a favorable Supreme Court, right? That would tear this country apart, and people don't do them because they would tear this country apart, right? Like not accepting the results of an election, for instance.
Democrats, and they approved legislation that takes away the right of the vice president to do it. So I said, so you're saying I was right. The vice president did have the right to do it, and they said, yes, he did.
So if you're saying they stole it from you last time, why wouldn't they do the same this time?
Oh, well, they'll try.
Yeah, so why should anybody vote for you? You gotta drop this loser mentality, right? You are gonna literally, like, that could be what loses you the election, right? That you seem like a sore loser, and that you are basically telling people that it's rigged against you, so why bother voting?
Be trying, yeah. And not only me, look,
I mean, like, that's one of the conventions, right? Is that you don't do this sore loser shit and try to claim legitimacy and press the point past the statistical inevitability of the way that the votes are tabulated, right?
DeSantis is out. I think he's gonzo. He was at a level.
He's gonzo. Oh, gonzo. Okay, sorry. When he said gonzo, I was like,
people have figured him out. He's gone. But if somebody else got in, other than me, they'll go at him just as viciously as they did me. These people are sick. They will go after them. And a lot of people say they won't be able to hold up. I do get credit for holding up quite well, I must tell you. I think it's...
How do you do that? How do you get indicted, every week and stay cheerful?
I think it's a lot easier because I'm so high in the polls, because it means the people get it. The people see it's a fraud. The people see it. Like this horrible district attorney from just a little while ago, from essentially Atlanta, that's Fulton County.
we gonna harness some racism?
Said basically, I don't have any right to.
We're gonna harness a little misogynoir tonight, Mr. Trump.
Election. Well, what about Stacey Abrams? What about Hillary Clinton? What about all of these Democrats that are still challenging my election? The same people that are saying he's challenging an election challenged my election, and they did it with.
Yeah, remember the time where the Hillbots, like, they got on their pussy hats and they invaded the Capitol? Remember that?
They did it with all sorts of things. They were very bad about it. But basically, they're suing me and they're saying you don't have any right to challenge it. If you challenge an election, we're going to indict you.
No, I think they're saying that you can't create a criminal organization to steal the election. I think that's kind of what they're saying.
Put you in jail. So what they're doing is they've weaponized, and don't kid yourself, the DOJ and Biden and the whole group, they're watching all of this stuff. They love the local stuff. You know, the DA in Manhattan. Not only that, they put one of the DOJ top people into the Manhattan DA's office to run things. They don't even have a case against me. It's not even a case. Everyone says, even the Democrats say, you can't bring these cases. You have no case. The Attorney General or the District Attorney, Fannie Willis, in Atlanta, she's getting killed.
I mean, this is more of his pattern of intimidation. Yeah. I mean, that was a low key, you know what I mean? He's gonna say, "Oh, I just mean she's getting people. She's getting roasted. She's getting cooked, right?" But no, he said what he said for a specific reason, right? And he is trying to motivate as much hatred against people like her as he possibly can.
Basically, she's saying Trump doesn't have the right to criticize an election. But you've been around long enough now. You've seen many elections criticized. I mean, Hillary Clinton goes crazy.
No, I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, right, contesting an election past the point where it's obvious to everyone, including members of your own circle, members of your own cabinet, members of your own team, that you've lost the election is not illegal to do. It's a really bad idea, and there's a reason that people don't do it, and there's a reason that people look down at somebody that does it, and there's a reason to, call you a liar and sore loser and a million other things because of that. But that's not the part that's illegal. That's not the part that's illegal. The illegal part is setting up fake electors and trying to get them passed off as real electors. That, the criminal conspiracy is the real crime. Like, it's not your, words.
Every time
it's not what you believed in or say that you believe in, because I don't think he believes it. I really don't. Like, right, who was the guy that got told that? Pence. It was Pence, I think, that Trump said you're too honest. When Pence wouldn't go along with it, Trump said you are too honest. All right, so what does that mean? It kind of says to me that he knows he's lying.
He talks. He says he's not the president. Jimmy Carter said he's not the president. Well, I am the president. Hillary Clinton called me, by the way, at 3:02 in the morning to congratulate me the night of the election.
Did her voice crack?
Well, her voice was, it's very different, I will say. I won't get into that. But
what do you mean?
Her voice was very different. Don't forget, they were all celebrating at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I came home and I said, I think we won. I felt we
were they celebrating? I'm trying to remember how this was, because it wasn't like they thought that they were going to win. The later it got, the more results came in, the more it was clear that Clinton would not be winning.
Won because the rallies are so big. They
were really ready to have a celebration, though. They thought they were going to win.
We'd go to Wisconsin and we'd go to Georgia.
But I mean, generally, this is how those parties work, right? When there's an election, there's like a party, at the campaign headquarters. You'll see it on the news sometimes. Let's go to McCain. Like, God, that's an old election. Let's go to the Biden headquarters and see what's going on. Well, the mood is really good here, Jim. They're confident that having won the states that they won early, that they can go on to carry this, and this state and win the night. But of course, we won't know until the results are in. Back to you, Connie. Right? That's how it is. Right? It's
We'll go to different states, and
so there's always like a party that like and they want to celebrate and they want to look confident and they want to, you know what I mean, project that they're the ones that are having a good time. But yeah, if they could sometimes end up a lot more confident early than they are later on.
Michigan.
Libs were celebrating hard and then they were panicked and crying. I think didn't Chapo get like drunk during this?
We'd have rallies.
I remember Chapo didn't think that she was going to lose either, right? As much as Chapo, had a lot of reason to hate Hillary Clinton's guts, they did not think that she'd be losing to this guy. And it was like a moment when that dawned even on the Chapo. I mean, you could argue that like it's better for a satirical podcast if Trump wins, but I don't think they were really anticipating that happening.
In Pennsylvania, we had 58,000 people in Butler. And I said, how are we losing this? How do you have a rally where you have from 50 to 100,000 people, many of them? I did 7 a day for a couple of days. That's a lot. These are big rallies too. And I didn't hold back. I didn't say, let's make them let's do abbreviations, right? But they challenged this stuff. Yeah. Hillary called me up and conceded. Now, the word is that Obama said you have to do that. But she called up and totally conceded. But now, every time you see her on television.
Source, I made it up.
Television, she's saying, she's challenging the election.
Do you think.
So that would mean that she should be indicted, but that would mean.
You get indicted for being a sore loser. No, you're not getting indicted for being a sore loser.
Also, that Stacey Abrams in Georgia should be indicted. Because she still thinks she won the election for governor. She still thinks that. She's never recanted. And
do you think Stacey Abrams will be indicted for that?
Wait, I don't think that Carrie Lake was indicted, right? There's a lot of people that claimed, to have won an election that they lost that are not getting indicted, right? You did something special. You're not getting indicted for being a sore loser.
No, of course not. She won't be. The Democrats don't get indicted for things like that. They don't get impeached. No, it's a different thing. With that being said,
yes,
I had great support when they did impeachment hoax #1 and impeachment hoax #2. Jim Jordan, the House was fantastic. And actually the Senate
Jim Jordan
was very good for me. Other than, Mitch McConnell, I think it's too bad I endorsed him. He was begging.
Carrie Lake has not been indicted.
And he was going to lose that race and I endorsed him and he ended up winning.
Just had every case thrown out of court, yeah.
Because of my...
Yeah, that's the thing is you can lose, you can go to court, you can get thrown out, you can lie, and that doesn't get you indicted.
He was down, he was going to lose to Amy McGrath, who had $90 million in cash, all set to go. She was leading by 3, he was going down. I did him a favor, and then 3-4 months later, he really wanted to impeach me. He's a bad guy. But if you look at what's going on politically, it's so interesting. The level of loyalty is different in politics than it is in normal life, I will say. With that being said, I've had great loyalty also. But the House was fantastic. The Senate was very good. They overrode Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, in my opinion, was trying to get senators to impeach me, especially for the second one. And on the first one, he acted very, very slow. He should have gone much faster. But Mitch McConnell wanted to, and the senators went up to him, guys that are subservient to him because he gives money. He gives them money. He gives them a lot of money. He raises some money and he gives it to them, and therefore they do what he said. That's the only form of...
I remember the second impeachment, and I remember there being something about that where essentially there wouldn't have been time to really impeach Trump. Like, they could have voted for impeaching him, in the Senate, which meaning removing him from office. Now, I don't know that there were the votes to do that. I'm trying to remember how that even works. Is it 51? Or is it 67? I'm trying to remember. Is it a majority or a super majority to impeach the president? I think it's a super majority, right? Or it's at least like 60. But anyway, so yeah, there was talk of the fact that it just wasn't practical to do it. They wanted to bring, the impeachment almost to just, be like, we're not going to let him do January 6th and just completely, face no consequences. But yeah, there weren't really, as I remember, there wasn't really time for there to be consequences. It was so late in his 2/3. Okay.
Leadership he's got.
So yeah, it wasn't gonna happen.
So last question: if you're elected president again, what's your number one priority?
I mean, if enough of the Republicans had decided that Donald Trump was a liability going forward, they probably could have impeached him. I just don't know if would that have had any effect. I could see them impeaching him, right? Because you need what, it'd be 17. That's a lot of Republican senators. You need 17 Republican senators to vote for impeachment, and you need all the Democrats to vote for impeachment. And yeah, I guess if there had been, but still, that's not a majority of the Republican Senate caucus, right? So you could imagine a situation in which 17 Republicans vote for impeachment, Trump gets impeached, and it wait, you know what? Yeah, because if it can't happen, then there's no effect of that. It doesn't keep him from running for office again. Because the idea of them doing that, of them going along with that impeachment, would be if the calculation was that Trump was so much of a liability to the Republican Party that they needed him to end as a factor. They needed him to no longer be in consideration. And I don't know if it actually would have had that effect. It might have had the opposite effect. It might have gotten, in fact, here's why I think there's so much loyalty to Trump in the Republican Party, even among people who have not always liked him, even among people who did not want him to be the nominee, right? There is loyalty. It's fear. It's fear because that if you impeach the guy, and there's, 17 of you and then 23, 24, 25 Republican senators that are against the impeachment, you're going to lose your primary. You're going to lose your position on the committee. You're going to lose everything.
When you ran last time, you said, I will build a wall. This time,
look at what happened to Liz Cheney.
Or bottom line, top promise to the
So
country.
you can do numerous things at the same time.
Of course.
But let's say number one is a border. And
didn't you say that last time? Oh my God. How are they taking him seriously? I think they forgot about the wall.
Hundreds of thousands of criminals that have been allowed into our country and getting them out and bringing them back to their country, Guatemala. By the way, not only the 4 countries that we think of as neighbors, all over the world. Last month, we had 149 countries represented. Think of it. We had 149 countries represented, Tucker, and from places that many people never even heard of.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
Coming into our country. And they're coming in from mental institutions.
They're coming to America.
They're coming in from prisons. They're emptying out their prisons.
Prisons, they're emptying out. They're coming. No.
All over South America. They're emptying out their mental institutions. Terrorists are pouring into our country. We have no idea. I had the strongest.
Oh my God, he's trying to recapture that 2016 magic again. I feel like he can't do it. I feel like it's been said.
Border in the history of our country. And I built almost 500 miles of wall. They like to say, oh, was it less? No. I built 500 miles. In fact, if you check with the authorities on the border, we built almost 500 miles of wall. And I had another 200 that I was going to build. It's like water. It seeks.
It seeks. Wait, what? The fence?
And we're going to build another 200. We built it. It was all set to go. All they had to do was install it. It would have taken 3 weeks. And that's when I found out. I said, I think these people actually want open borders. The first thing I would do would be I would seal up the border good and tight, except for people that want to come in legally.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
There's tremendous passion and there's tremendous love. January 6th was a very interesting day because they don't report it properly. I believe it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken before. And some of the crowds I've spoken before. And like July 4th on the Mall. I think they had 1 million people there. But I think that the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was on January 6th, and people that were in that crowd, very, very small.
Including Q Shaman. Let's not forget Q Shaman, the leadership of the Proud Boys and 3 Percenters.
Well,
Nick Fuentes was there, yeah.
Group of people, and we said patriotically and peacefully and patriotically, right? Nobody ever says that. Go peacefully and patriotically.
Nobody ever said, if they said that at the George Floyd protest, then he wouldn't have any problem with it. No.
People that were in that crowd that day, very small group of people, went down there, and then there were a lot of
Oh yeah, Baked Alaska was there. Was Catboy Kami there? I think Catboy Kami was there.
But people in that
who, by the way, is still racist. I found out recently. Catboy Kami is still racist. Imagine that.
Said it was the most beautiful day they've ever experienced. There was love.
Racist Catboy.
There was love and unity.
And racist Catboys.
I have never seen such spirit.
There was love and unity for the white race, you know.
Such passion and such love. And I've also...
Yeah, there was a lot of love. You could tell that the gallows that they built, right, with the name Pence written on them, those were definitely built with love, yeah?
I've never seen simultaneously and from the same people such hatred of what they've done to our country.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict? We seem to be moving towards something.
I don't know, because I don't know what it, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination.
Donald Trump, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Donald Trump.
Anemic. Like he got something like...
Remember when I told you earlier that Vivek Ramaswamy has got a likability problem, has got like kind of a hate community forming for him among Republicans, right? Now that he's out of the basement, now that he's doing a good 7% some places, and some places even matching or exceeding Ron DeSantis, right? Now that he's a player, there's people that have come out to hate on him for various reasons. Somebody mentioned earlier, there might be racist reasons. They're definitely going to attack him for not being a Christian, and well, there might be something else, right? There's certain connections, professional, business, and academic, that Vivek Ramaswamy has with people and organizations that are not friendly to the voter demographic that he is seeking.
A few thousand book sales his first week.
Yeah, they were actually chanting hooray for Pence, yeah.
As you said with the machine makes the man, or sort of the medium is the message type thing, we sort of were potentially a little concerned that Tucker might still have that reach, but without the time slot, he became basically nothing.
Which is so gratifying, I gotta be honest with you, because I would love to hear his internal dialogue as it relates. No one cares, because he's not on Fox. It just shows how much the machine makes them for someone named Tucker Carlson. But
now, I don't know. What are you thinking, chat? Right? This was 4 hours ago. Okay, so this is a pretty recent Majority Report. Is Tucker irrelevant? It feels like he makes a splash when he talks to somebody that's like an Andrew Tate or a Donald Trump. It feels like overall his numbers are going down and people are not really interested in him. The audience from Fox News is definitely not following him over to Twitter. Although if he talks to somebody that, like, chuds on Twitter really like, then yeah, he's going to get good ratings, but nowhere near the reach and influence and clout that he used to have on Fox News.
God, it's honestly gratifying to see him.
It's so funny.
Flounder about.
Desperate for attention, and no one's giving it to him because no one cares.
I feel like, I don't know. Look, Emma's a great pundit, and there's every chance that she's right and I'm wrong, but I feel like she's overstating it.
He's not on Fox. It just shows how much the machine makes the man. It did for Bill O'Reilly before he was ousted for sexual harassment, And same thing for Tucker.
There were reports that either last week or the week before that he had published a book, and the book sales were anemic. Like he got something like a few thousand book sales his first week. Like as you said with the machine makes the man, or sort of the medium is the message type thing. We sort of were potentially a little concerned that Tucker might still have that reach, but without the time slot, he became basically nothing.
Which is so gratifying. I got to be honest with you, because I would love to.
He should just do weekly uploads.
Hear his internal dialogue.
I should do weekly uploads
as it relates to his complete lack of relevance at this point. I mean, I don't know. He's probably swimming in so much money. That dulls the senses to a degree.
If you're swimming in so much money that dulls the senses to a degree, you might think of taking some of that money and investing it in a sub for yourself. It's $5 and it takes care of your needs for a month. And there is an ad break coming at you, I think, in like 5 minutes. I could be wrong, give or take a few minutes, but it will come. And you will not like it, but you could get out of it if you are literally swimming into money. You could also get out of it if you have no money, but you do have an Amazon Prime account, because you get this thing called a Prime sub by hooking it up to Twitch, and you can get yourself a free sub. Or you could possibly get out of the ad break through the generous gift of somebody looking to give gift subs, and it does occasionally happen. So your best bet is just to be active in chat.
But he interviewed Vivek Ramaswamy. What was his rap name? Devake, right? Devake. He interviewed Devake. See out the trail on Tucker on Twitter. No one cares. But I just want to give a little bit of attention to Vivek because he's the only Republican that Trump seems to be speaking positively about. Yes. What?
I'll just say Tucker not looking very good.
Yeah. Well. He could be some guy that Trump picks for something, right? I don't think VP is going to be.
There's not a whole lot of personnel left over after the first administration and how it flamed out, and how a lot of people got burned. So
yeah, he's going to have some very strange, very unqualified people running things for him. But that's really nothing new. Like he's always rolled like that to a certain extent.
Yeah, you're going to need people.
Some just kind of like Ivy League libertarian ghoul who made a lot of money in his own right, who wants to rebrand himself. But this is him sitting and talking with Tucker about what he truly believes, especially because there was an Atlantic profile of him that came out a few days ago where he was quoted saying, how many federal agents were on the plane in 9/11, evoking some sort of like conspiracy theory about 9/11 being an inside job.
And the Wall Street Journal editorial board has released a few things calling into question his like investments and things that he's supported. Like, is he a member of the swamp or not? So that type of thing that he's responding to.
And that is literally what the GOP faithful, the Trump, the MAGA faithful, the ones that are skeptical about Vivek Ramaswamy, that's what they're calling him right now. Vivek Ramaswamy is the hashtag that they're trying to get to take off. He doesn't really have that high of negatives yet, though.
So here he is.
I mean, he's a ridiculous ass clown, but he's not really paying for it thus far.
But why?
Here's him talking to Tucker.
Would the Wall Street Journal take time out of its busy schedule of defending low capital gains taxes to attack you over this? What's interesting is
you defend low capital gains taxes, you idiot. Tucker is so grating when he pretends to be a populist.
Yeah, he can't help even in the first breath still do the phony fake I'm a economic populist. The literal thing he said that Bill O'Reilly was doing 20 years ago.
Which never would matter whatsoever in practice, because the Republican Party that he supports fully and the nominees and the candidates that he fully supports all are in favor of lowering the capital gains tax 100%. All right.
But why would the Wall Street Journal take time out of its busy schedule of defending low capital gains taxes to attack you over this?
What's interesting is I think that there's a bipartisan consensus in this country right now that we, the people, we can't handle the truth. It's like Jack Nicholson at the end of the movie, right? Yes. You can't handle the truth. You need me on that wall. My basic view in this campaign is no, we don't need you on that wall. And yes, we can handle the truth. COVID-19, what was the origin? What did we know about the vaccines before we mandated them? What did we know about Hunter Biden's dealings before we systematically suppressed that story? What do we know about the truth of what happened on January 6th? What do we know about that Nashville shooter manifesto, the transgender individual who shot up a bunch of people in a Christian school? That's why I went to Nashville not that long ago.
You see how he's trying to have it both ways, right? I mean, transgender individual, that's pretty dehumanizing. Like, pointed like that, acting like that's the most important thing about the shooter in Nashville, right? That's obviously, aimed at a certain audience, right? But he's trying to do it with a smile. He's trying to do it with kid gloves. He's trying to maintain that likability and that air that he could be a moderate. Maybe you just misheard him with this.
Because Bill Lee, a Republican,
but he is so on the conspiracy tip of the Republican Party, and all that implies in terms of demonization of trans people as well.
Governor of Tennessee now wants to pass a red flag law in Tennessee without releasing that manifesto. The whole point is the public can't handle the truth. And so I had offline discussions. I mean, we're talking with, big donors in the Republican Party, big folks in media, executives and otherwise, who said, hey, listen, okay, even if what you're saying is true, this is not helping you. You say, why is that the first question that should go through my mind, right? I mean, personally, I think the way I'm running this campaign is I'm not thinking about what's helping me or not before I say it. So far, at least that approach does seem to be helping me. Yes, we're doing all right.
Performance of.
But even if I won't, I'd rather lose some election than to play some political snakes and ladders of what we're supposed to say.
Yeah.
And I think that that's really one of the questions at issue today, as it was in 1776. Do we believe that the public can be trusted with the truth? Whatever the truth is, just give me the hard truth. And I have a friend of mine, her father died recently. She talked about actually her experience of her father having heart attacks even when she was a kid.
And the hard truth is the people that need to hear this most right now are experiencing the ad break right now. Yeah, that's right. There's people being sucked into the ad break. They're not hearing what Vivek says. They don't understand the hard truth, but they're experiencing the hard truth firsthand through not having a sub.
He went on to live as far as he did, but she said
he just played snakes and
one
ladders.
thing she just wanted from the doctors, from her dad, etc., is, she's 12 years old at the time. I can handle the truth. Just tell me, is my dad going to die? Is my dad likely to die before he goes in for the next procedure? Don't just tell me he's going to live because you think that's what I need to hear. Just tell me the truth and I can handle the truth. I think most of us are this way. I think we as free human beings
he is really channeling the conspiracy mindset.
Makes us human beings and not animals is the belief that
he plays that words like that as a dog whistle.
We can believe in something bigger than ourselves and that we can handle the truth from those who are in power. And I think that's the moment we live in today. It was the moment of the American Revolution that we the people can be trusted. And I think we now live in a moment where the government...
That is not what the founding fathers thought. There was so many of them that legit were worried about the people being trusted. They didn't trust the people, right? You had to be a white land-owning man to vote. You didn't get to vote on things like senators, right? There was a lot that the founding fathers did not trust people with. I don't know what you're talking. Hey, they were all Masons. No, just kidding. But I mean, seriously, if you're this conspiracy dude, why don't you look into the weird secret societies that the founding fathers were members of, and tell me what you think about that?
And not just the government, but a broader establishment in our country believes that citizens of this nation cannot be trusted with the truth. So when you describe the way that...
All right, I'm not saying anything about truth to help my own candidacy or my campaign. No. But go to my website and buy my truth hats. Truth, period. That's the hat that he wears every single rally, and that's his merch.
I mean, it's every bit as... Oh, God. I mean, that's so hollow.
Talking about truths as eternal, and it's like you know deep down what is true.
For him to have truth as his hat is more hollow than any of Obama's hope change branding.
And what is pure? That's fascist talk.
Well, I mean, look, there's definitely a lot of obfuscation of truth going on in politics. That's certainly true. And I think like the idea that it starts with the vaccine that actually saved lives. Say what you will about the mRNA vaccine, and I would say maybe the things that I have issue with is that it's still not free, the boosters, or it's not free anymore, I should say. But Vivek, like, here's the one thing that Tucker, and I just looked at the transcript for this entire 45-minute interview. I searched it on YouTube, so not at the actual source because I can't do it on Twitter. But nowhere did the words George Soros come up. And if you look at this Forbes article here from May 3rd, 2023, Wikipedia editor says they were paid to change Vivek Ramaswamy's page. And that is in relation to...
Truth, might I remind you, is this man's slogan. Truth.
Him getting a Soros Foundation grant to go through college at Yale. So I agree.
Okay, so like, look, is there a problem with him getting grant money that came from Soros to like, right? No, it's not. Right. It's grant money. It's going to come from, some rich dude somewhere, right? Like Soros is, but that's not what the Republican base thinks. Right? George Soros is the devil to these people. Like he is the, he's secretly controlling the world basically. And so, yeah, that's going to matter. That's what I'm talking about when I say that there's like a hate following of Ramaswamy developing in the Republican Party, people that are calling him Ramaswamy. And just wait, because we're just getting started. There's a lot of stuff that he's been associated with that Republicans really don't like.
That people should be able to...
you like my butterfly? Thank you.
...confront the truth
and welcome in.
We should not treat people like babies, that they're afraid. We should be able to trust them with information and not hide them from it because we're...
I mean, like, he just, like, that's the X-Files. Like, I want to believe...
Here is Newsmax's, formerly of Fox News.
That's a nice thumbnail.
Not sure if you guys remember someone named...
Okay, even if what you're saying is true, this is beings.
A lot of obfuscation of truth going on in politics. That's certainly true. And I think like the idea that it starts with the vaccine that actually saved lives.
This is a new butterfly.
About the mRNA vaccine, and I would say maybe the things that I have issue with is that it's still not free, the boosters, or it's not free anymore, I should say. But Vivek, like, here's the one thing that Tucker, and I just looked at the transcript for this entire 45-minute interview. I searched it on YouTube, so not at the actual source because I can't do it on Twitter. But nowhere did the words George Soros come up. And if you look at this Forbes article here from May 3rd, 2023, Wikipedia editor says they were
these are the ones that you sent me, Zara.
paid to change Vivek Ramaswamy's page, and
these are the ones that you sent me on Throne.
Is in relation to him getting a Soros Foundation grant to go through college at Yale. So I agree that people should be able to confront the truth, and we should not treat people like babies, that they're afraid. We should be able to trust them with information and not hide them from it because we're concerned about the way that they might receive it.
Per this piece, the changes include scrubbing the fact that Ramaswamy received the Paul and Daisy Soros Fellowship for New Americans in 2011 and Ramaswamy's role in the Ohio COVID-19 response team.
Well, is that truth, Vivek? Come on, buddy.
It's like the movie, Tucker. It's like the movie.
Yeah, he's creating his own truth on Wikipedia. And I guess if you define truth as a falsified perception or portrayal of your record, then that is truth, but it's not actually true. And that's just kind of the danger of that rhetoric.
These principles are being simulated by the worst, most cynical people that completely work for the worst, the enemies. I mean,
it's the same thing with free speech.
Exactly.
It's kind of... But the truth is really just what you feel in your bones. And I know what you feel in your bones. You feel that it's that Mexicans are coming over to rape your kids over the border. That's what you feel.
Yeah, there's been a lot of work on the Republican base to kind of turn them into like a fact-free zone, right? You can't, they don't trust any fact at this point, especially if the fact seems to suggest that they made the wrong decision by trusting the likes of Donald Trump. They you know, they've basically created a bubble where they can have all the alternative information, all the alternative facts they want. They can live in a world. It's like he's the Willy Wonka of bullshit, isn't he? Like, imagine in Trump's voice singing "Pure Imagination." That's what they live in. They live in pure imagination.
That's true, and you shouldn't be able to be prevented by the Jack Nicholsons of the bipartisan consensus. Man, was that a convoluted way to get this point across. From saying that truth. And notice he says no facts. He just says what they're not telling you about the COVID vaccine.
Exactly.
What they're not telling.
Look, we, the people of the United States of America, deserve to hear the facts on whether NoFap works, right? Does it NoFap turn you into like a superhero? Does it make you shoot fireballs out of your eyes? We deserve to know that. We deserve to know the one weird trick that you can use to raise your testosterone. We, the American people, can handle the truth.
Telling you about the trans shooter in Nashville.
You're on a low-fat diet.
Which again, dog whistles.
I am too.
There's no
I am too. Ever since I stopped buying my favorite food in the world, tahini. I love tahini. I put it on everything, but I eat way too much of it, and I was seriously gaining weight.
Hard facts.
It was all tahini. It was all tahini's fault.
He describes. What we would say are truths are that in this country we have a health system that completely gouges you, and that's outcomes because of privatization are far behind other countries that have socialized medicine. What we say is that the child tax credit essentially cut child poverty by somewhere between 40 and 50% when it was implemented as a part of a response to COVID, and that we should make those things permanent. That is a truth. What we say is that gay rights are human rights, trans rights are human rights. Those are things that I feel are eternal truths. Or not just eternal, but the borne out by the facts. And
so all these guys get really concerned with shootings when a trans person might have done it or did it.
Yeah, and notice he even says there, like, he wants to put a red flag law in place, but he won't even. Can't even see the inner workings of the deranged trans shooter's mind. So that's the truth he's trying to hint at there. But
it's like Nazis talking about Jewish crimes.
Yeah, right. Right. So, also Alex Jones said that
was Vivek chair of the NRA?
Vivek was the new version of him. So, high praise from a truth teller, Alex Jones, who broke a record based on the amount that he had to pay out based on his lies.
That's because Alex Jones is a plant too. Like he's not, and people have been saying this since like the 90s about that guy. Like he is like he'll fundamentally, I mean, like all the stuff we said about Vivek, which is going to become more apparent, because if you think for a second, like unless Vivek is just running to be a Trump stalking horse, if he gets any kind of momentum, Trump's going to crush him on that stuff, I think.
Tim Pool started his show with.
Okay, so I'm seeing that the debate is over, right? The debate has taken place. I'm not seeing a lot of clips get posted on Twitter. I do see that the Majority Report has covered it. Any idea out there as to the legality of me covering this tonight? Because I would like to. I'm gonna need to hit a few more subs, I'll be completely honest with you, to go any longer, because we've been going for 4 hours and 43 minutes, and I'm probably gonna be out at 5 hours unless we fill up that sub goal to some extent. Maybe it would be safer to get to it tomorrow. I really wanted to cover this on the same night that we went in depth about Ramaswamy, but maybe it just did not work out. Oh my god! Oh my god, thank you for the Prime. Out of nowhere, Clint Eastwood, thank you. So people have watched it. and not gotten banned? Because like, why was the word on the street that you're gonna get banned for this, right? I feel like I'm like the only one who like is like careful not to break the rules. I feel like everybody else is like, oh yeah, watch a little Destiny, ha ha ha. There we go. Golden Kappa train. Wait, what? How did you get a Golden Kappa train starting? Wait, Golden Kappa train. Oh, that kind of Kappa. I was thinking of the Kappa that like is a limited time to earn exclusive gold Kappas. Whoa, what just happened? Azan and Polly didn't stream it. Yeah, like, I mean, I think Polly was afraid to, if you know, she was where I was at. Yeah, Rob MC got a gift sub from Vinvar. Luna Go got a gift sub from Finvar. Buddha Bean, gift sub from Finvar. Visitor Q, gift sub from Finvar. Yorkshire Pudding. Oh my god, Xerix, thank you for the 100 bits. We are at 83% of our level 2 Golden Kappa train, which, how did you even manage that? Is it something that Finvar did? Is it because there was like, it was like 1 and then there was like 5 more? Gold Kappas are for real. Gold Kappas are literally in they're in like legend. They're the legendary Kappa. Wait, can we watch something about a Kappa? Or will I just get Kappa right claimed? Oh my god, that's such a bad joke. That's such a bad joke. Yo, Kappas. If it's a golden Kappa, let's like.
The Kappa is a reptiloid similar to yokai found in Japanese mythology. The Kappa can become dangerous
Level 2
when
completed.
they're not admired as gods. They are commonly described as green, human-like creatures with webbed hands and feet. A turtle-like
Clench Eastwood, thank you for the community sub.
Carapace on their back and a hole on their head filled with
See,
water.
this is what a Kappa
is.
is.
It was believed that there were a few means of
Twitch
escaping
won't
the
tell
Kappa.
you this. Oh my
Kappa
god.
are obsessed with politeness. So if a person
they're
makes
very
a deep
polite.
bow, the Kappa will return the gesture. This results in the Kappa
Oh
spilling
my god,
the
Ribbons,
water
thank
held on
you.
its head, rendering it weak until the hole is refilled with water from the river in which it lives. If a person
We are at
refills
level
it, the
3 of
Kappa
our
will
Golden
serve that
Kappa
person
train.
forever. The Kappa is a reptiloid similar to yokai found in Japanese
Ableth,
mythology.
thank you for the community
Kappa
gift
can
sub.
become dangerous when they're not
Very
admired
polite
as gods.
vampire just got a
They're
gift
commonly
sub.
described as green,
I'm assuming that's
human-like
Agleth's?
creatures with webbed hands and feet, a turtle-like carapace on their back, and a hole on their head
And
filled with water. It was believed that there were a few means of
McCorcoran.
escaping the Kappa. Kappa are obsessed with politeness. So if a person makes a deep bow, the Kappa will return the gesture. This results in the Kappa spilling the water held on its head, rendering it weak until the hole is
So they're not able to tell you everything, right? But the Kappa is a mystical creature that hangs around by the river, and it is known for its desire to eat the shirikodama of a human. What is the shirikodama? Some kind of organ that like exists just inside your butt, right? And it eats this thing, and that's bad. So if you don't want to get your shirikodama, where maybe is where desires are stored, I don't know. You might have no more desires after getting your shirikodama eaten. Maybe it's the gallbladder. I don't know. But it wants to eat the shirikodama. But there's the one way to get around falling victim to a Kappa, and that's when you meet it. You're very gracious, you're very polite, and you bow. And when you bow, the Kappa bows too. And the Kappa has a bowl on his head. When the water from the bowl gets spilled, that means the Kappa loses its power, and it can no longer suck out your shirikodama. There's a shirikodama, a legendary organ that supposedly exists somewhere right in the butt. So yeah, the Kappa's trying to eat that. The Kappa's constantly trying to eat that. So we gotta always watch out for the Kappas, whether they be golden or not. Let's can we find like a golden Kappa? Okay, that's the actual golden Kappa, but this is all about Twitch. This is all Twitch stuff. Wait, the Golden Kappa train is a thing. I've never experienced a Golden Kappa train. I don't know what starts it. I don't know how it exists or what its lore is. Okay, so I can't find Golden Kappa. I have to type it like that and then go back here. The Shiroko Damusi. Yeah, that's what it's trying to eat.
The kappa is one of the most famous and feared yokai in Japanese culture. This amphibious humanoid creature with a turtle shell, scaly skin, and a hole in its head filled with water is part of many tales and legends. It lived in lakes, streams, and swamps, attacking anyone who came near its territory, mainly children, women, and fishermen. These beings were strong, but lost that power if they ran out of water in the hole over their heads, and could die if they ran out of water for too long. These beings were often considered evil, but in some tales they are just mischievous and tricky. Cucumber is said to be one of their favorite meals.
Oh, they love the cucumbers. That's the other thing.
Therefore, festivals were organized with offerings of cucumbers to the kappas to soothe the spirit of these yokais. The kappa is one of the most famous and feared yokai in Japanese culture.
I mean, I would be scared too. There's an Ancient Aliens on the kappa? Oh wait, we can't watch Ancient Aliens? That'll definitely get me in trouble. Yeah, they were definitely tricksters. The yokai. Like, do you think we're safe to watch it now, though? This is probably safer to watch this. Oh my god. We are still like one away from filling up that sub point thing. But let's go ahead since like that was like fast and that was a Golden Kappa train completed at level 3, which is still pretty amazing. 9 gift subs, 500 bits. Wow. That's almost like 10, like, right? 500 bits plus, that's pretty much 10. Right? I mean, I'd love to see bars fill up completely because I'm a completionist, and this is why I'm not allowed to play RPGs on stream anymore. Yo, we got it. We got the Golden Kappa. Wait, do I have that too? Oh, wow. Okay, wait, no. Here we go.
Buddy, it is the first Republican debate.
I want to use the Golden Kappa.
Totally winged that. Sam is on vacation, but you are here tonight watching these fools make fools out of themselves with myself and producer extraordinaire, Left Reckoning host Matt Leck. Hello, Matt.
Hello, I'm here and I will be on camera.
He will be on camera tonight.
I set myself up in, so look forward to that,
Do I not have
folks.
one?
So tonight
it
it's going to be an interesting evening. Earlier on in the Majority Report, we set the over-under for when Ron DeSantis would say Trump's name at 21 minutes in, so I'm going to need the chat to monitor that for us. But the reality is in my opinion, my prediction.
And you understand why I'm doing this. I'm not like a complete fangirl for Emma Vigeland, okay? I'm not a complete fangirl for the Majority Report. We're just like, I feel like a little safer if instead of watching the thing that they said was going to get me banned, but apparently people did like without getting banned, which is pretty, I mean, good for them. Good for them. They rolled the dice and it turned up in their favor, right? Lefties have few good choices. So we're just going to watch it through Majority Report so that way the video does not seem like the video that is in question, and therefore I am not considered questionable. There's nothing questionable about my taste, is what I'm trying to say.
Is most of these candidates are going to go at Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is the second, even if it's by
he's the little Rhonda,
a wide margin to Donald Trump, the second place candidate. And so most of these candidates, probably Vivek Ramaswamy, who's oddly in third place right now, they're probably going to feel like it's a bit more of an easier path forward if they take down Ron as the number 2. And then, hey, they're
one in chat. If I have muscles, do I have muscles?
Probably not going to defeat Trump, but they. Oh my God, what's happening? I just saw
really.
Ron. Oh,
they're singing the.
Did you just see Ron DeSantis' face as he's listening to this national anthem?
Was he looking really good?
Oh, not at all. Regardless, they're all going to try, I think, to go at Ron DeSantis.
I need to start working out so I can have muscles, and then I could do those videos where I turn on the Chad filter and go like, brr, brr, skibbity bop bop bop, yes yes.
DeSantis, hello, Matt.
I'm pretty sure that we need those shorts from No Comment Check.
Hello, Emma.
Hello. Whoa.
I think that's a very fun prediction of yours. I hadn't really thought it through that much, but
have muscles.
It's the only thing that really makes sense. I mean, Chris Christie's going to go.
He's the only one that's probably not going to go at.
I have no muscles
at Ron DeSantis primarily.
Wait,
I'm sure that
maybe I should do, since I got 9 subs. Maybe I should do 9 push-ups. Is that a good idea?
He will at some point, but honestly, I don't know if he will, because the establishment Republicans still see Ron DeSantis as their best hope. They're hoping Trump dies, by accident, or goes to jail.
Gets in a plane with Yevgeny Prigozhin.
Before there's any voting, but Iowa's in mid-January, so that is not a hope that I think you should pin any of your actual strategy to. But what can they do? They've created this monster in Trump, and that's all the base wants.
Yeah, and they call it a deus ex machina in literature, when something external to the plot comes out of nowhere to bring it to a different conclusion that you weren't anticipated. So yeah, that's what they all require.
Well, here we go. Should we turn the
deus ex machina plays were plays that the plot got so wild that there were because that's what you're supposed to do, right? That's what drama is a lot of times, is or drama. Wait, no, drama's tragedy, right? No, wait. Oh my God, I'm so mixed up. But in general, oh my God, in general, we got an ad break coming up. That's what the dramatic structure, the dramatic narrative structure is one that we see the situation start off somewhat in control, go wildly out of control to the point where you think certainly the protagonist in this picture will lose and the bad guys are going to win this time. And then you find out at the end of it, somehow they don't, right? And you can leave yourself space where oh, but what if this and this happened and this guy wasn't actually dead and this person, came down from outer space and right? And you could have a realistic okay, yeah, I guess they won, even though I thought they wouldn't win. But when it gets so bad, you have to have deus ex machina, and that's literally imagine God coming off a hot air balloon and being yo, this shit is up. Let me straighten it out for you. Doom, 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 doom. And God just makes everything okay, right? And that's not good writing. That's the takeaway with a deus ex machina. It's not good writing. So when you say something needs a deus ex machina, you're in a bad way.
Turn on the volume. It is 9:00 p.m. Eastern right now.
We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yo, you said the cameraman for the Republican primary is drunk. When you said that, I immediately thought of a cameraman in Skibbity Toilets, but that's not what you're talking about.
Brett and Martha take it.
Now cameraman to me means one of the camera-headed men that fight against the Skibbity Toilets, just like we have to fight against the ad break every 30 minutes, and there is another one coming up in 3 minutes. If you want to get out of that, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime. You can get out of it by buying yourself a sub for $6 on mobile or $5 on desktop, or you might be able to get out of it through a gift sub. That's possible too. We've seen it happen here. But you're better off, you're more likely to get noticed and get that gift sub if you're more active in chat. So there we go. There's the ad read.
Here. Good night.
Our night's just beginning.
Oh my God. I was surprised.
I love these.
Was anybody else surprised by like Matt coming on to? I don't know.
Sweeping camera angles. There we go, Fox News.
Can you just like change the like? Okay, like look, we're gonna put it to 1.25. We're gonna do everything we can to make this not seem like the media that we're watching.
Some call it the heartland. Others fly.
Some call it the heartland. We call it home.
Over country.
Oh my God!
But for the 2024 presidential hopefuls,
Freedom
the Midwest
envy.
is the place to land. Here, there is one
Wait, did you just
battleground that may be
get-
harder to win than ever.
Oh no, a special kind of
Wisconsin.
normal.
A state known for its beer and cheese.
Oh, beer. Sometimes I have to trace back the like gift sub from whence it came. A special kind of normal. Thank you for the gift sub to Wait, somebody got a gift sub. Does it say it? Whoa. All these kappas. Freedom Envy. No, Freedom Evie. Freedom Evie. Am I reading your name right? I think it's Freedom Evie. But you just got a gift sub thanks to Special Kind of Normal, so...
Jeez, America!
And also...
I love how I'm so terrible at reading everybody's name.
Elections. In 2016, Republicans narrowly flipped the Badger State red for the first...
This really feels like a sporting intro. I mean, I get, is this how debate intros go?
First time since Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan, aka Leatherface of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
But it was back to blue by 2020.
I mean,
That
Reed
election
Epstein
came
of the New York
during an
Times
unprecedented
tweets,
year.
this Fox introduction about Wisconsin could not be more
was rife with
patronizing to the
tension.
Midwest. Pretty
In the
true.
suburbs of
Pretty
Flyover
true.
Country? Well, they're landing there this time.
But that was just the beginning. 2 years later, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade, leaving the legality of abortion up to the states. In Wisconsin, that meant
Do you
a
think we're
nearly total
safer
ban.
with like
the power of that
with a
issue
smaller image?
drove Democrats to the polls this
Because I'm not exactly trying to show the Republican propaganda film that we're seeing right here.
year. Now, that new thin liberal majority on the court could have that abortion issue before it again, just as the race for
Thin
the White
liberal
House
majority?
accelerates.
What?
Pardon?
Tonight, the Republican candidates will face off at
What are they talking about? A thin liberal majority on the... They're not... Like, Wisconsin has a thin liberal majority on the court. There's...
the first time since Ronald Reagan.
I gotta
It
know.
was back to blue by 2020.
I mean,
That
Reed
election
Epstein
came
of the New
during
York
an
Times
unprecedented
tweets,
year.
this Fox introduction about Wisconsin could not be
country
more
was rife with
patronizing to the
tension.
Midwest. Pretty
In the
true.
suburbs of
Pretty
Flyover
true.
Country? Well, they're landing there this time.
But that was just the beginning. 2 years later, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade, leaving the legality of abortion up to the states. In Wisconsin, that meant a nearly total
Okay, we are talking about Wisconsin.
ban. The power of that issue drove Democrats to the polls this year. Now, that new thin liberal majority on the court could have that
I
abortion
was like, that is the one place you could say there's a thin liberal majority, and that is indeed what, who is this, Brett Baer? This is Brett Baer's voice, right?
issue before it again, just as the race for
Thin
the White
liberal
House
majority?
accelerates.
Pardon?
Well, you gotta pay attention. This is like, right,
Tonight, the Republican
look, I'm good even when I'm a little bit crossfaded, but
candidates will face off at the home of the Bucks and the
I'm not saying I am, but
at Golden Eagles.
if I was,
hoping to return next
Dwayne Wade.
July to
Oh
this
my
city.
God.
Dwayne Wade, the
Shore
father of
with
a...
I would still tell you that it's Wisconsin that has the thin liberal majority, not the United States of America on the court.
a trans
to accept
child.
the Republican nomination at their party's national convention.
All right. I mean, I didn't expect a hype video for Republicans in the Midwest,
Are you hyped? Are you hyped?
but we're in Wisconsin.
We care,
but-
because you guys got football.
I am hype.
And beer. Don't forget about that. And the cheese.
Tonight, the race for the White House takes flight. Welcome to the first debate of the 2024
race
presidential
takes flight?
campaign, live at Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee.
8 Republican candidates have qualified and have chosen to be here.
What about the
on our
other?
debate stage tonight? They are here to lay out their vision
No, wait, the other is the guy that got injured, right?
for America. The battle as they
Yeah,
battle
Trump's
for the GOP
interview with
nomination.
Okay, here's my question, right? Now, why isn't should Ethan Klein run for president as a Republican? Like, as a joke? Like, do you think Ethan? Okay, one. Do you think Ethan could get 1% to get up there, right? And two, because he could definitely get 4,000 donations. I think Ethan should run for like Republican president. That would be. Can we get presidential candidate Ethan Klein?
Tucker on X is airing right now. We got to zoom out.
This is the very same stage.
I mean, look, if RFK Jr. can run for president as a Democrat, I think that Ethan should be able to run as a Republican.
On which the Republican choice.
I just want. Oh, you know what they're doing? They're being tricky. They're not showing the whole image.
For president will accept the party's nomination next summer. The 8 contenders are positioned by the order they sit in the polls, with the highest.
Am I wrong? I'm probably wrong.
Polling candidates in the middle stand.
Did Fox News really have that bad of a like? What just happened? What's up, Computer Bailey? I thought the debate was hosted by Rumble. I thought so too. They were able to find Republican alt-right news company to host the debate. This is Fox. This is Fox, and I don't know what's going on with their like cameras.
Standing center stage, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Big time loser.
It's Pudding Ron.
Oh, also obviously, yeah.
Okay, type in chat your favorite name for Ron DeSantis. Are you a little Rhonda person? Are you a meatball Ron person? Or are you a Pudding Ron like me? I'm a Pudding Ron.
I'm having a little bit of wine. Matt's having a beer.
I'm having a very exotic German beer.
I could tell they were crossfaded.
I didn't really know.
You got their THC and their CBD.
What to do? I saw ale and oh, here we go.
Now they're drinking an ale.
Went to a friar monastery.
Guantanamo Ron. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. But yeah. So do people know about this? Ron DeSantis was a JAG, was like a, army attorney at Guantanamo Bay, like presided over the torture that went on there.
They booing? Oh, they're booing him.
Governor Asa Hutchinson.
Pay attention to
And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
He made it!
Oh yeah, Willis Reed, baby.
Oh, so we weren't sure if he was going to make it. He was injured.
Let's go North Dakota.
Okay, people who don't know, he suffered a basketball injury earlier
We'll ask the
tonight.
questions, and then candidates get
Not a
1
joke.
minute to answer. If someone is singled out,
Ron DeSantis.
you get 30 seconds to respond. And when the time runs out,
Meatball Ron.
we all will hear this.
I could go for like a Beyond Meatball sub right now. Dude, that sounds good.
Very pleasant.
That sounds really good.
So tonight, these candidates have a big
Am I
opportunity.
the only one that thinks like a Beyond Meatball sub would be really good?
To break out of
Like, I'm not going to eat one, okay? I'm trying to lose weight here, chat, and I've been so good. I have left the tahini alone. I have not bought tahini in a number of weeks, and the results are starting to show, and I'm really happy.
Pack and to explain.
Because I was gaining weight for like the longest time, and I couldn't figure out why, and it's literally just because I decided to eat tahini like some kind of tahini monster.
Why they are best prepared to be the Republican choice for president at a time when the likely Democrat nominee, President Joe Biden, is working to convince the country that with Bidenomics, things are looking up.
They call my plan Bidenomics. I'm not sure they meant it in a totally complimentary way at the time. But guess what? It's working.
But
whoa, that's controversial.
More than 65% of Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction.
The question is the work that this dude had done on his face working? What do you think?
And here's the reality for some.
I don't think 65% of people voting are going to give the work, whatever kind of face work this guy had.
Voters we talked to here in Wisconsin this week.
We have noticed a dramatic increase in prices at the grocery store just across the board.
Gas is high and food is high. A lot of people's out here homeless because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 7-8% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford the house anymore.
Inflation is ridiculous. It's killing us out here.
Corporate price gouging.
As we sit here tonight, the #1 song.
You are not going to hear about corporate price gouging on a Fox News debate.
Billboard chart is called Rich Men.
They're going to blame it on Biden.
It is by a singer from Farmville, Virginia, named Oliver Anthony.
Come on, guys.
His lyrics speak of alienation.
Are you serious? Are they all good? We're going to do a talent contest? Like, can we do that? Can we just go Black Mirror on this and have this be hot shots?
Of deep frustration, with the state of government and of this country.
Government.
Washington, D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
And there's Richmond in Richmond. They're very rich.
I literally, they're playing the freaking
because they're politicians.
Song. What about? Wasn't he tweeting pro Biden stuff like 3 years ago?
Can't wait till it's
They opened the debate with rich men north of Richmond.
So, Governor
pitiful
DeSantis,
thing.
why
It's
is
TRL.
this song striking such a nerve in this country right now? What do you think it means?
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable. It's a choice.
You know, the fucked up thing is that at its heart, right, the Richmond, north of Richmond thing, it's literally talking about politicians, which they are all politician. But yeah, no, there's definitely like I mean, as much as people want to read this as an anthem for the working class, like attacking people on welfare, not exactly it.
We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement and reverse American decline.
6 minutes and no Trump, by the way.
With understanding, we must reverse.
maybe start it from now.
No.
Because that's when the
Families have a
candidates start
chance to
talking.
succeed
I'm feeling like
again.
Magnus is going to lose this
succeed
We should
as
have
a
ironed this
country
out.
If you are working hard and you can't afford groceries, a car, or a new home, while Hunter Biden can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on lousy paintings, that is wrong.
What about George W. Bush and his lousy paintings?
We also cannot succeed when the Congress spends trillions and trillions of dollars. Those rich men north of Richmond have put us in this situation. And finally, we need to lower your gas prices. We're going to open up all energy production. We will be energy dominant again in this country.
Ron DeSantis was a congressman
in the state
for
of Florida. I pledge to
know,
you as your
3 terms?
president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
Swampy.
So I'm trying to remember, who was it that it got compared to? Like, so we're talking about charisma, and we're talking about people that are black holes of charisma. Hillary Clinton's a great example of this. I feel like Ron DeSantis has shown a lot of uncharisma. I'm trying to remember though, who was being compared to Ted Cruz? Was it Ron DeSantis or was it Vivek Ramaswamy? I can't remember.
Look at that smile.
I love when he tries to smile.
Governor Christie, do you agree with Governor DeSantis just said there? And why would you be better on the
Never
economy?
seen your face like that
than him?
before.
Well,
I mean, I haven't really covered this, and I should. Look, the reason I haven't covered Richmond, north of Richmond, is because I know at some point they're going to turn on copyright ID on that song, and I don't exactly want to get claimed for it. But there is something to say about it, right? In terms of the way that song came to prominence was an absolute op. Like, it was literally a Daily Wire sponsored event.
Look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. I think that if you asked every one of us up here,
Go after Trump.
we would
That's what
agree
he's gonna say.
predominantly with what he just laid
you
out.
shut
Here's
down
the
a
difference.
beach.
The difference is that we're going to have to
Splashed
work
around
and
that.
make sure that we sell these ideas and be able to put our.
Okay, so is this our dude right here, Chris Christie? What do you think, chat? I mean, he's not very likable either, but the thing that's nice about him is he's gonna be the one person in this whole mess that comes gloves off at Trump.
Ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate in 24, but also by having
I
someone.
mean, like, don't let anybody fool you that he's not nearly as bad as any Republican out there, right? But he is definitely a Trump hater, and
who's had the experience of doing it. Now, I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state.
he basically has zero chance, though.
61% of the vote with a Democratic.
People say that he's in here just to punch Trump in the balls, as it were.
Legislature against me the entire time.
If you flip that to
And we
16,
still,
that's close to what his
through
approval rating
hard,
was when he left
strong
office.
Decision
Yeah, no, his approval rating was actually 8%.
making brought them around to our point of view.
According to Trump.
We cut taxes in New Jersey. We cut debt in New Jersey. We made sure that each and every time we were confronted with bad Democratic ideas, we stood and stopped them. And when there were good ideas, we brought people together to make progress going forward. Truth and accountability are the things we need to do
By
to
the way,
fight
I'm
waste.
pulling up.
Wait, is he talking about Richmond, north of Richmond? Like, are they all supposed to give their take on that song in the beginning? Like, I feel like you're supposed to glaze up Oliver Anthony during this question. That's the
Truth
And I'd say
Social,
the
so we
last thing
can
is this, Brett.
make sure we have
We
any
cannot
Trump
sit by
response.
any
good
longer
idea.
and allow the kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar they
Probably hasn't heard it.
spend is a dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their
Lucky him.
grandchildren. It's robbing our country and it's wrong.
Well, Governor, let me just follow up very quickly. New Jersey, when you were governor, had the second lowest credit rating in the nation after Illinois, and it was downgraded 11 times.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut
New Jersey's
debt in that
credit
state.
rating?
Debt that
I
had been
don't give
left
a
to us
crap.
by 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine
You
who
should've
ran
raised
up that
taxes.
debt tremendously. And what you
He
also
did. He
saw us
slashed
do
them, and it was an
to cut
issue
the unemployment
with
rate
funding
in
the
half.
government.
It was over 10% when I became governor in 2010.
Yeah,
we
so
also
lest we forget that Chris Christie is a terrible politician. The guy responsible for Bridgegate, he literally closed bridges and put everybody into this horrible traffic situation just to get back at his political enemies.
did was cut pension payments to public
But now all we want is to see him get back at Trump, maybe,
employees to make sure
if he can.
that taxpayers were not being soaked by a public employee union system that was killing the taxpayer.
Bridgegate got people killed?
Thank you, Governor.
Tim Scott, Senator Scott, excuse me. The song also goes after welfare programs.
The whole.
Oh, good point. Yeah, ambulances couldn't get through.
Senator, now President Biden, argued for freezing federal spending, this was back in the 80s, and dealing with sacred cows. He does not talk about that anymore. You have been a senator, though, for 10 years. So what have you done to rein in the increasing
say,
size
Fox
of
News
government?
interpreted that as an anti.
Why do the Fox News, like, why do the, like, why does she look like she works at a detective agency?
Welfare.
Over the last 7 years, I've had an opportunity to build
Okay, so here's Tim Scott. Now, look, if they just wanted to go by somebody who could win, this is probably their guy. They won't, for various reasons. They will not nominate Tim Scott, and I don't think Tim Scott necessarily wants to be nominated either. You're not going to see him say anything about Trump. You're not going to see him, attack other people. Most likely, he's going to, go for the likability factor and hope that carries him to a likely, vice presidential nomination by Trump. But he probably unironically has a better chance than either Trump or DeSantis were he to be the GOP candidate.
Spending package after spending package after spending package. What we also need to understand is that Joe Biden's Bidenomics has led to the loss of $10,000 of spending power for the average family. When you see 16% inflation, your gas is up 40%, your food is up 20%, your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off at Washington,
Their understanding of everyday
sending the
people's
money
lives
back
is
to
just
the
mediated through
states,
these
and
sorts of
allowing the
statistics.
decisions to
I
be
hope that
made
the
at
next
their own
Democratic debate
houses.
is structured around
I
the time
helped
of
write
Barbie
the Tax
Girl.
Cuts and Jobs Act
And what
in
those lyrics mean.
2017. We cut taxes.
point. I didn't quite
for single
follow you
mom,
at
the one that
first,
raised
but
me by
yeah,
70%,
that's like,
for dual
what's the right
households by
answer to that?
60%, returning to the average family $4,000.
my joke was
If you
bad.
don't send it to Washington,
Like this guy or Youngkin. Now, Youngkin's not running, right? Youngkin is not running for president at the moment. That could change. She could still get in, but more likely Youngkin's going to be somebody that's much like Scott in consideration for vice president.
we can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up, you did, during the Trump administration, you approved $4.4 trillion, $4.1 trillion, $1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
This is so boring.
There's no doubt that during the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployment, 3.5% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for
Everyone's
women.
got to do the Trump
African
thing.
Americans, Hispanics, and Asians.
Sounds woke.
So boring.
Low, but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12.
Yeah, Chris Christie can say that he was against Trumpism when you look back.
Because the economy
Federal
recovered
Reserve
after the
increases
massive
that's
downturn.
devastating home buyers today.
They always do the Trump hands. Yeah, I mean, he owns this party. Oh, here we go.
You're listening to these
If I may,
hold on one second. We're going to
Ramaswamania.
I don't know if I get a chance to respond.
He didn't mention you specifically, but
Oh,
we'll
you're
give you
here.
a second, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this, why should voters choose you over more experienced politicians on this stage? You're basically, a blank slate for people. You're 38 years old. You've said that you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this moment, this political race.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage?
And is he going to give us some bars?
You asked the question.
That's what I want. My whole question about this debate is: will he rap? Will they ask him to rap? Will he oblige them and rap? Right? Bill Maher said, "Don't rap." but he likes to rap, so he might just rap.
Politician Brett, you're right about that.
He raps. Do we need to watch that? I feel like some people haven't seen it.
Entrepreneur. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. I did it while marrying my wife Apurva, raising our 2 sons, following our faith in God. That is the
Getting a
American
Soros
dream.
scholarship.
And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our 2 sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outsider, because for a long time we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something. Now
Something. Like a Soros scholarship.
to our vision of what it means to be an American today.
Oh.
If you have a broken car, you don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it.
Okay, so this is him doing karaoke at the Iowa State Fair.
He wrote down the whole rap. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking now. Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Plow. Snap back to reality. Up there goes gravity. Up there goes gravity. He's so mad, but he won't give up. He's going back to these notes. He's going back to these notes. He's going back to these notes. He goes back to these notes. He goes back to these notes. He goes back to this mobile home. That's when it's back to the lab again. He opens old rhapsody. Better go capture this moment and hope it don't catch you. Lose yourself in the music.
That's it. That's his thing. Now there's one other I think it was
As
like
Ron DeSantis sinks, 2 men in the Republican Party.
The things they're digging up, they're going deep. And I have to say, libertarian freestyler in college and had some fun with it.
Do you
That's
remember any of that rapper? Do you have some freestyling to do today, Vivek?
Oh my God.
But it's not like a kind of thing you remember, right? You just say what you're inspired to say. So, I like, that's kind of what I'm doing on the campaign trail in some sense, is freestyling my message.
He's freestyling, yeah. It's top of the dome.
All right, very good.
Go ahead. You want to join us on the campaign trail? You want to join us on the campaign trail? You can do that. I often open up. I say my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
That's what it sounds like when he freestyles. You can understand why he likes karaoke so much, right? It's probably better if somebody else writes the lyrics and he just like says them back out of time over the music. It's probably better that way, but that's his rap stylings.
Again, you hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem.
Yeah, just anybody.
That's why I'm in this race and we're just getting warmed up.
We're just getting warmed up. You got to lose yourself.
Did they all have red ties on?
Yes, he did rhyme trail with trail.
All of them?
Oh yeah.
To turn around this economy that we've heard
Is that
all of
Nikki?
these voters talking about tonight.
Great.
Then Mr. Ramaswamy.
Now, supposedly there's more instances of him rapping. Supposedly he used to do this a lot, and he was some kind of like, what did people call him? He had like a rap name too. I can't remember what it was. Davake. I think his name was Davake. And he was the rapping libertarian, but apparently we haven't, unless Lance from the Surfs, are you out there? Please find us some original video of Vivek's rap stylings.
Who is a successful entrepreneur.
Because we know he's got more bars than that.
Nationally right now, he's beating you in the polls.
Hedge fund
I
freak.
don't care about polls.
Farmer
What I care
gouger.
about the fact is that no one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us too.
Ooh.
When they passed that $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill,
Rhinos.
they left us with 90 million people on Medicaid, 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix
There's
it.
a massive depression. There's a massive depression in a pandemic.
They need to stop the borrowing. They need to eliminate
This is Nikki Haley.
the earmarks that the Republicans brought back in, and they need to make sure they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars. And while they're all
Raise
saying
taxes.
this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence.
Everybody else is better on COVID than me, so vote for me, because I will let you go around without a mask, French kissing each other in the streets, and just like herd immunity and horse paste will get us through it, right? A little bit of hydrochloroquine, a little bit of fish tank cleaner. Wait, is that the fish tank? That is the fish tank cleaner, right?
Did you say the Spanish?
Little horse paste.
And Donald Trump added
Chicken
$8
soup.
billion to our debt, and our kids are never
Organic
gonna forgive us for this.
vegetables.
And so at the end of the day, you look at the 2024 budget. Republicans asked for $7.
Oh yeah, we can't just shut up because that's the whole point of us being here, and how we get around like copyright strikes is by making this a commentary experience. So Folks, if you are in the chat wanting a clean experience, I recommend going to foxnews.com and hitting the live TV button.
Well
and
said.
Getting the fuck out of here.
Spending for that increase. But as vice president, your administration spent more
I thought
than
that was a
any
helpful
$7.8 trillion
like
added to the
volume
national
suggestion,
debt,
but
$3.5 trillion of that before COVID.
You know.
So
Yeah,
does
you're
that mean
right.
that you're part of the spending problem?
Well, first off, thanks for the question. Thanks for letting me respond to a reference.
They're going to fall in line with Trump when Trump wins. That's the whole thing. Okay, so realistically speaking, most of these people, they're doing one of two things. They're hoping that something goes on with Trump, health-wise, legally, or something like that. There's some reason that Trump doesn't end up being the nominee, and then they're just going to be there to catch that, right? The other thing that they're hoping for is to become his vice president. So when we're talking about Tim Scott, I don't think Nikki Haley. I'm trying to think, like, so everybody except for Pence, Haley, and Christie probably has some chance of being picked as vice president, and maybe eliminate DeSantis too. Maybe DeSantis has been too mean in his commercials.
To our administration.
Actually, he's playing like John Adams.
I know.
To the Trump-Pence
But
administration.
with a Bush voice.
I mean, in 4 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy.
Unleash Space Force on those aliens.
And
they'll never see it coming.
Appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning.
And God, if I could have overturned that election, I would have.
Martha, you asked earlier.
If you hadn't done the Supreme Court, I probably would have
best
thought about it.
prepared for this job. And I must say, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I'm the best.
So like the one thing that we can expect maybe from Pence, right, that we've seen recently, ever since the last indictment dropped, we've seen a Pence that's a lot more willing to criticize Trump. We've seen a Pence that has unambiguously said that Trump should not be president ever again, right? That's more than most of these people will do. So, you know,
prepared, the most tested, the most qualified.
We'll see what his stern voice is.
Proven conservative in this race.
And that's why I'm pulling at 2%.
Yeah, whatever that means.
I led Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor.
Oh,
exciting. And as vice president of the United States, we spent funding to
Who cares?
the military cuts of the Obama administration, and then we were there in the worst pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and
he's trying to get back to the tried and true Republican issues.
Medicare.
But I don't think they're interested. I think they want to hear, you know, I mean, like when you're talking about like the hardcore base that shows up for these debates, right? They want to hear bad stuff about trans people. They want you to insult, like, you know, every black person that's involved in the prosecution of Donald Trump. They want to hear some conspiracy theories. They want to, you know, that this is the kind of thing that they're looking for. It's going to be hard to get them back to, hey, you know, the national debt. That's the thing that we gotta. He is saying Social Security and Medicare. That's another third rail that not Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy is tripping on as well, right? In terms of going against third rail issues like that. Even Republican voters like their Social Security want Social Security to be there for the children, want their children, want Medicare, you know, to continue, or are benefiting from these social programs, right? So it's kind of a non-starter.
Well, Christie did.
Can't do everything.
He is definitely playing by the old rules.
Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the
I mean, Chris Christie is the most like traditional, you know, neocon kind of candidate, right? That's out there, but Pence is trying to. You can see he kind of wants to get back to brunch.
I've been in the West.
What will you do? Will you cut it?
States has to confront every crisis facing.
Say what
America.
It is.
I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity.
Say what it is.
Restore fiscal responsibility.
Okay, so you're gonna
Congress.
Fiscal responsibility.
You're gonna cut Social Security and Medicare, dumbass.
But I mean,
I'm surprised that Pence isn't going harder on the social issues, given his like evangelical Christian. You know, that's what he is. That's why Trump brought him in. He was a candidate from the evangelical right. That, like, I mean, they like Trump now, but they needed somebody. They needed people to sign off on him from the evangelical right in order for them to be able to trust him. Because yeah, he is. You know, he's the grabber by the. You know what guy, right? He's there's some things about Trump that don't read like a traditional. Christian evangelical Republican candidate.
The Heritage Foundation's thrilled.
Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work.
Burn the planet.
Paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed. Stabilize the U.S.
I'm curious
dollar.
to see how
and go to war. The only war
they
that I will
react to
declare as U.S.
Ramaswamy
president will be the
amped up
war on the
Vivek
federal
here.
administrative state.
Yeah,
That
he's
is the source
being
of those toxic
petulant.
regulations.
He's being shot out. It's like he's shot out the cannon.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit too much energy.
Shot out of it.
He really likes using petulant as like an insult.
His
boarding school
I'll let you all
cannon.
parse that out.
That's
For me, it's pretty
energy.
simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on
Well,
it.
let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to
Get
you
his ass
if I can.
Let me explain it to you, Vivek.
I'll go slower this time.
I sometimes struggle with the reading
Look,
comprehension.
I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed the Deficit Reduction Act. It was the last
He's
time we
trying so
actually
hard.
reduced the national debt in the United States when I was the leader of House conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor.
Yawn.
Joe
Yeah, you were
Biden
in the
has
swamp,
weakened
buddy.
this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience.
I didn't see this coming.
I like this, yeah.
Still no Trump mentioned, by the way.
Get off my lawn.
It's 30 seconds when you have a rebuttal, okay? And you are up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing.
Get these damn millennials off my lawn.
Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free. And
oh my God, they're gonna vice signal against doing anything about COVID. That's really scary. That's really scary, right? We're in the midst of a possibly like a resurgence with a new strain. We're not sure yet, right? But like, I mean, the
open, and I can tell you
Close
this,
the
as your
beaches, too.
president, I will never let
we lose some more weight. I don't know.
state bureaucrats lock you
What do
down.
you think?
You don't take somebody
Like
like
who?
Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in,
Who
you
did
sit
that?
him down, and you say, Anthony, you
bring him, sit him down, and you spank that little boot.
are fired.
And you spank him.
That's such pussy crap.
Yeah.
Say his name. Who says you're fired?
You know what? We're going to bring in...
I just want to finish responding to Mike. I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now.
Pathetic. You were the most obvious prepared guy.
I know
you're all wondering who this
Mike.
skinny
We're just
guy
gonna have some fun tonight. And
See out the
reality
trail.
is, you have a bunch of people, professional politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real
400
choice
page?
we face in this primary is this.
Super PACs.
Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental
Vivek's
reform,
killing him.
which is what you're hearing about?
Yeah.
Or do you want
Well, this is
revolution?
like, I was part of the
Okay, and
conservative
I
party.
stand on
Like,
the
no one
side of
cares.
the
Okay, so far not looking good for DeSantis. I mean, he did come out like I don't know, like I don't think his remarks were bad, but he's got to stem the Ramaswamy momentum, and so far I don't see him doing that.
American Revolution.
I've got to address
Rather
one of
than
the
the
issues.
Fauci control back.
Fauci is 82 years old. He probably wants to retire anyway. Doesn't care what he thinks.
We need everyone to have a moment on the economy.
Yeah. So somebody's gonna bring up the Soros thing. And it's not just Soros, right? It's WEF. It's a lot of those words that the Republicans have trained their base to be afraid of. Like a lot of those, groups and individuals that you can connect Ramaswamy to, and no doubt DeSantis probably will.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
He needs to attack. So far we've had an exchange between Pence and Ramaswamy. We're expecting highly like a DeSantis attack on Ramaswamy. We're expecting Christie to, go after Trump as well.
I addressed the COVID
Those are
issue.
the fireworks to come, hopefully.
Who have not, we're going to get back to that. We are. There are two people who we have not heard from yet. We'll
I hope
hear
they
from
do.
Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson on the economy.
Well, great. Thank you, Martha. And
Who's that?
Of course,
Yeah.
I'm from a
There-
town of 300 people. It's a big deal.
You barely made it. This guy was gonna like not. I think he got injured or something. He also almost didn't get enough donations, but I think he basically had to buy donations or something. I don't know.
To make it on the stage with all these folks.
Fargo. Well, North Dakota.
It's North Dakota. Okay.
North Dakota boy.
They were all wishing me well, and I think I took them a little too literally when they said go to Milwaukee and break a leg.
No, nobody knows what you're talking about.
But I do want to say on this, we're missing
Wait,
something.
I mean, they're laughing.
We can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state in our
Ad
country
break?
right now. But part of the
Oh my God, I wasn't even watching. Is the ad break coming? Yes. I was supposed to mention that. That's part of my job.
The reason why is because the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion
looks like
of
Gavin
Green New
Newsom's
Deal
dad.
spending buried in the
I can see that. Gavin Newsom's dad.
Creation Act is something that is just subsidizing China.
Also descends
If we're
from
gonna
a slave
stop
owner.
buying
Yeah, here's a question. Who megalol?
oil from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China. We're just trading OPEC for Sinopec. And then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off.
Can we just say
like they're
the
buying in
entire
China.
part of this debate has been about how they want to burn the planet and make sure that it's unlivable for the rest of us?
Thank you, Brad.
Is he saying we should take Russian oil and give it to farmers?
Let me just tell you that I'm a pro-life governor.
I mean, basically, yeah.
From a conservative.
It's Asa Hutchinson. Now, we saw Trump earlier Trump doesn't like this guy. Trump called him Ada Hutchinson. And I can't say this for sure, but I think it's supposed to be Americans with Disabilities Act. I don't know. Is he being ableist? I don't know exactly what his angle is here, but he's calling him Ada Hutchinson.
State that
I mean, sometimes the point of a Trumpian insult is just to say somebody's name wrong. But I have a feeling that there's a little bit more to it with the Ada Hutchinson.
Conservative record.
Is Ada's a woman's name? Is that like...
I lowered taxes in Arkansas as governor. I created a $2 billion surplus that I passed over to my successor, and I made sure that we shrunk the size of government. We have 14% fewer state employees in Arkansas.
And that's why Arkansas is like one of the best states to be in, right?
I left government than when I took over as governor 8 years ago. I tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need somebody
I forgot about Ron DeSantis being hungry.
Can actually constrain the growth of the federal government, that can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10%.
They're trying to do real Republican shit now, and no one cares.
Yeah,
That's a specific
Arkansas
pledge to
ranks
make
for
that a tax
43rd in
administrative
education,
state.
47th in healthcare, 40th in infrastructure. Oh, we gotta find.
We will figure that out. Figuring it out.
I want, okay, that's what I want. I want Ramaswamy to rap, and I want Ron DeSantis to get caught eating pudding with his fingers and slurping it. Like, he's like, oh my God, what? Did I have to do it like that? Did I really have to do it like that? I apologize, chat. I'm not trying to be inappropriate here.
It's okay. I think, I just gotta say, well, then when we're in a bit of a pause here, Mike Pence is not doing a good job.
That is important for the future of our country, to be the president of the United States. That
Ramaswamy should rap about DeSantis eating pudding with his fingers. That would be good
lead
too.
with positive solutions to be held accountable.
Thank you. We have a lot of topics.
DeSantis didn't. That was the
over-under. Get to
over-under.
everyone if we play
No,
within the rules.
wait, I said he
next
wouldn't.
topic. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui.
You thought
after the
wait,
deadliest
you thought I said he
US
would
wildfire
say the
in
name
more than a
Trump?
century. Hawaii's
Oh,
governor
we
and
misunderstood.
White House officials.
Now, could anybody explain what's going on with Biden, right? It seems like two really unforced errors that have reminded me of some of Hillary Clinton's mistakes, right? I'm talking about the fact that he never went to East Palestine, did he? And like, what the hell did he say? He said something about Maui that sounded like he didn't care. Like, I don't know. And when he actually went there, he got booed.
That climate change
I thought you said he
amplified the
would.
cost
No.
of human error.
Oh,
So he wouldn't do it.
Do I think that Trump has a decent chance of winning? Yeah. Well, here's the whole thing, right? Trump will win unless his health or his legal situation get in his way, right? If one of those two things happens, it is anyone's. And also Trump will win the general, right? And if that happens, if Trump wins the general and Biden, wins the nomination, God, if Trump wins the nomination and Biden wins the nomination, then that's going to be a Biden win. But we don't know for sure that both Biden and Trump are going to make it to the election, right? Biden with his health, Trump with his legal considerations. There are still things that could happen. There are still things that could shake out. Like Trump's chance in the general. I don't think he has much of a chance against Biden. In fact, I don't think that Trump has much of a chance against anyone. There are 64% of Americans at this point willing to say that they are most likely not going to vote for Trump, right? 64% of Americans that are like, no, out the gate. Trump has gotten himself into a place where he's got 30 to 32% of the country that is extremely loyal to him. He can lie to them all that he wants. They'll believe it. If anybody says anything bad about him, they won't believe it, right? He's got those people. But more and more, everyone else is getting alienated. And that is just not a candidate that can win on a national level, right? I very much doubt Trump's ability to win the general, in other words.
Storm hit California for the first time.
But I mean, that being said, like, right, if Biden doesn't run, you know, who knows who they run instead? Maybe the Democrats find a way to renominate Hillary. Oh, that would be sick. Can you imagine that? Oh my God, as I say it, I feel like I'm worried I'm going to speak it into existence, right? Biden, Hillary, 2024. Can you imagine that?
Let us know in the chat.
Sorry, not Biden. Trump, Hillary.
The ocean hit 101 degrees off the coast of Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
So Alexander Diaz from Young America's Foundation has a question for you all.
Like, Trump should have an easy time. Anybody should have an easy time beating Biden because Biden's actually not that popular for an incumbent. The only issue is that Trump manages to alienate people at a greater rate than Biden. Biden's a clown show, though. Biden's absolutely like a terrible candidate.
Polls consistently show that young people's #1 issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican Party, calm their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about climate change?
So we want to start on this with a show of hands. Do you believe
if Trump loses in 2024, he will likely be occupied in 2028. He will likely, you know, like, I mean, I guess he could run from prison, but...
in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand.
One of the reasons that Trump needs to stay in this race and needs to win this race is because that's one of his only paths to freedom, is to be able to pardon himself.
You do.
Well, look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to start. Alexander,
so do you want to raise your hand or not?
I don't think that's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this.
First of all,
one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans.
I mean, prison, house arrest, whatever.
Versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said no comment. Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Wait, I don't know if that's right. I don't think Biden said no comment. I think it was somebody on his staff.
As somebody that's
still like a bad thing to
handle disasters.
Oh no! Wait, no! Didn't he just like there were people asking him about Maui as he left a press conference, and he didn't answer. I don't think he actually said no comment. That would be silly.
In Florida, you got to be activated. You
Only silly people say no comment.
Be there. You got to be present. You got to be helping people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Vivek, thank you.
Is that a yes? Or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No, I didn't raise a hand.
You know, there's 4 cases against Trump right now. Some of them fairly slam dunk. Some of them pretty hard to imagine him surviving, like, legally.
Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax.
You all are a bunch of woke climate change believers. Not like Vivek Ramaswamy, the only guy that really wants to like light the match and let it burn. Let it all burn down.
And we have to declare independence. And the reality is, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is, more people are dying of bad climate change policies
this is nothing.
than they are of actual climate change.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for? Hold on. Listen.
Only, yeah, exactly, Morgan, exactly.
Hold on.
Is he getting booed? It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like people, like, I don't really hear anybody getting, I haven't heard anyone get booed yet, have they?
Thank you.
Is that a yes? Or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
Let's see this again. There are haters. There are people that don't like him, and the strange thing is that they don't like him because of things like a scholarship that he got to go to school that was partially paid for by George Soros, right? He's done business things, dealings with the WEF. You know, like been associated with ESG, some of the buzzwords and acronyms that the Republicans have been trained to hate, right? He's got in his resume, he's got in his past, right? So there are some Republicans that really legitimately do hate this guy's guts, but it's like for all the wrong reasons.
Be honest, as Republicans, I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax. And we have to
Okay, you're right. There's some boos.
declare independence for it. And the reality is,
I don't think they're booing about what he's denying climate change. I think they're booing that he's too negative.
the anti-carbon
He literally just called everybody else up there like bought and
agenda
paid
is the
for.
wet blanket on our economy.
And saying that, basically calling them woke, you know, calling them climate, they're environmentalists apparently.
And so the reality is more people are dying of bad climate change policies
This is nothing.
than they are of actual climate change.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for? Hold on. Listen. Hold on.
I've had enough. I've had enough already tonight.
I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here.
Whatever. He's lost.
What? What?
He's lost his fastball.
The last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type
They're
of
both
amateur.
brown.
Yo!
Brown guys. That was some racism there.
He called Vivek an NPC.
And you'll have to like me just like you did to Obama too. Give me that
The same type of amateur.
Hold on.
He's calling him Obama now. What's up with that?
Christie's trash too.
Would you like to respond? Are you
So,
bought and
Brett,
paid
what I
for?
would like to say is the fact that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
My soul just left my body.
Everyone loves that quote.
I say it all the time around the
We
office.
do care about clean
Ready to clean the
air,
fridge?
clean water. We want to see that taken care of.
Something
But
I
there's
just
a
did.
right way to do it. And the right way
Why
to
do I like not want to believe that Margaret Thatcher actually said that?
do it is, first of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the environment, then we need to start telling China and
don't wanna
India
change
that
the
they have to
environment.
lower their emissions.
We want to keep it
That's
like
where
it
our problem
is.
And these green subsidies that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done. What that does, half of the
It's
batteries
China.
for electric vehicles are made in China.
Get it?
And so that's not helping.
We should
the
make them here with
environment.
union,
You're putting
labor
money in
thinking, Nikki.
China's pocket, and Biden did that. So first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China.
The international world, that goddamn international world. Hey, here, listen here, international world, all right? We're the American world, all right? And we got something to say. You listen here. You listen here in the international world. You're going to clean up your carbon emissions, and we're not going to worry about ours. That is for the Chinese Communist Party to concern itself with.
China, you've got to stop polluting, and that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry.
Are you bought?
They're all, I mean, these are American politicians. What are you talking about?
Absolutely not. I mean, here's what the American
Absolutely?
people deserve.
Absolutely not.
Is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth being childish is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country. Number one.
Okay, so now this is what I said about Tim Scott, right? Is that he is gonna, and it sounds like it's happening, right? He didn't get boos there. He got applause. People thought that Vivek Ramaswamy was being a little bit overly confident. He literally just called out everybody on stage. And apparently that doesn't work for anybody but Donald Trump. He's not Donald Trump. So Tim Scott's going to be, you know, the recipient of the clout that Ramaswamy just spilled. So we already have maybe a change in Ramaswamy momentum. Maybe a little bit of Ramaswamy momentum going to Tim Scott here.
Second. Number two, as a kid who grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream real for kids who were devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life? I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating...
Vivek's anti-climate change talk would be more effective if he was white and Christian instead of brown and Asian and non-Christian. All of the conservative voters are going to see, oh yeah. I mean, like there's like a lot of racism there that's gonna
opportunities and protecting America. If we want the
he's going to be held to a different standard. Let's just put it that way.
Environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy and a better environment.
Did he say make it America?
Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America,
do it quickly.
America has cut. I'm a Southern boy. I talk quick. So America, that was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to increase: Africa, 950 million people; India, over 1 billion; China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage?
Because we've been
at
at an
own
advantage.
economy. Let's bring our jobs home.
We have a lot of different topics to get to.
Yeah, we do. We thank you.
Like I love how he conceives of the economy, right? Like, okay, he's thinking of certain jobs because maybe they were done in the United States in the past. Maybe the United States lost those jobs at the same time that the jobs like that opened up in another country. He's acting like we can just be like, oh yeah, those are American jobs. Will you please give them back to us now, right? What are you gonna nationalize the company? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do that would be okay with capitalism that is going to bring American jobs back? Like, right? That's at the very least that's regulations, which conservatives and Republicans are famously against.
Why would we stop decarbonize when the other economies are? And it's like, well, because we've been carbonized for 100 years.
Made in America.
Destroying the planet.
Okay, it was a little convoluted.
Continues moments away.
Well, here we go. Now we are in a commercial break. I'm muting that thing. I mean, our initial reactions here, I guess I will...
Oh, that's what they did. They just gave their commentary in the...
ask you, Matt. I just feel like no one is really well, DeSantis has been largely invisible given his stature in the field. He still has not said the word Trump, and I guess I said he would, which, like, this is how I know I'm really burnt out.
Okay, remember, I went on record as saying that Vivek Ramaswamy had some good moments, but that whole attacking everybody on stage moment did not go well for him, and Tim Scott was able to capitalize on that. So far, yeah, I feel like nothing has changed except maybe like a little loss from Ramaswamy, a little gain from Tim Scott, but it's early.
I'm hosting the show, and then I had a big weekend. I don't even remember what I said earlier, and that...
I couldn't believe it. I was getting great odds. I should have said to Emma, "That's $5,000."
we were both like, I was getting excited that he hadn't said it yet the whole time, but it said
I kept
Trump
trying to gauge your reaction. I'm like, "You're losing this," and you
I got more and more excited. Yeah, that's not great. But overall, I would say the big losers thus far are Mike Pence, because that was his one moment of aggression where he tried to go after Vivek. Maybe he had some testing beforehand that his staff thought that Vivek would be
a big lack of effective attacks from, because what we're looking here is we're looking for attacks from DeSantis on Ramaswamy. That's what was promised to us in the memo. It's probably going to happen.
Target for him, but he's not a dominant guy. He's a submissive. That's why he was picked as vice president by someone like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
This is the man that famously calls his wife mother. Like, right? It's
come off in any authentic way.
The line was like, "We don't need on-the-job training," which is a good line, and I think hit with that crowd of donors, as Trump likes to point out. But then he followed that up with, "I've been leading the Conservative Party for a long time." It's like, yeah, that's why Trump won. It's because you
drain the swamp.
Yeah.
I also think that for most people under the age of 40 are going to look at that response to climate change and find it to be kind of concerning.
Vivek.
All of them.
Oh yeah. I think it's. I think I almost like.
I don't know. I mean, look, I didn't like what any of them had to say, but I feel like there's going to be a big difference in what Vivek said, which is just basically like, light a match, watch it burn. That's the feeling you get from him. And then versus like Nikki Haley, who started off with climate change is real, but she just wants to blame it on China and India and other countries. Tim Scott is more experienced than Vivek. When it comes to speaking to old white people, he doesn't have to deal with sexism or being like seen as a perpetual foreigner like Nikki
Script what I wanted Vivek to do in that it would be to take a maximalist, just moronic position about climate change.
Yeah. Well, he has no.
I mean, he kind of did, didn't he?
Record, so he's going to try to outflank them.
And also, they're doing that on COVID too. Yeah, that was the other thing that surprised me is there was no nuance at all to be had on COVID.
Way that appeals to, you know, the gremlins that want their new kind of flashy candidate there and don't want a swamp guy. He does have that advantage of not being in politics, and he's a decent speaker.
Yeah, but like I think that's too. It's funny. Like I think he's working as kind of a spoiler. If I was an establishment Republican, I'd be like, hey, we're trying to like kind of hide our power levels, they would say, about how much we deny this stuff. And you just saying that we're all bought because we won't say it's entirely a hoax is putting us in a rough spot.
Yeah.
And we need to pivot at some point in a general election. And like you doing that isn't making it helpful. So like I like, but I also think like you're right about DeSantis. He hasn't been prominent, which is bad for him. And then who has been prominent is Vivek. Like,
yes.
They've been like really ready to go after him. And
so maybe they think they can take third, which is oddly that is overinflating the power of DeSantis right now, guys. You should have been going at DeSantis from the start. So my prediction was wrong.
Yeah.
As of thus far, I also think that Chris Christie has not done well. I thought he might have a decent chance at getting some zingers in, but the Vivek came from ChatGPT thing. It's like, okay, man. I mean, it reminds me of
funny, but kind of
a sitcom that
yeah, that's what I thought too. That's literally what I thought. I was like, wait, what is the dog whistle there? Like when I heard him say Chat GPT, I was like, wait a minute, there's some kind of racist angle going on, isn't there?
It sounds like, again, the tech stuff or something techie or whatever. Yeah. It also sounds like I don't know. It was workshopped, and it's so topical that it hasn't even.
But yeah, you're right. Whoever in chat said that he's calling him a NPC, that is what he's trying to get at. That was definitely his intent. But like I said, I don't know.
Seep into most people.
It's not as much of a zinger as he thought it was, and yeah, it kind of sounds racist. Not that that's going to hurt you in a Republican primary.
Brains.
That probably helps you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But you know, maybe with the people who like Vivek, it has. But I mean, are they going to go to Christie? Probably not.
But they would probably think the ChatGPT stuff and the AI stuff is as awesome as possible.
I wish I could just elect ChatGPT.
Yes, an algorithm would be a better president than anything that we could ever come
James
up with.
Madison and Andrew C. Calhoun.
I mean, that's some kid's thesis at some point, and I do not want to read that. I'm going to read some IMs in the midst of this commercial break here.
Let's treat this like available, and can't we all? Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? People and say it will take. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the
would be a better president than anything.
I am unapologetic.
Governor Haley, what do you say to your party and to your state, which today confirmed a 6-week abortion law as well, especially the impact on women suburban voters across this country?
Thank you, Martha. I am unapologetically pro-life.
I wasn't expecting as many optics questions.
Not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children, so I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal, because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? Can't we all agree that we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion? Let's treat this like a respectful issue that it is, and human.
And can't we all agree that we got an ad break coming up in 5 minutes, 4 minutes, and 50 seconds? We got an ad break, and if you want to get out of that ad break, you can do so with an Amazon Prime. You can do so by paying $5 to Twitch itself, or you can do so possibly with a gift sub if you are lucky enough to get one, which is more likely to happen if y'all are active in chat.
The situation and stop demonizing.
Doctors don't want to give abortions. They can't be in the profession.
You're not mentioning
abortions kill more people than the Holocaust.
DeSantis, you signed a 6-week abortion ban.
Her southern accent sounds fake, and this is coming from somebody with a fake southern accent. Okay,
in Florida,
my southern accent is not real either, but hers somehow sounds faker than mine, which is bad.
One of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who said politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right. I believe in
what you got to do is intimidate those voters.
A culture of life.
Confuse them about whether they're eligible to vote and make them think that maybe if they go and vote, they might be taken away by the police.
Was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter.
Ron's wife is noted to be the reason for his success.
in my wife's womb, and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids. What the Democrats
Wait, was it that she recovered from cancer or something?
are trying to do on this issue is wrong. To allow abortion all
Is little Ronnie hungry? I'm hungry.
the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left.
Yo, she was like the little ninja baby in there. They kept on trying to abort her. Her name was Penny, by the way. And every time she jumped out of the way, she would put her arms and legs up at the top of the womb, right? So you couldn't see her, and like all the abortion machines would go right past her. Yeah, that
discarded in a pan.
Anecdote.
Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different
90% of abortions
hospital.
happen in the
We're
first
better
trimester.
than what the Democrats are
9%
selling.
after that
We are not
happen
going to
soon
allow
after.
abortion
The
all the way
1%
up till
are
birth,
the medically
and we will hold
necessary
them
ones.
accountable.
Fortunately, her grandmom found her, put her in a bottle of Pedialyte, and rushed her to the hospital
for their extremism.
To save
But just to be
lives.
clear, Governor, would you sign a
Yeah,
6-week
That's why doctors
federal
need to be able to perform them, and there should
I'm
be
going
no
to stand on the
restrictions.
side of life. Look, I
The late-term
understand
abortion thing is
Wisconsin
cope.
is going to do it different than
Yeah, exactly.
Texas. I
Hysterical
understand
copes.
Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head. Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
There's definitely too many cooks in this kitchen.
Look, I'm not new to this cause.
You're
After I
old,
gave
we
my
get
life
it.
to Jesus Christ
Some of these guys need to drop out.
as my Lord and Savior, I opened up the book and I read, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And see, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life." And I knew from that moment on the cause
Oh my God.
of life had to be my cause. And I've been
I
a
feel like the dehydration drink didn't help, but whatever.
champion for life in Congress, a champion for life as governor and as vice president. And to be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of leadership. When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states only
Consensus
issue.
is
It's a moral issue.
It's a God
issue.
And I promise you, as president of the United States, the American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office.
Fascist
Can't we
talk.
have a minimum standard
Yep.
in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed? A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people.
They'll never stop
But it's
there.
going to take unapologetic
It's not.
leadership that stands on principle and expresses compassion for
The
women.
thing that they're not saying about these 15-week bans is this isn't just like a advisory thing, right? What you're talking about is, and with late-term abortions in general, they don't happen on a whim. Understand this, right? You do not carry, you are not like pregnant for 15 weeks and then just like on a whim, you randomly decide that you're gonna terminate the pregnancy. That doesn't happen. When that happens, there's something going on, right? And it could be like health-wise or whatever. So that's what they're trying to, that's what they seem to be really wanting to overturn, is the kind of extenuating circumstances that would cause you to require to terminate the pregnancy at that point, despite the fact that you've gone along and kept the pregnancy for 15 weeks, right? That's what's messed up about these laws, is they're trying to act like that they're curtailing like aberrant behavior or people like flippantly getting abortions, but they're not. They're hurting people that need medical care. And beyond that, it's a violation. The only person that is capable of deciding a choice like whether to terminate or keep a pregnancy is the pregnant person themselves.
Okay. Why don't they believe in medical freedom? Why don't they allow doctors to make these determinations? I thought everything was between you and your doctor.
So first of all,
Get a
I will say
politician in
it is
there,
in the
please.
hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people. We haven't had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make
He's so
women
uncomfortable
feel like
with a woman
they have to
talking to him
decide on
without
this
his wife
issue when you
present.
know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support
Especially the
legislation
man.
But
to ban
70% of
abortion
the
after a
Senate
baby is
does
capable
not.
of experiencing pain. It's just going to take leadership.
Hold on.
Was that a W for Nikki Haley?
70% of the Senate.
What do you think? What were the Hogs? Could you tell who the Hogs were cheering for?
does
An
not.
actual
You have to
disagreement.
be honest with the
We have to
American
have a
people.
15-week limit.
Let's
How
take
much do we
Governor
want to
Bergman for
oppress women?
one minute here. But the Supreme Court did overturn Roe v. Wade, and the result of that decision was that it went back to the states. So that's
Pence
where
won?
it is right now. So
Oh my God, what did I do?
It's just going to take leadership.
Hold on.
70% of the Senate does not.
Actual
You have to
disagreement.
be honest with the
We have to
American
have a
people.
15-week limit.
Let's
How much
take
do we
Governor
want
Bergman
to
for
press women?
1 minute here. But the Supreme Court did overturn Roe v. Wade. And the result of that decision was that it went back to the states. So that's where it is right now. So as I understand it, you are not in favor of a federal ban.
What a goofy candidate.
What do you say about the states, there's about 5 of them, including New Jersey, I think a few others, that allow abortion up until the time of birth, though? If you were president, would you be able to abide that?
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life governor of a very pro-life state. And this issue is, of course, very important. But I am on the record, and I stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban. We should not. And the reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment in the Constitution. In the Constitution, which the states created the federal government, not the other way around, it says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, or importantly, or to the people. We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country. And
not the worst answer.
I don't agree with that.
Which was like, I mean, a big part of like what they were, most of them were going for, or said they were going for at the time in the decision in, you know, overturning Roe versus Wade, is they wanted to turn it back to the states. I don't think a lot of the Republicans at the time had designs on anything like a national abortion ban, even like a 15-week abortion ban, right? They were thinking more along the lines of states' rights. It does seem to have, they do seem to have moved the goalpost since, though. You have had a lot of, and this isn't good for Republicans. This is the issue that they keep on losing on. And it's been an issue for more than one campaign. It continues to be an issue. It continues to be a drag on them. The smart money, if you're a Republican, is on doing what Donald Trump does and just not really talking about abortion.
That was funny to bring it up in this context.
For this great
I
cause,
prefer him over
and
Pence.
turn it back to the states, and then the next day,
and he's kind of sounding like, that's what it
turn around
sounds
and go,
like.
no, the feds should do that because the feds are
Obviously, this is an anti-choice position that he has. Leave it to the states, right? But for the Republican field, he's going to come away looking like a moderate here.
Stepping into people's lives, they're stepping into people's businesses. Over and over, if we say that the Fed should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution, and this is returned to the states. This is where it should be.
But Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. So you're saying federally, it's all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's why 50 states. That's why 50 states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all, the Supreme Court gave it back to the elected representatives, whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress.
So Burgum is being smart by not talking a lot.
There is authority, and that's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat proposal, which is...
I don't know, at his level, he's got some of the lowest support of anybody on the stage here. He kind of needs to say something.
In essence, abortion...
He needs the attention. I don't know if he'd benefit from just everybody else's losses.
On demand.
Although we're seeing those. We're seeing
so they have their extreme position at a national level. It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well.
Hey, there you go.
Arkansas
National
has the
abortion
record of being
ban.
the most pro-life state in the nation.
That's a real split here.
I signed 30 pro-life pieces of
They all will come
legislation
to the
while
same
I was governor.
Of course, yeah, but the fundamental
And
psychos are
every
we need to be
state
public
can
about this.
determine a
Pence and
different
Asa.
outcome
Yeah,
here.
it's really more of a question of optics of what. It's not whether they want a national abortion ban, because most of them do or approve of it, or they know their voters are in favor of it, right? But it's more of a whether they want to come out with that as an issue, which is not smart. It's a really bad idea. It's like, even if you're somebody who wants more restrictions at a national level on abortion, you probably shouldn't use it as a political issue, because it is a losing political issue. It's a phenomenally losing issue.
And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about it in terms of compassion, in terms of protecting the life, and also understanding how we have to enhance adoption services, how we have to enhance maternal care. Those things we've done in Arkansas and are important for our nation's future.
There are a lot of issues that are very important. Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortions on demand
Sam,
up
are you
until
there?
the day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong.
What's up, Sam?
We must have a
I don't know if
president
we
of
can
the
hear you
United
yet.
States who will advocate and
This
fight
is, I mean,
for
we
the
didn't think you were
minimum
joining, so.
15-week limit. I am 100%
Samuel.
pro-life conservative. I have 100%
He's
pro-life
here.
record. I got to tell you though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us inalienable rights.
Sam's on a
that
different.
include
One second, you're on a
life.
different.
That is a
account. I
list.
need to
That
put
is an
that
issue
in. Okay.
we must solve. We can't leave it to Illinois. We
Everybody,
can't leave
we
it to
clearly
Minnesota. We can't
have
leave it to
revealed
Illinois.
this,
We
but,
must
we have a
solve
special
the
guest
issue
coming
with
on.
a 15-week limit at a minimum.
Brett, I think we're all
Special
pro-life,
guest.
but what I would love is for someone to ask
Sam
Biden
Cedar.
and Kamala Harris, are they for 38 weeks? Are they for 39 weeks? Are they for 40 weeks?
Here he
Because
is.
that's what the media needs to be
And
asking.
here is
Another issue is America
There
and
he
the crime
is.
crisis, the homelessness
Sam.
crisis.
The climate
American
change question
cities
yet?
are in
They
decline.
did.
People are moving.
Wait, so he's on vacation. If you're wondering why his beard looks like that, I feel like my dad used to do this too. Like a lot of guys let their facial hair just kind of go when they go on vacation.
That?
No,
as
they
homelessness,
didn't.
drugs, crime
Oh.
move in. There are problems
absolutely did not.
accelerating.
I wanted to see the hand
They
raise.
did accelerate during the pandemic and are still
It was
rising.
amazing.
Murders in Los
don't
Angeles, New York,
think I've ever
Chicago,
seen anyone
all
more
up
nervous
30%
in my life
between
than Ron
2019 and
DeSantis.
2022.
He's very nervous.
In any
Homelessness is up
context.
11%.
Also, Mike Pence trying to be
the
assertive.
largest jump in recorded history.
He-
Vice President
he
Pence, a
tried
lot
to
of
have
this
his moment
began
on the pile,
in the
as
it
COVID
were,
era.
and it
How
didn't
much
really
of what we're seeing
work.
happening
It
around
seemed like
this
he was-
country is a result of those COVID lockdowns? And is your
This is
administration
sort of
in
fascinating
part to blame
because
for
so far the
how
whole
we got
debate
here?
has a feel
Well, I think
like
what's
a
part to blame is the Democrats been talking about defunding the police
like a reality show.
for the last
Like
5
there's just
years.
a bunch of characters
And we ought to
that
be
are
funding
saying
law
gibberish that is
enforcement,
irrelevant.
particularly in our major cities at unprecedented levels. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about the violence that's claiming innocent lives literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas
Crime,
continue
crime.
to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away.
Okay, so this is Eli Valley, cartoonist Eli Valley that just posted my entire feed. Vivek is grating, hyperactive, lying monster, and on cue. And then here's an Elon Musk tweet saying Vivek is increasingly compelling. So Elon's feeling it.
At the end of 2025, if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican
Why did you do
House and
that,
a
Mike?
Republican Senate.
It was my idea to have them last until 2029, but Mike said, let's do 2025.
Total rhino.
Close the Federal Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the
Nice
states
backdrop.
with a growing economy
Nice
and
backdrop,
educational-
Pat.
We're trying to make it look presentable.
We will bring our cities back.
Governor Christie, another issue. This weekend here in Milwaukee, reports say there were 30 shootings, and a number of them including kids. Add that to the big increase in school shootings.
We need more
around
good guys
the
with
country.
guns, thanks.
Democrats blame this crisis on easy
He's going to
access
talk about how
guns. They
he
also blame
locked up a
Republicans
lot
for
of
blocking
Muslims
gun control legislation.
were
What
guilty
would
of being
President
Muslim,
Christie
and that's what he did as Attorney General.
I'm proud of the fact, Brett, that I'm the only person, along with Governor Hutchinson, up on this stage who's actually running United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America.
The other thing that I could think about, like the reason that that Christie compared Vivek to ChatGPT, I mean, he does tend to generate word salads, right? He does tend to, like, it's like stuff that he says, it doesn't really have any meaning. Like, it doesn't make sense.
In a state where there is significant
And yeah,
urban crime.
ChatGPT can give you some perfectly grammatical text that doesn't make any sense.
Lots of black people.
The problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over.
Oh, I see. Sorry, Medley. Yeah, that was that's the famous delay to YouTube chat that makes it so that I see your comments, or you're seeing me later than I'm actually existing in time, and so therefore your comments are from they're from the past.
Prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons.
Federal takeover of prosecutors' offices. I'm sort of down with that.
Secondly,
Yeah,
we
but
need to
not
make
the
sure
fashy
that
parts.
Each and every one of these criminals understand
I mean,
is that the laws apply to
can
everyone.
Garland do this?
And when Hunter Biden fills out
Can you
a
imagine?
fake application, a false application for a gun permit, and then is facing a 10-year mandatory minimum.
The Second
which was
Amendment.
mandated
By the way,
legislation
Christie's
sponsored
losing so
by
far.
his
Not
father.
getting many licks in.
And then you have a Justice Department.
They're
that
all
walks
losing.
away from
Yeah.
these charges.
Unbelievable.
We're telling people that the
Christie doesn't have the juice. I've seen him juiced, right? Not, I mean, like, you know what I mean? I've seen him have more juice before.
Like Vivek and maybe Nikki
The
Haley
Christie
come out looking
administration,
okay so
he would go
far.
to jail for 10 years.
If Vivek doesn't wrap, I think there's going to be a lot of people who are disappointed.
We're going to see him out the trail.
So the reality is we have a crime wave in this country and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine to do it? More cops
That
in the
didn't rhyme.
streets who are on the streets able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulder for getting sued.
Let cops be
And we
cops.
also have a mental health epidemic.
Sam,
in this
check out they're
country.
all wearing red
Just over the
ties.
same period
All
that we have
all
closed
7
mental
men.
health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel. It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here too. We're
God
in
will
the
fix
middle of
it.
a national identity crisis. And I say this as a member of my generation. The problem in our country right
Yeah,
now.
people have noticed this bringing back asylums comment. So he's made some wacky comments before. This guy wants to get rid of the FBI, get rid of the IRS. There's like a few, pretty vital government organizations that he wants to get rid of, and not for any good reasons either. But this bringing back asylums thing kind of goes with that, and also the 9/11 trutherism and general conspiracy.
The reason we
That's an
have this mental
anti-pharma
health
point.
epidemic
He's trying
is
to
that
be.
people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at
Woo-woo.
a time when family, faith,
And like he's really gonna have so the reason that you're gonna see Vivek go off on like anti-pharma, anti-COVID precautions, et cetera, right, is that he actually has some history, I think, in the pharmaceutical industry, in the biotech industry even, right?
patriotism, hard work have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top.
You could have said
this
this
is what it
every
means
year
to be
for
an
the
American.
past,
Yes,
like,
we will
100
stand
years.
for the rule
Yeah.
of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law
I just don't understand how he's not
enforcement.
rhyming.
Remember who we really are. And that's
Disappointing.
also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is
Remembering who we
directly
are,
leading to
thanks.
violent crime
Can I
across
speak
this
on Governor
country.
DeSantis really quickly? Governor DeSantis.
And we'll do that across
Crime
this
is on the
country.
decline. Crime's on the decline this year.
We're not looking for a new
By every
national
metric.
identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic,
Getting less so.
hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have
They hate
some
each
others
other.
like you may have on the stage. It's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal sort of cold cultural civil
You
war,
are
and we have to
equating the
recognize
American
that in
people
order
with the
to actually
failed
win.
government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So I
Governor
can
DeSantis,
tell me the
Governor
finish.
Oh, Pence sucks.
This is some of the
Vivek's
most
winning.
abstract arguments I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah, but they're gonna like the everything sucks
I feel
part.
yeah, it's so like I feel like I'm talking about Play-Doh in freshman college. Like you're saying he says this, but actually he says in the Republic.
I mean, that's
These hollowed out cities,
Their thoughts.
this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons is because George Soros funding these radical left-wing district
Okay,
attorneys.
okay.
Can we give
They
Vivek?
get into office
Say
and
Vivek.
say they're not going to prosecute
Are you gonna say Vivek?
crimes they disagree with. The inmates start running the asylum. They're
The inmates running the asylum. Okay, one in chat if you think that he's gonna he said Soros, right? There's a connection to Vivek. That's what a lot of the anti-Vivek people, a lot of the anti-Vivek Republicans are doing, is equating him with Soros, basically because of a college scholarship that he got when he was in school.
There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that. Me. When we had two of these
DeSantis still hasn't said
district attorneys
Trump.
in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone.
Sam. Vivek got a Soros-funded scholarship to college.
At Yale.
I saw
As
that. I saw
president,
that.
we are going to go
He's a
after
sleeper.
all of these
There's no
people
doubt about it.
because they are hurting
Total.
the quality of
You're not
life,
supposed to
and they
say
are
that.
Total open
Stop
democracy.
saying that.
people
Sleeper
in
cell.
every corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Okay, one word here before the break, Governor Dorgan.
Please.
But Rhett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors
Democrats
help
don't.
neighbors.
Okay.
People
Don't
understand each other. If a farmer gets sick, everybody comes together and helps them get the crop off. There's accountability. There's transparency.
Oh.
One thing that I
State
think this
crop
country could
insurance.
use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back to get this
White
country
guy
on track
values.
again.
Got it.
There's not the votes
Governor
there.
Hutchinson.
It's bad strategy.
As former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America. And right now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city,
Was he in charge of the DEA under Trump?
there's three simple
Since Sam's on vacation, wonder what bad thing will happen in Republican conservative alt-right world this time. Yeah.
words that
Hey,
would be
maybe this
helpful.
debate is
One,
it.
enforce
I don't
the
know.
law when it comes to crime.
You got to lose yourself in Vivek. You know that you want it. Better never let it go.
Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl. And it's both about stopping the
So 3 words so far,
Mexico,
enforce fentanyl.
Education of our young people.
Enforce
making
fentanyl
sure
education.
That we have the
3
tools
words.
that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge.
He reminds me of Ron Paul. I was trying to figure it out. Yeah, no, this guy reminds me of Ron Paul.
Challenge of America, though. No one
Seems
likes
like
to see
he jettisoned
America
the
with
3
smash
words.
and grab
Yeah, I was really
in the
excited.
Inner cities. As president of the United States, that will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined.
He's got a red eye.
I know.
By attacking
Is that pink eye?
prosecutors, by attacking
You
the
let someone
system
take a shit
and
on
saying
you?
these
Pink eye is
are-
You just gotta
And so
like
we have to
ask,
have
like,
respect for our justice
what,
system.
like, what are
and the
these
rule
people
of law,
doing?
and
Even
it
if
starts
Donald
at the
Trump
top with the
dies,
President
it
of the
feels
United
like
States.
none of these people are going to
Auditioning.
be
It's gonna
able
be
to.
somebody else. Yeah.
Or something else.
Somebody else is going to get. It's going to be Don Jr. or something. Like none of these people.
Julia.
Oh wait, here we go. Fulton County. Here we
So
go.
next, the candidates will have an opportunity to talk about the coming.
And that's tomorrow, chat. That is tomorrow when Donald Trump turns himself in Fulton County. And I guess gets the mugshot. Supposedly this time he's going to get a mugshot.
Trials of
Got a
Donald
commercial
Trump.
of this?
They're, yeah, they're finally going to talk about Trump.
Honestly, like I don't feel like I've ever seen a debate where everybody on stage seems so diminished.
Mm-hmm.
Like honestly, like I feel like I've seen more gravitas from like debates between comptrollers for Dutchess County in New York. This just feels like a city council debate of people like,
or they're auditioning,
and they're literally diminished in terms of audience, in terms of reach, in terms of like the effect that this will have. The amount of people that'll see this is literally reduced because Trump's not there, because Trump is doing a separate event with Tucker Carlson. Basically, Trump's trying to bury this. Trump does not want to give anyone their moment to shine, even though I feel like if Trump was there, he would have just steamrolled all of them. They would be bowing down and worshiping him right now.
To be the king's squire or something like that. I mean, there's no stakes.
It's so weird, and none of them seem remotely prepared for this at all. None of them. The amazing thing about this, I guess, like on its most base level, one of the things that supposedly political scientists say, I don't know if this is true or not, but this is the first time I've ever sort of like had this sort of sense. This whole question of like, is this someone I can imagine being president? Like, do they have the gravitas that makes them feel? And there's something about this debate, and maybe it's because everybody knows that the real, the front runner is not even bothered to come.
Yeah.
It feels like none of them, they've all been diminished by participating in this. It feels like we're watching like the guys trying to get on the JV team. Like it's like exhibition season for the JV team.
We're watching it's the G League. We're watching the G League, and the LeBron James
But like not even
of fascism.
It's like the G League. If like
I don't know. Am I the only one that thinks that overall Vivek is kind of having a W tonight? He's really taken a lot of the time, the speaking time, right? He's talked probably more than anybody else, and he actually is. I mean, compared to like we just heard how he raps, right? Like top of the dome, like he literally like couldn't think of a better word than trail. He like uses the same word twice as a rhyme, right? So he's not exactly known as somebody who thinks on his feet. He sounds okay tonight, though. I don't know if it's rehearsed talking points or if he's just having a good night. But I mean, I don't like Vivek. I find him horrible, but I don't see anything other than that moment where he like literally like shit on everybody on the stage, where he's gonna look bad to a right-wing audience.
The guys were under 28, but they're all like old lifers that are really trying to just get their last contract.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. They're all pretending to be eligible, and they've all like got their hair dye, and they're just like, no, look, I'm 18. No, I didn't. There's something just so odd about this whole crew of people. And Burgum, I thought, was going to be much better. And the first answer he gave,
great. I don't know what you're talking about.
He just seemed completely like just befuddled. Like it's sort of amazing.
He's playing hurt.
Did you not hear about that? He had a basketball injury this morning, and he still
He
made
broke
it.
his leg. Is that what the
He
joke
went to
was?
the ER. He was playing pickup basketball and had to go to the ER for some sort of basketball injury. And
So
I think
much
otherwise
for
he would
seeming
be
more
crushing
youthful
right
than so much for seeming more youthful than Biden.
This is his flu game.
And DeSantis seems to have no confidence in being the front runner. It's really interesting. Like he
It must be
seems
bad
to be
him right now.
But none of them are coming
pressing.
at him, because what I said to Matt before the show is I feel like my prediction is that they're all going to come for DeSantis so they can take number 2. But that has
DeSantis, I don't know. It feels like he's playing conservatively, and I'm not talking about like ideology. I just mean like it feels like he knows that he's got in that second place, and he doesn't want to say anything that's going to make him look bad. So the reason he's not really shining here is that he perceives himself as and for the people that are here tonight, yeah, he's the front runner. I mean, it's not going to do him any good if he runs against Trump. But if Trump gets taken out, I guess that's he would be the perceived front runner then.
doesn't happen. They've been more targeting Vivek, both Chris Christie and Mike Pence.
Makes sense because Vivek's got the Ramaswamy momentum.
After Vivek, because now their ambitions are not even as high as being number 2. Their ambitions are as high as being number 3, and that adds a level of patheticness that I think colors this.
I think.
What does number 3 get you?
I think what the strategy is. I think
Secretary
the word
of
that he may
State?
be. They're running for vice president now, right? I mean, I don't think anybody who has paid attention to the Republican Party for the last, 60 or 70 years could ever imagine that Vivek is going to get elected. He's going to win. He's going to be. Let's assume like there's 2 scenarios. Trump passes away. Or flies to goes to jail. I think that's a less likely scenario than he passes away. But it's also conceivable that he gets on a spaceship and goes out to hides out on the moon or something.
He was truthing.
You're doing to me what
he gets on his plane on Trump Force One and he flies to Russia.
they did to that poor woman who owned that newspaper in the plains.
He was truthing out that maybe I'll go to Russia, ha ha ha, and
honestly, I feel like he wouldn't be safe there.
He doesn't want to go to Russia.
He does not. But if you
remember
want,
when he told that joke, if Russia's out there, you should break into the rest of her emails.
Yeah.
Anyways, but be that as it may, and so I think they're all trying to make sure that Vivek is not the vice presidential pick, which
all right, I think we're back.
China, Ukraine, immigration, education. But we are going to take a brief
immigration, education, China, Ukraine
moment and talk about the elephant not in the room.
Former President Trump has been indicted in 4 different states.
I feel like Trump's not an elephant. What is Trump?
On 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia.
What is Trump if he's like a animal? What is Trump's animal?
Not truthing right now.
County
either,
jail
folks.
for charges relating to the 2020 election loss.
Is the Tucker Carlson thing? Did that happen?
To
the last thing
support
he
the
truthed,
eventual
yeah.
Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
No, Mike Pence did it. Wait.
Wait.
Chris Christie did it.
Just
Former President
Brett.
Trump has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia.
He's not truthing right now
County
either,
jail
folks.
for charges relating to the 2020 election loss.
Is the Tucker Carlson thing? Did that happen?
To
the last thing
support
he
the
truthed,
eventual
yeah.
Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Wait, okay, so if he's convicted, would you support him as your party's choice? So if he's convicted and he wins
No,
the nomination.
Mike Pence did it. Wait.
Wait.
Chris Christie did it.
Just hold
Not
on.
Asa.
So just to be clear, Governor Christie, you were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand.
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And
not
I know
this.
you didn't.
Whoa. No, what's
I was smelling my armpit.
Look, here's the bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay?
What an idiot. Commit to an approach.
Sounds like a
Whether or
rhino
not-
to me.
So for the record, I think Christie did not say yes, he would support
Or
Trump.
not, you believe that the
rhino
criminal
mini-con.
charges are right or wrong. The conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
What? Oh, there's some booze. There's some booze.
And, you know,
there was a lot of cheering.
Leave it to Chris Christie to have his cake and eat it too.
Booing is
That's what it means to be a mighty man
It
of valor.
doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Okay, now they turned on him.
Are right or wrong. The conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
See, he's getting a lot of cheers right there.
And
he's getting a lot of
Leave it to
booze.
Chris Christie to have his cake and eat it too.
Booing is
That's what it means to be a mighty man
It
of valor.
doesn't change the truth.
I couldn't hear what he said.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you raise your hand.
They don't like it. They don't like it, whatever. It doesn't change the
I'd like
truth.
to get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact.
Oh.
And Chris Christie,
Vivek knew I loved you.
your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. And if people at home...
The best line of the evening.
It's true. It's true.
Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country, they could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end the weaponization of
When the Trump administration opened with threats of investigating Hillary, yeah.
That's the best line of the night for the Republicans.
You know, let me tell you
I'm sorry, 30 seconds, Governor
you
Christie.
make me laugh because you sit here in an answer.
Oh, God, I do enjoy Chris Christie being humiliated.
Yes.
There's not a single room you can go into in the country and have anything but booze. Except for Joe Scarborough's.
Wait, now they're chastising the
Talk
audience.
about issues you want to talk about. So let's just get through this section. Governor Christie.
So yeah, that is Governor Christie losing badly.
You sit here talking.
They literally had to have the teacher intervene for him and say, nobody yell at Christie.
About how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
He lost his moment.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
That is not
It's
true.
very true. I read it.
I think
and
he's right, though.
The difference between bad behavior and illegal behavior, Chris, and you as a prosecutor should know better.
Yeah, you know what? I know a lot
There's
better.
a difference between bad behavior. And
I know a lot better than you
Vex
do.
heated.
You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing. We've stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said, Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
We have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this.
Brett
issue,
Baer
but
pausing
another
the
question.
audience.
He got some more cheers at the very end, but not many. This is not a popular thing that he's saying.
Fans just called attention
Hold
to
on, you
Christie doing bad.
Let him speak, class. Yeah.
Yeah.
President Trump's
Christie's
former vice president is
rusty.
on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers.
You know what? I don't know. Is he rusty? Like, look, like I said, he missed his moment because he got shut down by the crowd. I don't know if that's like, you know, he's kind of dealing like it's not. He got stopped in the middle of his rant, and then he had to start it again after getting booed. Do you know what I'm saying? That's not
on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day, the vice president moved forward with the certification of the election. So do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing, Senator Scott? Do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two. We should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization.
Wait, did he got cheers for that?
Of the Department of Justice.
They asked him if he did the right thing by not reversing disrupting the transfer of power. That's what he just got cheers on, right?
When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that, no one has confidence in our justice system. 17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. we keep seeing not only
we're a bunch of crooks and we keep getting caught, and our base can't believe that we're this criminal. That's
weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings. They're called, under this DOJ,
this is what we call a pivot.
Domestic terrorists.
Firing Christopher
but that's not,
okay.
but that's not
shut down the FBI. Actually have the courage to get it right.
Vivek is not productive for Republicans, I don't think.
Not only that.
That was Vivek. It kind of sounded like Shapiro.
In addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
We have an important
But Governor DeSantis, do you believe that Mike Pence
Very-
did the right
yeah.
thing on January
So
6th?
here's what we need to do. We need to end the weaponization of these federal agents.
Right, but
I will do that.
That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing. This election is not about January
It's not the question. Yeah, I know, but I don't care.
6th of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025.
He's used this
when the
line
next
before.
president's going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to
Stoney.
do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've
the
got to
indicted
focus on
president.
reversing the decline of our country.
Okay, so this is his like passive aggressive attack on Trump, right? It's not. It's pretty muted, but there is like an idea moving past January 6th, moving to of 2020, moving towards January 20th of 2024. Like, let's leave the past in the past and win this election. That's his argument of like, I am more electable, which is probably true.
I learned in the military. I was assigned with
I mean, they're both horrible scumbags, but
Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you focus on the mission
Feeding them
above
ensure.
all.
DeSantis has less baggage. He's also a shitty politician, though. So it's kind of like if your argument is I can get elected, right? I'm not so sure. And if you can't get elected and you're not likable in the Republican primary, what makes you think you're going to be likable in a general election? The more people see of DeSantis, the less they like of him.
You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward, and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in November 2024.
He still hasn't said Trump's name, DeSantis.
He said nothing there except for that he was in Iraq.
His plan is to defend Trump if like Christie mentions him. I
think the American people deserve to know whether
or
everyone.
at least that's what he leaked. I think it's a leak. I think these are leaked. Like, right, there's a memo that leaked from DeSantis's camp. I think they did it on purpose.
On this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So
I want to hang you, Mike.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on going forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis,
Democrats would love that, and they will win if we let it get away.
He's actually got a point.
I would like that too, because it's the most important question on the discussion.
Wait, are they giving him applause for that though? I wouldn't expect them to go for this, right? I mean, like, I don't know. This is a slightly surprising crowd. There's some cheers that are coming in places that you wouldn't think you'd hear them, and
He said nothing there except for that he was in Iraq.
I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So
I want to hang you, Mike.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on going forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis,
Democrats would love that, and they will win if we let it get away.
I would like that too, because it's the most important question on the discussion.
they are actually cheering for DeSantis there.
Let me just say, Governor DeSantis, we spent an hour
I'm surprised.
talking about policy. Former President Trump is beating
There's a lot of vitriol surrounding the 2020 election.
you by 30, 40 points in many polls.
They generally do not want to let it go.
So it is a factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection.
That's Robert Reich. You listen to Reich.
That's the anti-slavery thing.
They really don't like this.
Karl Marx wrote that
under the
amendment.
Constitution. And so obviously, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or
you're a
who
rhino.
is disqualified under our Constitution, and that's consistent with RNC rules. And I hope everybody would agree.
Now, if that was to be a roadblock, right? We're talking about what amendment did he cite? It's like the idea that nobody that supports an insurrection or gives aid and comfort is allowed to run for president, right? That would have to be secretaries of state to make that decision, right? If they were gonna, if one or more states was gonna just like not have Trump on the election roll, like it would have to be secretaries of state.
Follower here.
Establishment.
Hall monitor.
I'd like to answer.
I've already been on it, Vice President Pence.
All right, I'd like to answer the question you asked and not
Let's get Christie in.
give a pre-canned speech. Mike
Pre-canned speech.
That was him trying Marco
stood
Rubio
for
again,
the
remember?
Constitution. And he
You're like a
deserves
robot?
not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting
Rubio should jump
his
in for
oath
old
of
time's
office
sake.
and the Constitution of the United States before personal, political, and unfair pressure. And the
Mike Pence
argument that
always
we
has a
need
look
to
where he's
have
saying to
in this
himself,
party,
"Look straight."
before we can move on
Look like you're straight.
that Ron talked about,
Look
is
like
Basically,
we have to dispense
Look like you're
with the
straight.
person who said
like you're
that we
looking
need to
400
suspend
yards
the
straight into the
Constitution
distance.
to put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay, Governor Hayes,
I'm straight.
I haven't heard from you on this. Do you agree?
there might be a few. Yeah, there's some clapping hands. There's some clapping hands, not many.
Do you agree that
We're only half done.
I don't think this is a typical audience, right? I think that there's a lot more like anti-Trump sentiment in this audience than I would expect from a general Republican audience.
Pence did the right thing that day or not?
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing, and I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is that it is time for a new generational conservative leader. We have to look at the fact that 3/4 of Americans don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden. And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We
How
can't
about a rematch between Trump and Clinton?
win a general election that way.
Little Nikki.
She's getting boozed.
Too bad. Too bad. She didn't do well. She's off the
Happy
list.
to answer the question.
What
Mike,
If Tim Scott wants to save his political career, he needs to leave the Republican Party.
did
Not
the
gonna
right thing
fuck
on
you.
January 6th. But I would say you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China.
Yeah, we are very pro-law unless it's thrown at us.
Ukraine, education. We are. China is the #1 threat to our country, and every minute that these 8 candidates spend
I can't remember this guy's name. What is his name again? Bob? Bernie? What's his name?
talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just you know who loves it? Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the past.
Okay, as promised, we were going to spend a few
I can never remember this guy's name. Doug Burnham? Doug Burgum. Okay, Doug. His name is Doug.
questions on it. Let people say what they want
I
to
can't remember his name.
say.
Discount
And now
Gavin.
you're moving on to the subject.
The U.S. has committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was
You
kind of
did
involved.
answer on this.
You did say
answer.
something.
No, I'm on
I think we
there.
thought you were done, but you
No, I
please.
wasn't done.
Well, Mike, why don't you
Yo, Sam's having to talk to somebody off camera.
say this? Join me.
I'm on air right now.
Making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage who had the courage to actually say it.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's talk more about Trump. So, yeah, Vivek saying, I'm going to pardon Donald Trump on day one.
Nation
He's
forward.
going so hard.
And turn the page forward. That's
Donald
exactly
Trump
right.
will be convicted of these crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this
Vivek, there's
corrupt.
a difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. You can answer a question.
I've actually given pardons when I was governor of the state of Indiana. It usually follows a finding of guilt and
Experience.
contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon
I mean,
request.
he got him on the nerd point,
if I
but
may-
I don't know how much the audience cares about that.
If I may.
So
It's not about looking back at January 2021.
It's looking
It's
forward
about
to
January 20th,
January
2017.
2025.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's
that's,
look back
he's
on-
technically right. Yeah, it was 2021 and 20. Yeah, we were talking about like the day that a new president takes over. It's not on the year of the election. It's the year after the election on January 20th. So yeah, I think I said 2020. I meant 2021. Thanks for correcting us on that, Michael Pence.
Fan on Ronald Reagan's
It's very
Bible.
good
I
of
raised my
you.
right hand.
Oh, this guy's.
took an oath.
This sucks. What a
To
bad
support and
pivot.
defend the Constitution of the United
He's
States.
the loser of tonight.
Who's
And
Ronald
dedicated
Reagan?
to prayer. So help me God. It was a promise that I made to the American people, but I also made
Wait,
it.
he did. Wait, you're right.
made it-
January 27th. Where did that come in? Oh my God. Wait, no. What?
My Heavenly Father. Every day for 4 years.
Hey, that's something that's got to be popular with y'all. Like God, Jesus. religion, Christianity. Like, right?
Keep that oath. And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th.
And then wanting to put me on it.
He was talking about when he became Trump's assistant. Yeah.
Come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law. And President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to.
Thank you.
And we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people deserve to know that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no vice president in American history had ever exercised or taken.
I had to ask Dan Quayle about it, and I asked a bunch of people. Actually, I desperately tried to do it.
And I always will. I have no right
After I almost went against the Constitution, but Dan Quayle's like, you gotta go with the Constitution.
Overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
I love when he tries to do experience, as if anyone in the
Now,
Republican base cares
issues.
about that. That's
The
like
U.S. has
Hillary
committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine war. The administration is now asking Congress for $24 billion more.
So it was a much shorter Trump discussion than I thought there'd be. Maybe there'll be some time for like free association.
Regardless of that, the specifics of that plan, is there anyone on stage who would not support the increase of more funding to Ukraine?
We would
not support it.
Europe needs to step up. I mean, I would have Europe step up.
Vivek's the only guy.
Mr. Ramaswamy, but you're saying you would not too, Governor DeSantis?
I will have Europe pull their weight. Right now, they're not doing.
We're going to build a wall, and we're going to make Europe pay for it. Yes.
And I think we need to do, and I think our support should be contingent on them doing it. And I would have support in China to be able to take.
That's funny. He's doing this.
To do with China.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine?
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous.
Now, this is wild, right? Because that's probably the most popular viewpoint in the Republican Party. Not essentially not. I mean, the viewpoint is Russia good. All right, that's where this comes from, right? Let Russia have their way with Ukraine. That's really what the viewpoint is. And among Republicans, that is the most popular viewpoint. It is kind of wild to me that he's not only the only one that's willing to say that, which is, what most of the Republicans out there say, what the crowd wants to hear, right? He's the only one willing to even, talk about, restricting the funds or whatever, right? Like, none of them are, that's, I didn't expect to see that.
Against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border.
Anti-imperialism.
We are driving Russia further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first. Secure our own border instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
All right, we heard the names. Governor Christie first.
All right.
Isolationism.
Look, I did go to Ukraine, and I went.
Now, didn't he say something? I feel like Vivek mentioned a U.S. alliance with the Russian Federation.
Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army
was that him
doing to the free Ukrainian people.
DNC candidate.
I want you all to look around this arena tonight and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of them was filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside to make over 20,000 who have been abducted, stolen, ripped from their mothers and fathers, and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight their own families. They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men, and then gone into those homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans. This is the Vladimir Putin.
Trump's like,
this
I
is
like
the Vladimir
that
Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius. If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world, we will be next.
No, they like that. The Republican base likes it.
Genuine.
Wait, sorry, they like what? She's not saying they like Christie. Like, I didn't hear a lot of support for Christie there.
Governor Haley, we'll come back.
Vice President Pence was mentioned.
Am I wrong?
You get 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, let me be clear. Anybody that thinks that we can't solve the problems here in the United States and be the leader of the free world has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth.
That is incorrect.
We can do both, Vivek. We've done both. We've been the leader of the free world and the arsenal of democracy for years. The Reagan Doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing to fight the communists on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so our troops don't have to fight them. Vivek, if we do the giveaway that you want to give to Putin to give him his land, it's not going to be too long before he rolls across
they like
NATO border. And frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go and fight him. I want to let the Ukrainians fight and drive Putin and the Russians back out into Russia.
I want to just briefly address Pence. Vice President Pence. I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990. The real threat, you talked about the communists, and the real communists that we have to address right now is
I mean, that's a good point.
Vladimir Putin's aims are
CRT.
Vladimir Putin has been saying he wants to reestablish the old Soviet sphere
You've made
of
your point,
influence.
Vice President.
I wonder who the real
He's
communist.
still trying to sell anti-communism. It's so funny.
By calling him a communist.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, at various points, you're going to hear Vivek Ramaswamy spout anti-communist rhetoric as well. But not when it comes to. I mean, and it is really serious. It's incredibly. No matter who's doing it, anybody who is confusing the Russian Federation under Putin with the USSR is incredibly misguided.
He is a dictator and a murderer, and the United States of America needs to stand.
And he rejects Lenin.
Authoritarianism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, 30 seconds.
Respond. The real threat we face today is communist China,
and
we are driving Russia further into China.
I hate communism too, but I hate the Chinese communism, not the
arms. The Russia-China.
I mean, he's right. Pence is ridiculous for conflating like the Russian Federation of today with the USSR. That's.
Alliance is the single greatest threat we face. Nobody in either political party is talking about it, and I am the only non-neocon on this stage who will keep us out of war.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear. Mr. Vice President,
to give Russia everything they've got.
Mr. Vice President,
give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO, and then somehow China will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
No one in America cares about Taiwan who's voting Republican.
Here we go.
I think we need to reestablish some ground rules.
When we hear this bell,
yes.
That means your time's done. So, Mr. Vice President,
that's the coolest part of this debate, that he was able just to hold his hand up and wave when the bell rang.
The reality
that was
is
amazing.
that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States of America. And I think that the same people who took us into the...
Wait, what got booed? It's so hard to keep up with these chuds. What got booed there?
And the bell rang.
The reality
that was
is
amazing.
That today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States.
So, Mr. Vice President,
that's the coolest part of this debate, that he was able just to hold his hand up and wave when the bell rang.
The reality
that was amazing.
That today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States.
Did somebody else say something off? Like somebody else in the debate say something, and that's what they're responding to? Like they're not responding to Vivek, right?
States of America. And I think that the same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War, you cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect
He doesn't want to send our military resources abroad because he wants to send them abroad to the Pacific.
China. South China Sea.
Exactly.
We respect everybody's time here. So, Governor Haley,
that's the thing about this.
That's something that the Republicans and the Democrats really agree with, right? Their policies towards China are pretty universally hostile.
Not raise your hand,
It
meaning
is
that
like
you
every
support
30
more
seconds,
funding for the Ukraine.
the entire premise of everything is contradicted by either what that same person saying or the person next to him is saying. I mean, there is absolutely such incoherence as a party.
They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to
It's
know
not
the
even over the
difference
big
between
issues.
good and evil.
It's
you look
good
at the
and
situation
evil.
with Russia
Like,
and
they
Ukraine,
all
this is
disagree.
a pro-American
Online,
country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about
I
what
mean,
has
this
been
is,
given to
I mean,
Ukraine,
and
less
forgive
than
me for talking over Nikki Haley, but I mean, does anybody care?
No, but and also Matt has made it clear that we have to keep talking so that like the stream can keep going, because if we
literally have to keep talking,
air what they play.
Also, we want to keep talking.
Yeah. Also, we want to keep talking.
The interesting thing about this is I've never seen a Republican debate where each one of them, they of course always talk good and evil and this and that, but from one person to the next, they can't even agree on what is good or evil. They can't agree. I mean, like they speak in platitudes, but they can't even there's no consistency even about the platitudes. It's fascinating because they're they're all basically swinging for the fences.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's no coherence. They're just throwing whatever they can against the wall to see if something sticks and goes viral and gets them, 3 more points. And that's all they're doing. It's some weird combination of like.
My prediction is that Vivek so far seems to be like the one who's he's gonna benefit from this night. As far as like clips that are gonna get made, it's probably gonna be Vivek.
Small ball, but also swinging for the fences. Like they're trying to.
They're also not talking about Trump much at all. None of them are trying to attack Trump.
No.
They're all just praying that he drops dead, as you say.
Yeah, but like
But
they.
you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week, Nikki. You want to go and defund Israel? You want to
let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to address each of those right now.
And part of it is you can't even assess because there's no platform for the Republican Party.
America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience that you all have shows in the pointless wars we've gotten into.
Swamp.
Address that. So our relationship with Israel will never be stronger than by the end of my
Vivek
term.
wasn't
But it's not a client
disqualified,
relationship.
I shouldn't
It is
think
a friendship.
Yeah.
There's
What
opportunity
friends do?
for it.
Yeah.
Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on this stage. You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity and an iron dome to protect their homeland.
Yo.
And so yes, I want to learn from the friends
He
that
loves
we're
the murder
supporting.
of brown
and
people.
what puzzles me is
no,
I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
Israel
That is
needs
the answer.
America. America needs Israel.
Okay, Governor DeSantis.
How much do we both love apartheid?
Not only.
No, it's not a territorial
as
dispute
President
either.
of the United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people
They can't say like invest in Americans. They have to say repress people.
Also,
here.
Vivek said this exact thing earlier.
National
DeSantis just
emergency.
restating
I'm
it.
not going to send troops
What's
to Ukraine,
sort of
but I am going
fascinating
to send
about
them to our
DeSantis
southern
is
border.
he's yelling
When
at
these drug
somebody, but it's
pushers are bringing
unclear
fentanyl
who he's yelling
across
at.
the
Well, that's what
border,
you do when you're
that's gonna be the
presidential.
last thing they do. We're going to use
But
force, and we're
that's
going to
the
leave them
thing is that,
stone
like,
cold dead.
He's
We're
not
actually
going
going to
at
move on to
anybody
China.
on stage.
We're going to talk
Yeah.
about China.
Okay.
He's sort of
Governor
not
Berger.
yelling at
China
the,
has the biggest navy
at
in the
the
world, the biggest
questions.
army in the world. Now
He's
they
just
have
yelling
warships,
at
warships off the
people in
coast of
general.
Alaska.
It's like-
They are
It's more
threatening
like
Taiwan.
whining.
In coming
It's
years,
like
China will
being
have
scolded,
1,500 nuclear
and
warheads, it's believed.
you're like
The U.S.
across-
just arrested 2
you're not
sailors
even,
accused of spying for China within our
He's
military.
like, clean up
So
your
the question
room.
is,
Dad, I
how
went to
would you
college
deter
4 years
He's
ago. I haven't
nagging.
been there in
President?
4 years. Like,
Why
what
is
are
he
you talking
nagging?
about?
Well, this is the number one issue we're facing. And of course, we haven't been talking about it, and we act like that letting
looks
Russia
like
win in the
Newsom,
Ukraine
right?
is like a
Sam?
gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do it? The Biden administration is a complete fail. China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country. So they don't have energy security or food security.
What people are leaving out in the whole China, U.S., Russia thing, right? If the world worked the way that they're portraying it, then a China-Russia alliance against the U.S. would be a slam dunk, right? The thing that keeps it from doing that, the key thing that keeps it from being that, is that there is, there is definitely a rivalry between China and Russia. Those two countries are incredibly close together, share spheres of influence, and, potentially, have things that the other party needs. Now, that could come to them through an alliance, or that could come through them through force, right? In terms of the access to the oil that China needs, a lot of that oil is in very underpopulated parts of Russia that are very close to China, right? So it's harder for them to have a stable alliance being like so close to each other and being, they're being kind of like a competition for the same land and resources in a lot of ways. So
But the Biden administration
it's more complicated than they're making it out to be here. But
sends Blinken, Yellen over there. They're
I mean, they are benefiting from cheap oil for sure.
Sorry, they don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here. And what we need to do is not meetings, not press releases, because something that would send a lot more than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength, is that you actually have strength. You actually have deterrence.
So yeah, in general, like the claim that because you will hear, especially from Trump supporters, that the conservatives are anti-war and the Democrats are hawkish, right? And I mean, it's just who they're hawkish against, right? The Democrats are more hawkish against Russia. The Republicans are more hawkish against China.
And what we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrence fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the fact that he greenlighted Putin moving into Ukraine, and then now they see weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move.
Well, he was talking about Putin, but are you saying that they're cheering Putin? Is that what they were cheering for? Because it didn't sound like they were cheering Christie.
We have to be strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine and we can solve the southern border. Absolutely, we can do that. Because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staff because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the IRS as opposed to giving the money and the support we need to our own Border Patrol.
Okay. Senator Scott on China, that same question.
And I speak about China.
Let's fire the 87,000 IRS agents and hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona about 2 weeks ago. The most pressing need of the American people from a national security standpoint is our southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl. Plus 6 million illegal crossings since President Biden has taken office, and 200 people on our national
that sounded like bullshit.
Security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spend $10 billion, we could finish the wall.
Just $10 billion.
For $5 billion more, we could have the military-grade technology to surveil our southern border to stop the flow of fentanyl and save 70,000 Americans a year. That should be the priority of this government. And as the next president of the United States, I will make that
one of the
border
things that
wall
when you're addicted to fentanyl,
there are many more questions on China. I do want to
that if you don't get any, you just
stop.
You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine.
200,000 people overdoses since Biden took office. That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic, but these are sons and daughters, nieces and nephews that we're losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there flying night helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop these transnational criminal organizations. They've got better funding on their side than we've got on our side.
Yeah, it is kind of weird because like the U.S. is used to looking at like drug, you know, like things like cocaine, which would come at various times primarily from South America. But fentanyl's not like that. Fentanyl is not a, plant that grows, doesn't come from a plant that grows in, other, like, right, fentanyl can easily come from the United States.
Governor Hutchinson, speaking of which, images from...
But hey, don't tell this to these racists.
Earlier this month, Governor Hutchinson,
with Mexico,
Vice President Pence, images from earlier this month. Vice President Pence, it really doesn't help. I'm asking a question. Earlier this month, images showed suspected cartel members crossing into Texas with rifles. Do you consider this an invasion? Would you authorize lethal?
Yo, that reminds, didn't they try to do this with like, they found some like old hoodies or something and they said they were prayer rugs and they said that ISIS was infiltrating into the US through Mexico?
Force
an invasion
along that border.
This is like what
That would
Putin's
be
doing to Ukraine.
lethal force used by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border. Absolutely. When you look at the military,
Meanwhile, those same guys could show up
used
at
for
like
intelligence gathering
a
purposes.
Chuck
This is
E.
not
Cheese
unusual.
in half
Whenever
the
I
states in
was
this country
in the Bush
and
administration,
walk in there with their
we went
guns and
down
they'll
there
be
and met with
Well,
the
could those
President
guys?
Fox
Because they
of
might be a little
Mexico
bit
and
too
Mexico help and going
on
after
the
cartels.
darker side of the
And he
spectrum.
looked at
Sorry
me and
for
said,
open
"They're a problem
carrying on
to
the
us as
border.
well."
I'm just trying
I'm just trying to be an
we put
American.
hands together,
Yeah.
And we took down the Ariana Felix brothers, leading the Tijuana cartel, and that made a difference. Ramon was shot and killed, and Ben Amin was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be successful going against the cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner. We have to use economic pressure to accomplish that.
You have to start thinking like a cartel.
I don't know if he said it yet.
And we have to use economic pressure that this administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done. The military has to be limited in its use. When after 9/11,
it really is offensive that we have not heard anything about CRT.
We protected the border at the same time.
We're really ignoring
you can
CRT.
do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor DeSantis. So as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out drug cartel operations? Would you support that kind of
This
American
is the anti-war
military
pivot that the Republican Party is
Yes,
making.
and I will do it.
Invade Mexico.
I'm more anti-war.
You're gonna invade Mexico.
But here's the thing.
The one that they did almost in
That's the new thing. Yeah, 2016 It was build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. Now it's invade Mexico.
Civil War, like before the Civil War, like, maybe we should
Tens of
invade
thousands
Mexico instead.
of
That's
our
what's
fellow
happening
citizens.
now.
You want to talk about a country in decline? You have the cartels controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as Commander-in-Chief to protect...
Is it just me, or is his suit too big for him?
...our country and to protect the people. So
does he have like a David Byron thing going on?
They're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady in Texas.
Have you met the pregnant mom that drowned in the Rio Grande, getting tangled in barbed wire?
That was laced with fentanyl, immediately died. That is happening all across this country because of the poison that they are bringing in. So as president, would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
Call them rapists. Call them rapists.
Yeah, if I'm a sackler, I'm like, who do I donate to?
Yeah,
this is all great.
I like Vivek, who
than
used to work in
Governor
healthcare
Governor
sales.
DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
Right. Look, we secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%.
Asylum abuse, I think I'm worried about.
Opened the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of fentanyl that's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across this country. But Martha, you began this evening talking about who is best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And I have to tell you with all humility,
oh my God,
I was there when we negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating pressure.
That was my idea. Oh no.
Sorry, folks.
All right, we a little bit of a timeout, but it's been pretty smooth sailing so far. Go ahead.
Pence has some real problems because every time he talks about what he did, he is promoting the guy who is 60 points ahead of him in the race. And so it becomes really difficult for him to sort of make his case that you should vote for me in the event that
the Mexican military,
it's just so
and we will
weird.
Hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the United States of America.
It really is bizarre. I'm trying to, like, what primary was like this?
Never crossed this border, our southern border.
None of this matters. This is just kabuki theater.
Like Teddy Roosevelt being like, I'm Progressive Party now, was probably the last time things were crazier than this.
What would you do?
Yeah.
Look, Martha, the first thing we need to do is to stop any more from coming. That's the first thing we need to do.
And the thing is that
he was the pro-pharma governor of New Jersey, most pro-pharma governor in
decades. We have to have law and
there
order in
is
this country.
no
We have
sort
to
of
enforce the law.
ideological difference.
To make sure
there is
that people
some
who
sort of
come
like
here
dispositional
illegally
difference
are not
between them.
rewarded for being here
And I think, you know,
we have so many wonderful people from around
is
the world
running sort of a
who are
libertarian
waiting in line,
campaign, I guess. And maybe that is like the only thing that is sort of different.
And he's going, and
DeSantis,
he's fluffing Trump too, which Trump's going to love, and he'll get that free press.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, what are they going to do that's different from Trump? They're all just arguing that I'm going to do what Trump would do.
Hasn't there been a few shots over the bow of Ramaswamy from Trump? I feel like there's been some hostility directed at Ramaswamy from the Trump campaign. I don't remember what,
but I'm not going to be in jail when I do it.
We can't take our eye off of that ball. Yes, it's important that we secure the border. Very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds
like Breaking Bad.
Of thousands of our citizens. The Chinese
Regardless
are engaging
of how
in an
much
act of
China
war against us,
I would just
killing
say,
our
like,
citizens. We better make that priority one in our conversations with China and to try to straighten that relationship
out.
Because if we don't, we're going to lose more and more of our
citizens.
citizens.
Fentanyl, do you support the government handing out testing strips to determine the presence of fentanyl in any type of drug?
They'd say yes to that. That's because they only care about, like, if you do a recreational drug and maybe test it. But they'd say it in a vacuum, I think. They're not in favor of clean injection or any of that stuff.
I bet you they would not say that about fentanyl. That's my guess. We'll never know. What are they doing now?
Yeah, no, you're right, Metchley. It is definitely like a racist conflation of drugs with like POC. They're going back to the racism well. Surprise, surprise.
Commercial break.
Oh.
I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Quick thoughts, Sam.
Well, no, we'll run to the bathroom. I have to say that, like, I find this debate just absolutely bizarre.
Yeah.
It is about everything and nothing simultaneously. It's fascinating. There's no, again, maybe Vivek is like, he's trying to, I'm younger, I'm anti-establishment, but he's not really saying how they're establishment. I get just that they're all politicians. He's running sort of like a, I'm not a politician campaign, which.
It's interesting because like Crowder and all those types are loving it. They're saying this is, I'm looking online, this is Vivek going like boss mode and stuff like that.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that like for
I am, as somebody like with.
I mean, that's my prediction so far, that for the Republicans, Vivek is winning.
It seems like Vivek is like a turd in the punch bowl. Like I'm going to take the maximalist position about climate change. I'm not going to let any sort of like concern.
But yeah, that's a good point, right? What he's doing is he's throwing red meat to the Republican base. It's also going to cause, it's going to have an effect of causing them to embrace policy positions, which will hurt them in the general election.
Happen there. And all these other positions, like that doesn't seem helpful. Like maybe in a GOP primary to win it, I'm curious to see how this helps him. But I understand why like nobody else wants to follow him in that.
It's because he gets everything is gravy for him.
Right.
Every point he gets in the primary, whether he wins or loses, is total gravy. The guy was not involved in politics. He came out of nowhere. He knows he's going to go back into business. I mean, he's sort of like the Andrew Yang of this. But yeah. the weird thing is that there's no one. Andrew Yang was sort of, laughed off the stage. There were so many people who had so much more gravitas, but here, like, Mike Pence was a joke before Donald Trump picked him. I mean, he was a governor with a 40% approval rating not in New Jersey, in Indiana. Like Chris Christie is so universally hated. Burgum, honestly, with all due respect,
he's crushing it.
He doesn't seem to be able to put together a coherent thought. It's like every question he like states the premise, and then when he's got to deliver the actual sort of like goods, he starts to stumble and fumble.
Yeah.
Nikki Haley, nobody
looks like a rat
takes.
being hypnotized.
Who does?
Doug Burgum.
Oh yeah.
It's so strange. I mean, I guess Tim Scott is there with sort of this like weird soaring oratory that he knows he's not going to get picked as Donald Trump's VP. I mean, I guess it's conceivable, but he's just like, this is the way that he moves up in the Senate. Like it's so naked that none of these people think they're going to be president except for DeSantis. And DeSantis is so convinced that like this is slipping away from him that he's like almost like yelling at the polls in some weird way.
He's never looked to the side or the like either side. He's looking straight at the camera and
he's yelling.
You're not that guy, dude. You're not that guy. Yeah.
But who is he yelling at? I mean, this is the strangest thing about it. It's like he's got this anger that it's unclear who he's directing it at. It's so strange.
At woke.
The Nation's report card was the weakest ever for American school children, exposing chronic absenteeism, deep declines for reading and math for 15-year-olds and 13-year-olds. Governor DeSantis, you would eliminate, you said, the Department of Education. But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix this crisis as we see it?
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline. We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And in Florida,
exactly what we're doing.
Indoctrination.
We had schools open during COVID, and a lot of the problems that we've seen are because
Love
these
how
lockdowns
we can't go back to January 21st, but we can go back to January.
We stood up. I took a lot of fire for that.
To December 2020.
I stood for our kids, and as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well. But we have to make sure that what our schools are doing is focusing on solid academics. In Florida, we eliminated critical race theory from our K-12 schools. We eliminated gender ideology from our K-12 schools.
We eliminated AP psychology.
And we have elevated the importance of American civics and teaching our kids about the Constitution.
So no indoctrination.
Yeah, that's exactly.
As president, I'm going to lead
PragerU. You introduced PragerU to the freaking...
need an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be
literally talking about indoctrination. Like, he's not like a knowledge of the Constitution. Knowledge of... Like teaching of Republican rhetoric as knowledge of the Constitution.
Graduating students that don't have any foundation in what it means to be an American.
Notice he hasn't said woke because that's not poll testing. That's not testing well anymore. He hasn't said woke.
You've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the
Again,
ATF,
it's
the
like,
Nuclear
who's he
Regulatory
yelling at?
Commission, the IRS, the Department
I
of
feel like they tell
Commerce,
you, like,
many
when
of
you
these
do
should not exist.
Any type of
That's
like
correct.
communication,
So to the
you should
education
think of who
question,
your
how
audience
would you deal
is.
with the
And it's
crisis?
unclear who
So
he's
we had a
yelling
crisis of
at.
achievement.
Oh my
Let's
God,
shut down the head of the
ad
snake,
break.
the Department of Education. Take that $80
We just
billion,
had one.
put it in the hands of parents across this country. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the
I
teachers'
feel that
unions
way
at
about
the
the
local
civil rights
level to
issue
allow
that you feel
public
about the last
schools
one.
to compete. And then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that frankly every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country. And the fact of the matter is, look, there's part of education policy that also rests with the family. I didn't grow up in money, but you know the word privilege gets used a lot? Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of two parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement. And I want every kid to enjoy that. So part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to an epidemic of fatherlessness. And I think that goes hand in glove with the education crisis as well, because we have to remember education starts with the family, and the nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to.
So cut. What are you gonna cut, Wick? What are you gonna do now? Like I feel like they've already cut Tanef to the bone, and
mankind.
He's just a fascist.
We're gonna cut Snap. We're gonna cut Wick. What are you gonna do to?
Governor Burgum, Governor Haley has said that biological boys playing in girls' sports is the women's issue of our time. You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed. Are you saying that you think that too much is made of this issue?
No, I'm saying in North Dakota, we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state. But I would absolutely do that. But I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a federal government one size fits all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by states. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district, state, and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false. You know, when I was building a company from scratch, you know, with small town kids, and we went, you know, grew up in a town of 300, but we built a global company in 132 countries with over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of the state budget. So as a governor, I go, I shadow a student. I don't, the night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit and lecture school district how to do it. I go and see the experience. And there's a lot of things that have to change. But what needs to change in education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago with innovation, not regulation. I would get rid of the Department of Education. I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them on merit based on who's doing the most innovative. I just got done holding the 7th annual Governor's Conference on Innovation Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut loose the red tape, get the
I got the best rhymes in the nation.
Burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're fighting.
Is he gonna start doing the Vivek thing
for those kids and their families?
You gonna start rapping?
Said that this is the women's issue of our time.
First, I'll tell you, as you know, as a parent, the one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these things, and there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to get these kids reading. If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation all over this country. We need transparency in the classroom because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the classroom.
They all have like the air of either people giving their elevator pitch. You know, the elevator pitch is like if you you get somebody important that could potentially greenlight something for you that would make a lot of, you know, give you a job or something like that, right? You get them in the elevator. What's your pitch? You got 15 seconds to tell them whatever. Like, what do you say, right? That's what this sounds like. That or like somebody that's a door-to-door salesperson and they know that they only have, you know, I don't know, 10 seconds, 15 seconds before you shut the door in their face, and they're trying to get their foot in the door, rhetorically speaking.
Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools. Let's teach our kids to build things again. When we do that and we allow that innovation, that's when it'll get.
We get so many more injuries. It's so great, you know. Shop class.
Yes, I will always.
I wouldn't have a problem with more Vogue stuff in schools.
Strong girls become strong women. Strong women become strong leaders. And biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of our girls.
And woodworking, I feel like I could have.
And the first question is going to go
been way ahead of
to you,
where
Vice
I am
President.
in my
So this is a
woodworking
lightning
skills.
round
Extend public
of
school
questions.
year-round.
30-second answers, please.
I love Shop. I was scared.
President Biden.
Every moment of Shop, I was so afraid I was going to cut part of my body off.
Biden will be 82 years old on Inauguration Day.
Or like have something explode on me, or like, like everything in there is scary, but like I get that people like making things. I like making things too. I just like shop scares me.
70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve Vice President Pence?
And if so, what about Trump?
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody.
We made a magazine stand. Oh, I think we did magazine stands. Yeah.
Washington, D.C.
I don't remember what mine looked like. I think it was crap, though.
Best line of the
30
night.
seconds. No, the American people can make those judgments. But let me say, I'm running for president of the United States because we don't need a president who's too old, and we don't need a president who's too young. We need a president who's been there.
Yo, Ramaswamy getting attacked again.
We need a president who knows how Congress works, how the White House works.
I don't know. The thing is, the people that are attacking Ramaswamy are the people that this crowd hates. I think overall, this is a good night. And I hate saying that, right? Because, like, you know, I mean, they're all bad candidates. Like, I wouldn't want any of them to be president.
States worked. And on this education issue, Martha, I was fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education. I'll also shut down the federal Department of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size of the largest school choice program in America. And we'll give school choice to every family in America.
But here's the thing with
This is
Pence's
a lightning
argument.
round, Mr. Ramaswamy. I think you were mentioned there. You're 38.
Saying
you're the
you
youngest
need
on
to
the
have
stage.
somebody with experience, but he's not making a case as to why.
Yeah,
For those
because he
under
can't.
25
And what is
years
the
of age.
crisis that
So
we
the question
need
is, do you
someone
want a
with
mental
experience
acuity
to be in
test
office?
for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and somebody who's actually a thinking agent in the White House, which we don't have in there today. And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence's comment. I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way I've run this campaign. It's going to the south side.
Funny that's kind of what he was getting called by Christie with that GPD. You know, calling him a chat GPD candidate. That's what Christie was saying.
Chicago to Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia, where traditional Republican candidates don't go. We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic, working-class majority to deliver a landslide, and I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old, black or white, to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution. We're going to do it in 2024.
Same question.
In the presidential election until 20.
I will answer that. I will answer that.
30 seconds.
30-second quick answer.
You guys need to get control of this debate.
Everybody's going to get
Listen, we're getting control of the debate. This is a lightning round, not rolling thunder. Governor Hutchinson, you have 30 seconds on the same question.
On education, first
What was Rolling Thunder again?
of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you compete with China. As president of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science for the benefit of our kids, and we can compete with China in terms of
Learn to code.
technology.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take our
This is coming to you. We're trying to do a quick round of different topics here. So, Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before tonight. So is there a role for a president of the United States in changing that? What would you do to change that?
Our nation was founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest nation on God's green earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine. Our responsibility should be to model the behavior we want others to follow. On education, the only way we change education in this nation is to break the backs of the teachers' unions. They are standing in the doorhouse of our kids,
That's the way we get
locking
good
them
education.
into failing schools
Grind
and locking them
teachers
out
down
of the
into a
greatest
cult.
future.
They're
Then
honestly
the kids will learn.
As president, Governor DeSantis, would you support some mandatory military service for all Americans?
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by September 11th,
Volunteered to watch
and I
people get
deployed to
tortured.
Iraq alongside U.S. Navy SEALs in places like Fallujah, Ramadi, and it's
Guantanamo.
something that I think has
Guantanamo, yeah, where you did torture.
taught me, when you go in that type of environment, anything you have, your personal
more
agenda, you
cringy
check it at the
STEM
door.
lords,
You go
yes.
there, and it's about focusing on the mission above all else.
Torturing
and guys
Muslims.
come together
Torturing
and they
Muslims.
get it done. And that's how I would view being the president of the United States. It's not about me. It's not about all these other side issues. My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's
Oh
decline.
my God.
Okay, now for something a little out of this
my
world.
It's gonna make it
uncool to
You,
talk about American
Governor Christie,
decline.
do you believe that the recent spike in
Well, I'll
UFO
say-
encounters?
Yes,
The
UFOs.
Republicans aren't buying
UFO
flag
question?
Yeah, you do.
Come on,
There you go. No,
voters.
but okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously. And we're hearing that there are things going on that people aren't aware of. So, if you were president, Governor Christie, would you level with the American people about what the government knows about these possible
Look, Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects. And
that doesn't even make any sense. I'm from New Jersey.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What does that? Yeah, what does that actually mean?
Of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President of the United States is to be a role model for our children.
I'm voting Republican because of UFOs.
And so whether it was UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them down to an all-time low popularity rating because they were putting themselves before our kids.
Want to know, us to know the truth
is the
about
biggest
UFOs
threat to our country, not UFOs.
Why do the teachers not teach UFOs? Yeah.
Closing arguments plus right after the debate. Hannity is live from the spin room right here in the Fiserv Forum with reaction from all the candidates. As soon as they step off the stage, we'll be back after this.
That's how I cut my teeth in one of those rooms doing coverage when I did that for TYT. I first met Boris Epstein and all those people. It's a very bizarre situation.
Indicted
co-conspirator number 6.
We all know Mark Wahlberg.
Anyway.
Yeah, there was a lot of co-conspirators back in the day. All right, I'm going to have to jump off because apparently somebody has not gone to bed when they were.
Somebody didn't go to bed.
To be an American.
I don't know.
That number
it's
has
something
now
to do with me.
to just 39.
I think that would have to be Saul.
Because he was
in
way
his
more
pitch
gone
to
than
get
even
to
Joe
the Oval
Biden.
Office, President Reagan called America the shining city on a hill.
So everybody wave Sam goodbye. He's going to bed.
Beacon of hope
childlike and
optimism.
So in your
Almost
closing
like you're
statement
like,
tonight, please tell
"Starve these
American
black ladies."
voters
Yeah.
why you are the person who can inspire this nation to a better day. These are 45 seconds, and we begin with Governor Burgum.
Of course.
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was a freshman in high school. My mom, widow of 3, went back
But
to...
what's really choking us is the middle of the hour ad break, which is coming up in about 6 minutes, and it's gonna choke you as well. You're gonna be unable to. Well, I mean, you'll be able to say something, but you won't be able to hear anything or see anything because you'll be stuck watching an ad instead. If you don't want to fall victim to that miserable fate, you can get out of it with an Amazon Prime. That's one way to get out of it, right? You can get out of it by paying for a sub for yourself. It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or you can maybe get out of it through a gift sub, which have been happening tonight. Thank you to everybody that is generous enough to get somebody else out of that ad break too. More likely to happen though if you're more active in chat. So
work. Every job I had growing up was one where I took a shower at the end of the day, not at the beginning of the day.
Scott Walker said that.
Our cities are less safe because of the fentanyl pouring into this country. Our economy is being crushed by Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline
This is what, the
at the
lightning
pump.
round?
One thing that I'll do as president, I'll secure the border. I'll get this economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now. And I would say that other thing is for sure, when I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless.
Doug Mortgage.
I'm like a cowboy on horseback in North Dakota. That's what my deal is. Over in North Dakota, I do the cowboy thing.
His farmland in North Dakota.
This great country, our future is
pretty
unlimited.
Great Plains
But we've got to
software, which he
focus
later
on
sold.
He is so not ready for prime time.
Innovation, not
Gates to become a
regulation.
billionaire.
We got to
Yes.
cut the red tape. We got to drive ourselves forward. The way we win the
Funded
Cold War
probably
with
those
China
vaccines.
is by growing our economy and through innovation. And as president,
Giving you
I will
5G.
bring out the best of America.
Yeah, don't let these people tell you they're anti-war. He's like planning a Cold War with China.
I will improve every American life.
Well, we hope you're back on your horse soon, Governor.
Governor
Wrap
Hutchinson?
it up for
Never ends
programming
a horse.
Our nation is in trouble. And it's in trouble because of failed
Anti-abortion
leadership.
freaks.
And the solution is not 4 more years of Joseph Biden.
The solution is 4 years of Asa Hutchinson.
The solution is not 4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leadership
From Al Gore.
that can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out the best of America. A president's number one responsibility is to bring out the best of our people. That's what Ronald Reagan did. And he did it with optimism and hope for our country, with consistent conservatism. That's exactly what I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of securing our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of
The
America
solution is President Dusty Book. Probably
in terms
so.
of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight, asa2024.com.
Thanks, Scott.
He's the first out. Burgum did better than him.
I was a disillusioned young man growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty. I wondered if the American dream was real for a kid like me. I can stand before you today and say the dream is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. I had the good fortune of a mom who worked 16-hour days, making sure we have food on our tables. She taught me that if you're able-bodied in
Don't
America,
worry, I will carry the torch for you
take out a
forward
loan,
and then turn
you
it
pay
around and
back.
burn the
You
bridge
commit a
behind
violent
you for all
crime,
the other
you
black
go to
people in this
jail.
country.
And if God made you a man, you play sports against men.
What?
You get it. Yes.
I'm Tim Scott. I'm
I
asking you
felt
for your
like,
vote.
you know, I was okay. So this is something that's a little bit standing out, right? There's been like 1 or 2, maybe 3 mentions of trans people. This is one of them, right? There hasn't been that many. In fact, there's actually been people actively changing the subject away from that, because that might not be as much of an election winner as the Republicans have been treating it as, right? The recent race in Michigan, where they really put a lot of effort into transphobic ads, kind of showed that.
I'm asking you to caucus for me. You can go
It
to
never does quite as well as they think it will.
votetimscott.com for more information or to make a contribution.
Governor Christie.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Martha. Look, everybody on this stage wants to be the next president of the United States. And the only way that's going to happen is if we beat Joe Biden. I'm the only one on this stage who's ever beaten a Democratic incumbent in an election. I did it in a deep blue state, being outspent 3-1. Beating a Democratic incumbent is not easy. The last Democratic incumbent president who was defeated was Jimmy Carter. And he was defeated by a conservative governor from a blue state who knew how to get results, who stood for the truth,
California was a little
who cared
A
about
man named Ronald Reagan.
accountability, and stood strong and hard against waste. Those are the very things that I did in my 8 years as governor of New Jersey, and it's exactly what I'll do as president of the United States. Believe me, the Democrats want some other nominee who's never beaten a Democratic incumbent. I'm the one who can win this race.
They're afraid of Chris Christie.
Give me the chance.
Left office with a
I will restore our country by
15%
winning it.
approval rating,
Thank you.
81% disapproving
Was it 15? I thought it was 8.
in New Jersey.
I was willing to believe Trump.
Several weeks ago, I
Shouldn't
dropped my
fall for
husband,
that.
Michael, a combat veteran from Afghanistan, off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they had never been, all in the name of protecting America. If they are willing to protect us from there, we should be willing to fight for America here.
We should.
I will beat Joe Biden, and he knows that. I will strengthen our economy, and we'll bring this inflation down. We will put transparency in the classroom. We will secure our borders. We will have the backs of our law enforcement, and we will make sure we have a strong national security.
Oh, this is an interesting chat. Something interesting to me is that humans are the only animals who create binaries. Animals don't care about sex and shit, but humans are obsessed, with categorizing and you know, in truth, like, nature doesn't know a male, nature doesn't know a female. That's not exactly how things work. That is a vast oversimplification that you get taught in grade school, because you're not going into, like, most likely some field where you need to know more about embryology and human development. You know, there's a lot more going on in, like, what we consider sex selection than what Nikki Haley would have you think. But
once again, we will make sure we have an America that is strong.
You never find a perfectly square rock in nature. Yeah, this whole segmentation and classification, it's a very you know, it's not that these don't correspond to, like, real phenomenon in nature, but they're not the mythology that we make them out to be. That mythology is what we call gender essentialism, right? And it's a very limiting philosophy.
Strong and proud. We have a country to save. Join us. Go to NikkiHaley.com and let's get it done.
Moderators didn't focus on trans people very much.
Vice President Pence.
Just a reminder that they know it's a losing issue, and they're an arm of the Republican
Thank you,
Party.
Brad and Martha.
Fox News.
For this evening. It's an honor to be here. Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, their war on energy, runaway spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, a crisis at our southern border, an assault on our values and
Inflation
liberties.
with corporations
And the American
gouging us
people have had enough.
post-COVID.
But I know we can bring it back.
Again,
But different
he
times
doesn't seem to be able to say things that are lifting his own profile up without also lifting up Trump's. And that's something that he can't afford. If he wants to, look, he's never going to be Trump's vice president. He's never going to be the vice president of somebody who is a fan of Trump, right? The only way that he's getting anything out of this election at all is if he somehow becomes the candidate, becomes the nominee. That is just like he's lost. He's lost.
All for different leadership.
I'm calling it now. Pence will not win.
The Republican Party owes the American people the choice. Proven leadership at the national level that knows how to move.
You're right, mentally. That's what I'm saying, is that they are coming off as amateur hour. They are coming off not ready for prime time. And a lot of these people aren't. And honestly, like, Donald Trump didn't have to show up because nobody in here is a big enough challenge for him to like take on. Even DeSantis, right? Not worth
agenda
it.
forward. We proved in the Trump-Pence years you can turn this country around faster than you can imagine. And I have faith we will again. Because I have faith in the American people. A good, decent, hardworking, faith-filled, idealistic.
Like Trump won't even debate with you. You can't. Ad break.
People of this country, and I have faith that God has not done
warn you about those.
with America yet. And if we will renew our faith in one another and renew our faith in Him who has ever guided this nation since we arrived on these wilderness shores, I know the best days
God
for the
is a
greatest
woman,
nation on
bitch,
earth
and you wouldn't
are
be
yet to
alone
come.
in a room with her because you're not allowed.
I was born in 1985, and I grew up into a generation where we were taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much.
I'm young.
That we forgot all of the ways that we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776. And this is our moment to revive those common ideals.
This is our moment to hit that like button if you haven't already.
God is real. There are two genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is.
You're going to hear him also make, like, you know, references to religion. But that's also going to be something that he's going to get attacked on, too, for not being Christian. But, you know, when he says God, you know, he's in the clear. He's covered.
Racism. An open border is not a border.
Yeah, and so I care about
the
racism
education
now.
of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance.
Then the
known to
Ramaswamy
man.
took George Soros Foundation money to pay for
Capitalism lifts us
Yale.
up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution.
Not 4? What would the 4th be? The press?
It is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what will win us the revolution of 2024.
Like, he's the only one that even looks like he's trying to do something, right? Everybody else is just falling. Like, I'm going to call it. This is, I think, a win for Vivek Ramaswamy.
For the action by Thomas Paine. Simp.
Ramaswamy momentum continues.
I support the Republican Party and haven't for decades because they haven't won a popular vote.
Here's Ronnie.
Yeah, I don't think it's gone disastrously for Ron DeSantis. I feel like but he really did play defense, right? He's not being aggressive. We thought he was going to go after Ramaswamy. We didn't really see that. We saw some exchanges between Ramaswamy and Pence and Ramaswamy and some other people. We didn't really see DeSantis jump in like that. And so, I don't know. Maybe we got played by that memo.
It's 2004.
Governor?
This is our time for choosing. We will send Joe Biden back to his basement, and we will reverse the decline of this country. I'm a blue-collar kid. I work minimum wage jobs to be able to make ends meet. I understand the importance of the American dream, and I know how that's slipped away from so many millions of Americans. We'll restore it.
Motherfucker went to Yale.
I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know
I guess that's what he's trying to say. He wasn't as wealthy.
It means to put service above
served in
self.
torture
I'm also a
chambers,
dad and a
supposedly as their
husband,
advocate.
6'5" and 3-year-old. I understand the
think
importance
Donald
of
Trump.
protecting parents' rights and the well-being of our children. In Florida, we showed it could be done. I made promises and I delivered on all of those promises.
Relax.
2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan. No excuses.
Watch his,
I will get the
campaign
job
ad
done,
reading
and
the
as your
art of the deal to his
president, I
children.
will
He's
not let
invoking
you
here.
down. God bless you all.
Well, we want to say thank you. Thank
Big
you to
time
all
L
the
for
candidates
Ron.
on the stage
Yep.
tonight.
All right,
And thank you to Milwaukee.
Thank you, everybody. We will see you on the campaign trail from debates to primaries to the general
Say
election.
it.
And the
We will
conventions
see you
before that.
out the trail.
So joining us, Sean Hannity from the
See
Spin
you
Room
out the
starts
trail.
So
We're not
Fox
gonna
and
get
friends,
that,
join us
though.
on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
See you out the
Great
trail.
job, Martha.
Wait, let's see the handshake
Welcome to
situation.
Hannity.
Ron's
The
just
very
walking
first debate
off.
of the 2024 campaign is now in the books. The election season is
Christie and
officially up
Vivek.
and running.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, there's my thing. Okay, I feel like Ramaswamy did well. There was like a moment where, oh my God, somebody, it was Tim Scott. Now, Tim Scott did preserve his likability. He still, in fact, that was the one place where Ramaswamy really fell down, was when he attacked everybody at the same time. The audience didn't like that. But other than that, they seemed to like what he was saying. He seemed to often be willing to give takes that the Republican base really wants to hear, but nobody else out there was willing to give. You know, when it came to Ukraine and a number of other things, right? He is kind of setting that standard for satisfying the base, for giving that fan service, if you will, you know, emulating Trump, right? All the things that are going to hurt them in the general election if either, you know, a candidate that wins or a candidate that's kind of pushed there by a candidate who's running against them, you know, ends up with the nomination, right? So they're doing stuff that, you know, he's encouraging bad habits that'll make it less likely for the Republicans to win. DeSantis isn't out of it. He's still winning. He's second place, right? But Ramaswamy's doing well. And with that, I bid you